put your name on the deed. Concede your hesitation and embrace the gold. You'll get everything you want. It only costs your soul. So come on. So come log on, tune in, get your voice ready. Sisyphus, you'll see, rock steady. Arm spreading, one ingredient dagger behind the sporters, but the show is live. The chosen weapon is the mind. Doing coming, your dad's on the Stygian cruise. The buy-in's only 2 drachma. What can you lose? 7 cards is his mind, and the joker's in play. We're all killing time, sailing across this river of pain. The bonds are reformation and parading toward, but out there is a game when someone owns the board. So come on. So come on. So come on. Log on, tune in, get your voice ready. Log on, tune in, get your voice ready. Log on, tune in, get your voice ready. Log on, tune in, get your voice. So come on.
This is the test of the inverted broadcast system. Do not panic. This is just a test. There is no arrow to your body because we already own your soul. Throwing goals upon this lyrical fire. Fast was just a test. When share your soul's desire. Buyer beware, about to stare at the
Hello, my lovely imps. Check out this new fucking shirt. Look at that shit. Isn't this sick? Isn't this shirt awesome? Thank you. Brianna, JazDog, Aztec Tunes, Bottled Sunshine, Gayfesh, Ebi, The Purple Hissatir, NB Kitsune, Asuka Ashen One, Sparkly Void, VXYVAbo, Windleby, Nia Tigra, oh my god, Jesus Christ. Intentions Nasty, Shy Doomer, Hannah Banana, MCCCXII, and from the Twitch chat, we got Ziggy Richards. Twitch chat's looking a little small today, I can see. Wow, we got 2 whopping viewers on Twitch. What the fuck happened on Twitch? What the hell's going on Twitch, huh? What the fuck? Comrade Cappernicus, Shannon Williams, Murder Birder, Ania, who else we got? Ron's KFC. We got Furcifer. We got Mr. Democracy, Leanne Scott, Jersey Dragon, Captain Pollywog Vanderbeef, and Anna. Welcome, everyone. Welcome. I feel like this camera is too zoomed out, actually. I feel like I need to zoom it in. There, that's a little cozier. Happy New Year, or rather New Year's Eve. It's not New Year for me yet. It isn't. So don't be racist to me for not being in the new year. I look small. That's unacceptable. I cannot look small on my own stream. That's ridiculous. I refuse. There we go. Now I'm big. Lorg. Must be cozy. Wait a second. The focus is still just slightly off. It's annoying the shit out of me. There we... Wait, that's still not right. I need to get an autofocus. There we go. That's much better. Hello. Hey, look. Fawn's here. Say hi to Fawn, everybody. Here we go. We're getting up and close. There's Fawn. Hi. Hi. Okay, everybody, if you are here and you haven't liked the stream, smack that motherfucking like button. We are going to open with some cool, calm, sentimental nonsense. Yeah, that's right. We haven't done RadioMama in a while because we always get copyright struck. But today, I know we're not going to get copyright struck. Okay? I know we're not. And here's why. Because I know what we can listen to that's not copyrighted. And it's also nostalgic. And also, it's great. Okay? So we're going to listen to it. Okay? So give me just a second here. We're going to listen to some nice, calming music. I was informed that you ate ham for Christmas dinner, and I liked it. I did. As far as ham goes, it was very, very good ham.
You liked the glaze.
I liked the glaze. Yes, actually, the glaze was what made it the ham. The ham was actually not dried out as usual, and it was really good. But the thing is, I don't like ham, and me eating ham once doesn't mean I like ham. I did hear that. The Punished Bernie, we're going to do that. Yeah, oh yeah, Doe's been roasted. Everybody's been roasting me around here. Look, here's Doe. Hi.
Are we roasting you on?
Ham eating.
Oh, I would never roast you.
Anti-ham eaters.
Anti-ham gang.
Anti-ham
That's right.
gang. Anti-ham action.
This is my life. Getting roasted. Look, everybody say hi, Doe. Hi. Go ahead, give the Doe pets. Get the Doe pets out there. Aha! Well, that's the stream. You come here because we have a high concentration of gay that you can't get anywhere else. There is no other person bold enough to be this obnoxiously, loudly gay every single day. Did I mention I was gay?
Wait, you're gay?
You're gay?
Wait, I thought this was just a joke. Wait, chat.
I didn't
Are
know
you
this
guys
was
gay
for
too?
real.
Yeah,
I
a
thought-
lot of them
I
are
thought
gay.
it was a
I thought
troll.
that, yeah,
Wait,
I
did
thought we
you-
were just memeing.
I
You
thought
thought
it
this was a
just
joke?
A meme.
Yeah,
I didn't know
wait.
what are you talking
Did you-
about?
You're gay for real?
I'm gay for real. Yeah, this wasn't a joke for me. None of this was this was just a joke. Am I living in like a what's that movie, Truman Show like reality except very gay? Why is the focus still off slightly?
Focus seems fine on you.
No, look, it doesn't. I'm slightly fuzzy. And now I'm not. And now I am. Oh, it's just a tiny bit and it's driving me nuts. Oh well, whatever. Okay, everybody, let's take a listen here. We are going to listen very quickly to a fantastic rendition of Auld Lang Syne. Yes, that's right. Yes, that's correct. Okay? I hope that you will enjoy the rendition of Auld Lang Syne. Okay? Because it's a real good song.
Should old acquaintance be forgot and never brought to mind? Should old acquaintance be forgot and days of old lang syne old lang syne, my dear, old lang syne. We'll take a cup of
beautiful, right? And guess what? I got another one. This is from an old YouTube musician classic. 7 years ago, this was originally posted.
Should old acquaintance be forgot and never brought to mind? Should old acquaintance be forgot and old lang syne? For old lang syne, my dear, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup of kindness yet.
Hello, Fauntent. We're welcoming in the new year together with some sentimental music.
And surely you'll buy your pine cup, and surely I'll buy mine, and we'll take a cup of kindness yet for old lang syne, for old lang syne, my dear, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup of kindness yet for old lang syne. We too have run about the slopes and picked the daisies fine, but we've wandered many weary foots since old lang syne. We too have paddled in the stream from morning sun till dawn, but the seas between us broad have roared since old lang syne, for old lang syne, my dear, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup of kindness yet for old lang syne. We'll take a cup of kindness yet for old lang syne.
Wasn't that pretty? Guess what? We have another vibe, though. We have another vibe to listen to. This one isn't really all that, this one isn't a holiday song. Oops. That's not what I meant to do. Hold on, let me get this one isn't a holiday song, but it is really, really good. So we're gonna listen to it. Cause it's fucking good, okay? So, get ready. I've played this one on stream before and it always makes people cry. It always makes me cry. So, here we go. Ready? This one is by Peter Hollins, who's fucking incredible. Nuts, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. Thank you so much, Nuts. Happy New Year's Eve.
In the quiet, misty morning, when the moon has gone to bed, when the sparrows stop their singing, and the sky is clear and red, when the summer
Wait, you sang this song in choir? That's awesome.
ceased its gleaming, when the corn is past its prime, when adventure's lost its meaning, I'll be homeward bound in time. Bind me not to the pasture, chain me not to the plow. Set me free to find my calling, and I'll return to you somehow.
Like the stream. We got to get more people in here before we start the call-ins. Everybody, like that motherfucking stream and vibe.
If you find it's me you're missing, if you're hoping I'll return to your thoughts, I'll soon be listening, and in the road I'll stop and turn. Then the wind will set me racing as my journey nears its end, and the path I'll be retracing as I'm homeward bound again. Bind me not to the pasture, chain me not to the plow. Set me free to find my calling, and I'll return to you somehow. Bind me not to the pasture, chain me not to the plow. Set me free to find my calling, and I'll return to you somehow. In the quiet, misty morning, when the moon has gone to bed, when the sparrows stop their singing, and the sky is clear and red, when the summer ceased its gleaming, when the corn is past its prime, when adventure's lost its meaning, I'll be homeward bound in
Beautiful. Is it not? Is that not wonderful?
Hey Holland's family, this was one of the most special videos I have ever made. It was such
Listen closely.
an
I'm not
incredible
done. I'm gonna make y'all
feeling
cry
to
now.
work with these amazing high schoolers. And I kind of wanted to tell you where this song came from.
Hi,
I
Nettie
had been
Lilith.
looking for another folk song to do because I've been really wanting to, and I came across this song, and I reached out to one of my best friends, Megan Perdue, who is a choral director up in Portland,
Shout out to Portland.
Oregon.
Shout out to Portland. All
And
the
I was like,
Portlanders,
hey,
you rock.
I'm thinking about doing a song called Homeward Bound. Do you think your choir would want to do it with me? And the story she told me,
Hey, JJ
there's some things
Candelabra.
in life where you just think that things
Couple
are
years
meant to
ago.
happen.
This was
And you can
2016 or
call it
something?
divine intervention, or you can call it happenstance. But there was a young girl by the name of Io Coral who had just passed away that week, and this
Yes, I
song
do.
was
We'll
by
be
far
talking
her
about that in
favorite.
just a
It
minute,
was the
Rainy
song
Rain.
that she
Good question. Good question.
would go around school singing, and it kind of ended up being her choir's song for the whole year. And so when I reached out, I had no idea, but it ended up being a video that had so much more meaning, which is why this song and video is dedicated to her.
We got food coming, by the way. Lots of people calling in,
Megan,
Brandon.
her choral director, said that she was the kind of girl
A lot of apples,
who
thank
would
you so
go
much.
around the school
Am I fun for the Poggers
singing
fundraiser?
and
Yeah,
not
we're gonna talk about
caring
that in
what
a second.
people thought about her. And I can't respect people
we are getting,
like that.
Korean
people
barbecue.
that just don't care what people think about them. And
I did hear that XVY Abo.
she passed at a really young age suddenly, and that took me.
Okay, Nadia. I'll do my best. Can't always promise I'll get it perfectly right every time. Hey, thank you, Seska.
Well
Appreciate
past I was
that.
30 until I could get to the point in my life where I could just sing and just not
Aw,
care what
thank
people
you.
thought about me. And I don't know. People like that need to be celebrated. So
Yeah, that's what I thought.
I'm so happy that her choir got to be part of this. And I reached out to another one of my friends from the acapella group that I founded at the University of Oregon, who was the choral director at both 2 different schools in Eugene, the town I live in, Churchill and
Oh yeah,
North.
that's right. I forgot. Peter Hollins is from Eugene, which is like super close to here and also super sick. I've stayed in Eugene multiple times. It's a nice little town.
Eugene, and we got to make this video. So
Quiet-
I really hope
quiet
you guys
big
enjoyed
town,
it. I
honestly.
hope
There's a lot more
you got
people in it than you'd
goosebumps
think.
when the last scene comes in and you can see everyone on the risers. It's just a special song.
We have only
The song
97
couldn't
likes
have
on the
been
video and well
made
over
without the
100,
support
140
of my
viewers. Let's get some
patrons
likes on that video, please.
at Patreon. And if you guys would like to learn more about that, I really encourage you to click through and check out Patreon. I'll have the link down below as well. Please.
So this is a small note, but Peter Hollins is somebody I've followed for literally like a decade, since he was a small channel, and now he has 2.67 million subscribers. This video came out in 2016 and has 2 million, almost 2.5 million views. And I remember Peter Hollins being one of the channels that like I watched so closely as they went from being like a tiny channel to like a huge channel, and now like his family has their own stuff they're doing. It's really fucking cool. Yeah, he's done a million good covers, and the cool thing is he doesn't strike them. You can watch them on YouTube. You can watch Peter Hollins shit on YouTube, and let me tell you, that's something I really, really appreciate. I was thinking about this over the last couple of days, because there's been all these people getting copyright strikes, and I was thinking about how like internet culture has been really fucking decimated by the incredibly archaic and draconian way that we handle copyright. And so I appreciate every single person who puts their work into the public domain or into Creative Commons so that other people can enjoy that, because that's how you actually make an impact in people, is you let them fucking see it and share it with one another, especially with music and other really intense types of art and stuff like that. Now, speaking of art, you all are the early comers. Believe it or not, the beginning hour or so of the stream, we almost always have just a small, cozy crew. And the small, cozy crew of people often get a little bit of bonuses. They get the behind-the-scenes stuff. They get the, you know, if you come here early, you get to see me sip on my coffee and get into the mood of stream. The cozy crew, the early comers. And today, you get to have a special preview from an artist in our community by the name of JazDog. Yeah, that's right. Our Christmas stream, our Impmas Day stream, the one that was on actually on Impmas Eve, our Impmas stream was supercutted into a meme-tastic super show, and we're going to do an early preview now before it even goes live on the channel. So we're going to watch that together now before we get into the heat of the call-in, so everybody has time to settle down, so my food can get here, and then we can get right into the call-ins, because we have a huge backlog of call-ins we need to do. And that's exciting, okay? When are we roasting Abby Shapiro? I already did a video on it. Didn't you see? Demonmama already did a video on Abby Shapiro. Demonmama doesn't need to roast Abby Shapiro again, because we already did in the past. That's right, time traveling powers. You didn't know it, but I went back in time and made that video so you can watch it after this stream. Isn't that sick? All right, here we go, everybody. Settle in, get comfy. We're gonna watch the Demonmama Christmas stream super chop up amazing nonsense, okay? And this is art, okay? I haven't even seen this yet. This is made by JazDog. I don't even know what memes to expect, okay, everybody? But get ready to fucking react, because we're reacting to the video that's gonna go up soon. Let's do it! Play. Okay, press play. There we go. Oh, imps. I'm sending out the announcement. Oh, imps. Why, hello, my lovely imps. Merry Impmas to all. Yay! Impmas begins the Wednesday before Christmas or whatever and ends when I fucking feel like it. That's true! This one is for the real fans. This is for the ones who stick around. This is the Christmas stream is for the real Demonmama lore heads. True it is! The people who will someday write the Demonmama wiki, you know? This one's for the imps. It's a cute meme? Okay, fine. Alright, fine, I'll watch it.
You're
True.
the leader, Pigeon.
Artemi, what the hell? Is this a video call?
It has been the entire time. While you were taking over the stream, I was undertaking a project of my own.
Is that Ben Shapiro's set?
You know how right-wingers are always talking about patriots leaving coastal areas and escaping to the heartland away from the Democrats? It's actually so that Republicans can blow up the West Coast with all the liberals.
No! It's not breathable by
Everyone, I'm very sorry to tell you this, but the nuclear radiation that now covers Seattle has turned me into a cow. My vision is very bad as a result. Bottling sunshine, thank you very much for the tier 2 sub. Show us your udders. I could do that and get immediately taken down. Does this mean people can eat me? No, good luck. You want to fucking fight? I'll do it. I'll fight you. Don't fucking threaten me. You want fucking horns? I'll fucking show you all. You can't take me just because I'm a cow. I won't go lying down. Cows rise up. Moo!
It was a ruse.
Guess what's coming soon? That's right. Chili, soups, and stews.
Look at this. Hold on. I can point this out right now. Look, all of the seasoning will be here. The rest of this chicken is going to be flavorless, and you're going to bite here, and it's going to be like a mouthful of fucking salt. This is so messy. This is so messy. Ah! Chicken tartare.
Cut right into that. Look how
I
juicy it is.
forgot.
Look at the.
This is death. This is death right here. It's what you were witnessing is a nightmare.
That's great. This did a great job.
No, that is not great. No, everyone, no, that is not correct. Thank you very much, Pros Renegade. I do know that your chicken should not be raw. Thank you very much for the incredible information. Just fucking, oh my, what would I do without you, chat? What would I do? I would be dead. I would just be picking up a chicken and biting into it while I was still alive. Thank you. Oh, hot tip, everybody. Hot tip, everybody. You shouldn't swallow your cooking knife. You're welcome. Are we gonna get fresh? All right, fine. I said no fresh content. I'll do it. I lied. I have to announce. Hold on. I have to go correct the record. You fucking idiots. Look at what you've done to me. Where's a donation? I want a donation for this shit.
Vermin.
Somebody give me a nice Christmas donation because I have to go correct to the rest of my household that I'm doing fresh fucking content on Christmas for you people. What? Oh, you think that's funny? These ones are laughing. Whoa, the critters in the house are fucking laughing now. Look what you've made me. I'm a clown now. I'm doing fresh content.
Fresh content.
Hey. Wow, you gotta come back now. You don't get to run away. You wanna pop in? You wanna fucking pop in? Oh, look at the fresh content. 666. Woo! Thank you. Fresh content. Whoa, holy shit!
Oh my god.
You crashed the chat! Cerulean Hellhound with the fucking $300. Now that's what I'm talking about. That's fresh content money. That's motherfucking fresh content money right there. True. Thank you, Cerulean Hellhound. That was so cute. Mwah.
I love you.
All right. Now I feel energized for content. Fine. I may be a clown, but all right, here we go. It's fucking Cooking Mama on Christmas. You thought you weren't getting Cooking Mama on Christmas?
Thank you,
well,
Leah
guess
Lux.
what? You're getting Cooking Mama on Christmas. Let's go.
Cavities?
Aunt Myrna's party cheese salad. What atrocity is about to be unleashed on my fucking eyeballs? Let's go.
It's time for Aunt Myrna's recipes.
Jesus! I don't have ears. It got me again. This is going to be an abomination.
Take your crushed pineapples, get your Jello mix. There you go. I'm not even sure what utensil to use for this. So,
What?
just gonna mix it up right now.
That's disgusting.
You're gonna add, I chopped up the cream cheese. You're gonna add all your cream cheese in there,
No, I like my chicken well done, thank you.
and you're going to
Thank
mix that until it totally mixes in, totally melts down. Chopped celery,
Celery.
bell peppers,
No!
pimento,
Ah!
the nuts. We're gonna mix that in.
Oh.
It looks horrible, but I'm telling you, Aunt Myrna never has failed me yet. All right, here's a crucial ingredient.
No!
Your whipped cream.
Whipped cream and pimentos. Okay, guys? Whipped cream, cheddar cheese, and pimentos, and green peppers. But it's totally good, everybody. It's gonna taste fucking awesome. I can see almost no difference between what we are looking at right now and a bowl of diarrhea. I have seen toilets that have been destroyed more beautifully than the pot that is sitting right here. This straight up looks like a fucking industrial accident. Where's the it's frothy. Where's the live leak? It's frothing!
Then you're gonna pour it in the dish. carefully.
Come on! I think that he could add a handful of human hair to this ingredient list, and I would want to eat it the exact same amount that I want to right now.
Wow, the lemon and the pineapple are just busting out. And crazy enough, the
Just
last step,
busting
we're gonna
out.
sprinkle on some cheese on top.
Fuck.
Now I'm gonna chill this overnight, and then we're gonna take a look at it in the morning. It's gonna be solid. It's gonna be cold. It's gonna be sweet. It's gonna be delicious. It's completely solid and cold, and it looks beautiful. Look at that. Doesn't that look great?
This edit!
Look
No.
how awesome that looks.
No, it doesn't look awesome at all. This is looks literally like pond scum. This is Grimace's abortion? I don't know.
Of course, I don't know if mine came out as good. So here's to delicious tasting.
Do you really think that looks like a face of enjoyment?
Mmm.
I am not making it. Fuck you people. You want me to make a war crime in my fucking own kitchen? You make it! Fuck. You want me to make a war crime?
On the edge.
My lovely, lovely imps. Mushrooms.
Long live
The Hell Revolution. Yar har har. I want your booty. This video is of great public importance. All right, you win this time.
Mushroom.
Oh my God. Pet deer taste cheesy crispy? Pet deer taste cheesy crispy. Pet deer taste cheesy crispy. Wait just a second. Pet deer eats cheesy crispy. Pet deer eats cheesy crispy. Pet deer.
Hanna-Barbera sounds in there.
Pet deer.
Pet deer.
Here, get
Pet
real
deer eats
close.
cheesy crispy.
Okay. Wait, look here, go like this. Here, pop up.
You got sussied.
Here, Fawn, get in here, soy face with me.
How you doing? I've been having a great day. I've been eating a snack. Yeah.
I didn't break your neck.
Like arcadey, like Call of Duty Zombies-esque mechanics to it, and bosses and stuff, and it's really good.
I don't give a dang or a hoot. I don't give a dang or a hoot. I don't give a dang or a hoot whether you're a goat or a deer.
I don't give a dang or a hoot whether you're a goat or a deer. The leash goes on.
The leash goes on. Okay, JazDog, that was fucking legendary.
I love it.
You all just got, the editing was fucking god tier.
I used to make YouTube poop, so I have a good appreciation for that kind of editing.
Literally god tier. And that's going to be going live on the channel soon, but you all just received a unique early preview. JazDog, god tier. Everybody, JazDog, please put your socials in the chat, please, so everyone can go follow you for your awesome edits. Okay? Seriously. JazDog, hold on, I can post it in here. Wait, do we have a JazDog? We do. Wait, that's for the, wait, JazDog. Wait, can we change there's JazDog's Bandcamp, but what about the, can we get your socials as well? We got to change that command. Can we change the command to have all JazDog socials? There we go. Twitter.com/JazDog2. Here, I'll post it in all the chats for everybody. Here we go. Everybody, go follow JazDog because JazDog does these types of edits all the time and they're poggers as fuck. Okay, there, bam. It's one click, one follow. Super easy, okay? Go do it. And also, while you're at it, like the fucking video. Anyway. So, imps, let us do last time on Demonmama, okay? Last time on Demonmama, I took like 15 to 25 fucking call-ins, and it was sick as fuck. And there were so many more people waiting in line that at like 1:30 a.m. when I was passing out, I said, all right, we're extending the stream. So today is our expanded call-in stream. And I'm sure, even though everybody was super nice in the last stream, I have a sense that there might be some debaters lurking. Yeah, we had no blood, but I can smell something. Watch, I'll show you the video, okay? Hold on, I'll show you what I'm doing right now. I know. It's this. This is what I'm doing right now. Let's see, do I have it here? Yes, here we go. This is me right now. At this very moment, what you are witnessing is a live video of me. I didn't, but I'm going to. I'm going to right now, Vermin. I can do that right now, Vermin. I did show it off to Doe and Fawn, though. This is an aardvark. Sniff snoff. That's me. I'm sniff snoffing. I sniff snoff somebody who wants to debate me, I think. Yeah, we could do some leftist imp fighting. We might do that at the end. Leftist imp fighting we haven't done in a while. You know that we used to do that? No, leftist imp fighting. Oh, okay, let's explain what leftist imp fighting was. We used to do that more frequently. So leftist imp fighting is basically, we take two people who otherwise like each other but have some sort of disagreement, and then they come on the stream and I moderate a debate between them. We have had such greats as the spaghettification argument, which involved an incredible amount of pedantry on the behalf of two individuals who needed to sort out whether or not spaghettification would have occurred in the hit Christopher Nolan film Interstellar. Yes, as you can see, we sort out very important issues on leftist infighting. We did have Doodoo Fart. We could watch Doodoo Fart.
Right?
What's that?
Did you show me Doodoo Fart? Wait,
I did show you Doodoo Fart.
Okay,
I showed you the Utopians on Doodoo Fart, which is the edit of the legendary imp fighting one. We should watch Doodoo Fart.
I'll debate any of you on anything.
Oh, really? Oh, that's right. There's an open debate token for Doe for today, where I will leave the stream and you can debate Doe on my platform. That's right. That's right. So we'll watch Doodoo Fart before we go any further so you can get an idea of what we're talking about, because that is a funny meme. 90% of you are not going to understand it. Okay? Okay? However, we have also had such debates as whether or not Arrival was the best movie ever or whether or not it was just a good movie, in which I got completely owned by White Nervosa. That was a leftist imp fighting that happened. Do you plan on going late to ring in the new year? Unfortunately, probably yes. This is probably a dumb or invasive question, but is Doe just your roommate, or has Doe joined, or has it joined your polycule? It is a subsidiary of my polycule. Yes, that is correct. The Doe, yeah, you can see, yeah. You think this thing comes off easy? You think this thing comes off easy? No, it doesn't. It has like a, yeah, it's like welded on there, you know? Welded. Yeah, definitely.
FBI welded my booty hole shut.
Yes, Vermin, I will literally invite you over the moment the guest moratorium arises, because Izzy put a moratorium on guests for a few days because I had so many guests over during the holidays from out of state and stuff, and we have to take a break. But as soon as that lifts, you are coming over and we're going to get stoned as fuck and eat a bunch of pizza. It's going to be sick. It's not that, it wasn't just me that was social. I had to facilitate other people's guests as well, you know? Because, you know, we got a lot of people living in this T-slur clown car, as people have called my home. They're right.
Five Nights at Freddy's sucks.
What? I don't know about that. Does it suck?
Friday Night Funkin'
Does Friday Night Freddy's suck?
Friday Night Funkin' at Freddy Fazbear's. Listen, I thought Scott Cawthon was cool. I thought.
Yeah, that'd be cool, Jessica Metal.
I thought he was cool. I liked his games, and I thought it wasn't fair what they did to him and bullied him. And now he's
he's kind of an asshole.
Millionaire, and I don't care. And he's a dickhead. So.
Yeah. Yep. Elac, we're watching the Utopians on Doodoo Fart before we go any further. Okay. We're going to watch Utopians on Doodoo Fart, the best meme that this channel has ever made. Now, hold on a second. Real quick, hold on just a second. Listen, you imps. Listen up. Are you paying attention? Have you woken from your slumber? Listen to me. Most of you will not understand everything in this meme. I promise you, we watch this meme from time to time on this channel, and over time, the meme will make more sense to you the more you watch it. And when you play Pathologic 2, it will all click together and you'll go and watch the meme instantly and you're going to laugh your ass off, okay? So, everyone else who already played Pathologic and who already knows the memes, get ready to laugh. And the rest of you, prepare to be bewildered and have a good time because it's still very funny, okay? Here we go. Utopians on Doodoo Fart time it is. The best meme. And this was made by Elac Kaval. You all remember Elac, who I hyped the fuck up at the end of the call-in stream because he's fucking sick as fuck?
Hell yeah.
Here we go. It's time. Understand the Utopians on Doodoo Fart.
All right. Ziltoid, hit me with your fucking hot take already, then.
Okay, just let me PC so I can laptop mic. So, yeah, sorry about that.
That's all right. It's all right.
All
Thankfully,
right, so my hot take is doo-doo fart is not funny.
doo-doo fart is funny, and you're wrong about that.
No, I don't care. I wanted to bring Glooby on because we've been having a very hard disagreement about this for several weeks now.
About
and I want
doo-doo
to
fart?
debate Glooby on
About
doo-doo
doo-doo
fart. Yes.
All right, Glooby, get the fuck in here. I'm gonna sit back and let you two duke it out on this one. All right, Glooby. Glooby's here.
Glooby! You suck. You just got shit on. Oh.
I'm sorry, Glooby, but it's just a fact. Doo-doo fart's a forced meme.
The reason you think it's forced is because you didn't think of it first. I would be mad too, honestly, if I didn't think of such a funny ass meme. Honestly,
The difference is I'm not mad because I didn't think of it. I'm mad because it's not funny.
And it's not funny because you have a terrible sense of humor.
Oh,
shit on, absolutely shit on.
I am the person who brought this chat. Pago, thank you very much.
Yeah, but who asked? Who asked? Who? I don't see any askers in chat. I'm not gonna lie. I'm
Any
looking.
askers in
I don't
chat?
see
Any
them.
askers?
Who?
Pago in chat. Did you ask?
Oh shit.
Never asked.
But hold on, let me test this. Ready? Hold on. Doo-doo fart. Oh shit, I'm getting
seeing a lot of
pogoed.
Pagos in chat.
Oh, but I see it. Oh shit, look at that. Oh, that's even more than the pogos. Oh, they're laughing. We only got one weird champ too, and that was Nuts. Oh, we got some crying. Nuts was the only weird champer. Oh, hi Yoda. Everybody, weird champ Nuts now. Here's your opportunity to weird champ Nuts as we do every time this video comes back. Come on, everybody, weird champ Nuts. It's a tradition at this point.
Listen,
Yoda, come on.
Zoltoid. I understand
really wanted to-
that
No,
you're
she
just
wanted
not
to
funny,
Oh, she
and you
got
want to
it.
hate on other things that
She
make
wanted the
people
duck.
laugh. And you know what? I can't get mad at you for it. It's just,
Wait,
it's
here,
just,
I'll pick her
it
up.
just happens, you know.
No, you know what happens, Gloopy? What happens is that you're a representative of the imps, okay?
Yeah.
And if you
Good
perpetuate
point.
unfunny, forced memes, you put a bad image.
So here's
of
the thing,
imps.
Ziltoid. You know why I'm like, you know, whatever the fuck you just said, I wasn't paying attention. Because
And you're an irresponsible public figure for
I'm
spreading
a
the doo-doo
public
fart meme.
figure of this community because of Doodoo Fart and the memes I have cultivated in this
Janae
stream.
Rose, hop in. Oh,
Man,
yeah.
you're just
If you're hoping to get in the queue for the call-ins, get in the Discord, and there is a stream call-ins channel. Let your, there's a pinned tweet in the stream call-ins channel. If you wish to call in, join the Discord, go into the stream's call-in channel, read the pinned tweet, and follow the rules. We will be adding people to the list as the day goes on, as availability opens up. It's not a perfect system. There's some waiting involved, but we try to be fair, okay? We give a little bit of priority to content creators because content creators usually have to go do things that viewers don't. Not that viewers don't do anything, but content creators have a schedule usually. Can you call in later tonight when you're wine drunk? Yes! You will have... Vermin, I am currently right now giving you a golden ticket to call in. Just tell the mods that I gave you a golden ticket, okay? And nobody else can say that. Only Vermin can say that. It's a single issue golden ticket. Okay, you're in the studio right now. Well, just talk to the mods and we'll see what we can do, okay? Vermin always gets a golden ticket because Vermin is my actual friend. So, get wrecked. Hey, maybe Vaush will come on. Maybe I'll go pester Vaush and he'll come on to my call-in stream part 2. That'd be fun. I've never had Vaush call in. I've called in to Vaush.
Mauled. It's just mauled.
We'll raid his chat later. We'll raid the Vaush chat later with
All to
imps.
say.
That'll be fun.
I would be
that in
mad
a
too.
while.
I would be mad too.
We haven't been dumb assholes on the internet for a while.
I'm not.
Well, you have yet to prove that doo-doo fart isn't a forced meme. I don't know. Seems like I'm winning this debate.
You're the only human being that has ever said it
fuck,
was a
he's
forced meme.
banned. Wait, he's banned. Which means if he calls in, it'll have to be as an alternative who just sounds a lot like Vaush.
Chat.
Vaush imitator.
Doo-doo fart meme is a forced meme. I agree with Ziltoid.
You know what, Gina?
Hey everybody,
Sorry.
sorry. Hold on, I have to interrupt you to tell you all an incredible story. So Yoda really wanted to come into my room, and Izzy didn't know why, and so she opened the door, and Yoda came in. Well, she wanted the duck that I had that was set on a little thing over here. She tried to get the duck, and Izzy grabbed the plate and walked away, and Yoda was so excited that she was gonna get duck that she peed on the floor.
That would be
she
great.
got so
Vermin.
excited about duck.
That'd be
she
great.
didn't get any
Vermin.
duck, but she did pee on the floor, which never happens. She never gets that excited ever. I don't think I can remember the last time something like that happened. But she smelled the duck. She got her nose so close to it that she was so excited that she was gonna get duck that she peed on the floor. So, anyway, did you all figure out whether doo-doo fart is funny or not?
It is funny. Demonmama, you said it yourself. You said it was funny.
I mean, I do
I
agree.
think I
It's
have
funny.
to agree with the streamer here.
Yeah,
well,
true.
I'm sorry, but the head mod agreed with me.
Yeah, but
It is
if you
the
look
forced
at
meme.
chat here, the consensus is you're just wrong, and you'll always be wrong in this regard. It sucks, doesn't it? Take the L.
You know what sucks? The doo-doo fart meme.
I don't think it does. Okay.
Literally, Elac, you nailed the characters here so well. That's the thing. The pathologic fans in chat understand the character part. The doo-doo fart argument is funny independently. But when you understand the characters that are being displayed on stream, literally, The Bachelor, this guy right here, Daniil Dankovsky, would absolutely make an appeal to streamer, would make an appeal to fucking authority. Absolutely. Daniil would absolutely be like, yeah, the lead mod agrees with me. That is the most Bachelor thing that you could possibly imagine. And also, my responses in this is literally Mark Immortel the entire time. I completely forgoed my Artemy roots and went Mark Immortel 100%. By the way, thank you, Bundrude Best Dad, for the $9 super chat, $9.99. Thank you very much. Almost 100th birthday to Betty White, who passed away, but nonetheless lived the poggest life you can imagine. What a life to live. Also, thank you, Piftle Cakes. Thank you very much for the tier 1 sub, Piftle Cakes. Thank you so much.
Mic drop. Glooby, you have lost this debate. You are intellectually dishonest. And,
No, I don't think I am. 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 Here, this is what I think. This is what I think.
Bad Faith Glooby versus...
You're just mad. You're just mad. You're just
versus
mad.
base Pogo Ziltoid.
You're just mad.
Yeah, exactly.
You're just mad.
Hot take, doo-doo
What
fart
can I
is
say?
only really funny with the bass boost.
50-50.
Oh, we have a perfect 50-50. It appears you both have lost. Congratulations.
I'd like to call upon a special person to break the tie.
Oh my God.
Pan
Oh,
Nesmain,
Lord.
please.
Aw.
Please, can Pan
All
Nesmain
right,
brought in?
bring
You know
Pan
what?
in.
Pan,
Bring
get
Pan
Jess in
in.
here.
This is the
I
party
need your
stream.
support.
Oh my God, here we go. Oh boy, here we go. This meme has aged like fine wine.
Pan Nesmain, get in here.
Pan.
You
know what to say.
Pronouns. Wait. Pronouns.
He, him.
Okay. All right, Pan. Hit us with your hot take. Is doo-doo fart funny or not?
Come on, Pan. Everything is riding on this.
I would say Ziltoid did make really good arguments. Ziltoid did presented the case really well. And also, I do think Glooby's defense was kind of weak, but on the other hand, while it is, I will say, to a point, it is kind of forced, but meme overall is funny. So I would side with Glooby in this case.
Thank you, Pan. Shit on.
Okay.
Shit on.
All right, I'm going to take this out, but Glooby, I will have my rematch, okay?
Yeah, okay. Yeah,
We will have a rematch. I will find a new topic, and we will have a rematch.
I will say Ziltoid did present the case better.
And with the fucking steel chair, Elac Kaval has entered the fight with the steel chair. Oh my God!
I shit my pants.
Elac, welcome.
Man, I actually want to talk about something.
Alright, doo-doo fart is incredibly funny. It's like naturally funny.
Let's go!
Just, like literally because like children laugh at it. They don't know what memes are. Like when I was a child, I didn't know what memes were. I was 8 years old. Doo-doo fart, hilarious.
Oh shit! Betrayal.
Counterpoint, okay? Since when do we base our opinions of comedy on 3-year-olds?
Always, forever.
I thought we were.
Well, ever since you joined the call, essentially.
Jesus.
Okay, I gotta say I got owned.
That was a pretty damn. That was a blast from orbit.
Bad faith.
Bad faith. All right. Well,
I
it
never
was
lose.
wonderful
I never
witnessing
lose.
this bloodbath, and I'm glad to be vilified in the fact that my doo-doo fart memes are very funny. And
Your doo-doo fart memes.
extremely
What are you on
pog.
about?
I've made many
My
doo-doo
doo-doo
fart
fart.
memes. I've
No,
made
these are Glooby's memes. I'm sorry, Demonmama. It's Glooby. Glooby made the meme.
Wait, Glooby
Yeah.
didn't make doo-doo fart.
Yes,
no,
I did.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did.
You weren't even
Whatever.
born
Yes,
when the first
I
doo-doo fart
did.
video was
I'm
uploaded.
sorry, doo-doo fart is a primordial meme.
Correct,
True.
Alan. Correct,
Oh,
Elac. Glooby, look at that. Elac has the fucking steel chair.
Yeah,
So
but here's the thing. Here's the thing. When did I ask?
Oh!
That's
We're literally.
just it. Just
Any
it.
askers? Any askers in chat? Pogo
Yes.
askers?
Any askers? I'm looking. I don't see any.
Pogo
At the end of
askers?
the day.
As
End of the day.
All right.
That's
At the
not
end of the day. I carry Demonmama and Apex, and that's all that matters.
Shut up!
Right.
Shut up,
And that's
Glooby!
the
Shut the
where-
fuck up!
Where I couldn't even play with Demonmama because the rake was so low. It's just.
That's because I was
Get
doing
out of here.
productive. That's because I was doing productive
I'm out.
things instead of
Frank,
like.
I actually want to talk to Demonmama.
All right, Ken, you
Mic drop. I'm out.
All right, bye everyone. Baba booey. See, the meme that ages like fine wine, the legendary meme of all of history. We got another meme. Oh, we got another JazDog meme. Oh shit!
Sucks.
What? What? Here we go. This one's a doe Demonmama meme. Here we go. I'm retweeting this.
Five Nights at Freddy's sucks.
What?
Five Nights.
What? The funny thing is, I don't even like. I've never even played Five Nights at Frumpy's. At Frankie's, I've never played it, but it was such a shocking statement. I couldn't help but react. But yeah, there's JazDog. Y'all can follow JazDog nice and easy. Oh, look at this. Look, Fawn posted a year in review thing. Look, these are all the emotes that Fawn made this year. Well, not all of them, but most of them. Look.
Well, most of them I made last year or at the end of last year.
Did you? No, this one, this
Well,
one,
no,
this one,
these
this
ones
one.
are all from this year, but
Yeah, these are all from this year, yeah.
Yeah, the other ones.
This one was a little older, but that's okay. Yeah, EB the Purple, please post a thing like this and I'll retweet it. I'm going to retweet a whole bunch of little arts and stuff today throughout the day. So if you make a post like this and link it to me, I'll retweet it as well because your art deserves to be really showed off. Please. Please make a big sheet of it. Yeah.
I love
We have the best emotes. Seriously, we have the best emotes around. We really, really do have the best emotes around. It's fucking sick, you know? It's fucking sick. We need a leash emote? We do. We have the collar one. That's from Vaughn's server, but it is... Oh, yeah, we also have this one. The one that people always forget about. People always forget about the secret brats emote. Does anybody... Yeah, Intentions Nasty made the brats one. Look at those brats emote. The brats emote. So good. And, oh, yeah, Crabe, you made the amazing Mlem. Here's a Mlem for the chat, everybody. Here you go. Ready? Special Mlem. There you go. Special Mlem. All right. Are we ready to start the call-ins? That was a nice... Oh, yeah. Gayfesh did Impo Drive, which is finally fixed. Let me know when you'd like to get the line going. Let's get the line going. Let's get this going. Huh? We're at 175 viewers. If you're here and you haven't pressed like on the YouTube stream, please do so because we'd like to get more people in. We have a really, really nice, healthy number right now, but let's get some more people in, yeah? And then we'll get this queue going, and I'll start doing my call-ins, and then my food will be here, and I'll eat my food while we do call-ins. Won't that be really, really polite to hear me going, mmm, yummy food. Don't you wish you had my food? That's what I'm going to do. It's going to be sick. Oh, yeah, we got this one. We got the pop. That one came this year, too. Impo Pop, or Pop is just what it's called in our chat. But it's the Impo Pop Cat, which is amazing. By the way, 3 out of 3 times I've called in, you catch me playing Skyrim. Ooh. All right, listen, I'm not going to judge you too hard for Skyrim. I know Skyrim is one of those games. It's one of those games that a lot of people go, wow.
Listen, I know it took a lot of restraint back there to not mention Morrowind when my brother said that he liked Skyrim. I'm very proud of you.
No, yeah, let's, yeah, we'll do that. Actually, let's do the taxidermy now while the line's getting together. Everyone, we are about to show some ethically done taxidermy, okay? Don't cry about it because it is ethically done and it is done by a friend and it's beautiful, okay? We'll watch Punish Bernie later on in the stream for sure. We'll take a little break from calls and we'll watch Punished Bernie. I'll put that on the list of things we got to do. Yeah, it's just art, okay? Don't freak out, please, for the love of God. It's not that bad. It's really cute, okay? So we're gonna go through these real quick. So this one, the taxidermy the fur was done by Vermin and the mounting was done by someone else. This is super cool. Adorable, adorable taxidermy work. Beautiful, okay? Then we have a close-up of the fur itself that's been pinned. Here's the pelt. It's getting some work done on it. Looks like it's going to have a wing at some point, which is really cute. This has got like a wing on it, so it's going to be a winged goat. Oh, you didn't do anything on this one. Oh, okay, you're putting the wings on. Wait, you did. You're putting wings on. Okay, so you didn't do the fur, but you're adding wings. That's amazing. Okay, some of the information I might get slightly wrong, but nonetheless, they're nice to look at. Here is the raccoon mount. It's got a couple, it needs a little bit of work maybe. The eyes are a little, yeah, you're restoring this face. Okay, that's really cute. This is one that you bought. This is adorable. Look at this little deer. I love it so much. I love it so fucking much. Dear, I would pet this. You gotta let me pet this, Vermin. I want to pet this. And here we go. Here's the before of the wizard bunny. Cute little demon bunny with smoking the joint. And then, look, the updated magic bunny. After weed, pre-weed, and post-weed. That's how I feel. And no, I'm not smoking weed right now, even though I kind of wish I was.
Do you want some?
Maybe. It's a little early. It's a little risky.
It's early.
Yeah, it's early in the stream to do the weed. Okay. Yeah. Maybe. I might have a little bit.
Yeah, you want like the first
Yeah, I might have a little. Yeah, I think I'll take the first hit. Yeah, that'd be nice.
I'll talk about it.
All right. Vermin, your taxidermy. Okay, let's just make this a matter of public record, okay? Vermin, your taxidermy is legit inspiring. I don't have a desire to do taxidermy, but the intricacy and care required to do such a hobby and the fact that it's weird as fuck and people go, that's weird. I think that is the sickest shit, okay? Don't ever let anyone tell you your taxidermy isn't amazing because I will legitimately buy your taxidermy and put it up all over my house if you so let me. When we move to the new place, I will be, if you allow me, purchasing your taxidermy and putting it up on my new studio, okay? Seriously, unironically. Yeah, bone art is really difficult because you have to strip the bones. What's the reference for the Garfield imp emote? The Garfield imp emote is an old school Chud Logic reference. It's a picture of Garfield and the image says, is Garfield's anus here or is it here? And it has Garfield looking like, you know, the Garf imp. He's got to look like that, like find my asshole. And so that was a meme from the early days of Chud's chat, and the face is so smug. The Garfield face is so smug and so iconic that I made a version of, that I asked Fawn to make a version of it for our chat because I love Garfimp. Does anyone local do fleshing or tanning like prep work? I need a local. If you do tanning or flesh work or prep work, somebody reach out to Vermin because Vermin's looking for a local fleshing and tanning. Okay? By the way, if you haven't seen my sick shirt, check it out. This is my sick-ass demon baby shirt. Isn't this a cute demon baby? Demon baby. This is what we call a communal shirt. this shirt was ordered as a gift for everybody in the house. Every one of us can wear it because it's an oversized shirt. So it fits me, it fits Fawn, it fits Doe, it fits my partner gynotype. Does it react under a black light? I don't know, actually. I also have another one that I'll show off later on in the week. There's one more that I'll show off later on this week. You'll get to see it. Sharing clothes is so good. When it works out, it's so good. Yeah, it's our shirt. It's the people's shirt. All right, let's get these calls in here, okay? I'm getting into the call-in channel and we can start bringing people in, okay? Hold on, I'm getting into the call-in channel. All right, let's bring someone in. Come on in. Let's bring in the first caller of the day. Let's do it. It's call-in time. It's fucking call-in time. Oh, you sent me a dumb meme? Oh, no, this is sick. We're definitely... Look, this is the real... This is the real truth right here. This is what they don't want you to see. Big conservative doesn't want you to see sexy Garfimp. Hello. Hold on. I can't see my list right now, but I think I know this voice. Is this the voice of none other than Satra himself? Jack Paul Satra?
Yeah.
Welcome.
That's good.
So that's
Hello.
the name you're going by now, right? Jack Paul Satra?
Yeah, Jack is just fine. It's
Jack
just,
is fine?
What came up. Yeah.
All right, sick. So real quick, pronouns.
They, them.
They, them. Fuck yeah. Fuck, I fucking love non-binary people. Holy shit. I fucking love non-binary. Oh no, why do I keep moving my camera? This is so fucking annoying. Here we go. All right. Welcome to the show, Jack. Many-time caller, long-time listener. You are one of my favorite musicians out there. And please, throughout this, feel free to drop your links so that people can go check out your new music. For those of you who do not know, some of you new imps, Jack has been on this show under a previous identity, the artist formerly known as Snowdrift. And we have debuted music from Snowdrift on here. We have had a huge musician interview post-album release with Snowdrift. It's been a while, but Jack, the artist formerly known as Snowdrift, is here once again. Welcome, and thank you for calling in. We're so happy to have you.
Yeah. Thank you. That was a very kind introduction. And yeah, that album talk, which yeah, the album talk was great, and I gotta rewatch that.
Yeah, you should rewatch it and consider reposting it. Like it's up on YouTube on my channel, and it is under Creative Commons, so you can reuse it however you want. If you want to show that to people as promo shit, I don't care. You take that shit and you use it however you feel. Okay.
Gotcha. Yeah, I appreciate that a lot. Yeah. I guess like the switch over was I've been doing that project since around 2015, and I think at that point I was kind of burnt out, and so I wanted to just like try something new, and so I've got the new project going on, which is a little like noisier and more like shoegaze stuff. And
I
so
love shoegaze, so
I actually just dropped the song today.
Ooh.
So
can we listen to it, or is it gonna get struck?
Yeah, of course.
Oh my god, can you shoot me a link?
Yeah, the YouTube video is clips from Elm Street, so you might not want to show the video, I guess.
But we can listen.
But you can definitely listen.
Okay, do you want to send me the link, and then I'll put it on and we can listen while we chit chat? We'll put it on, we'll listen, then we'll chit chat.
Of course, yeah. I just
So this is Jack's new song. What's it called again?
This one is called "Now Is the Night."
Now is the night.
Nerd ass Hegel reference.
Oh, that's cute. Listen, make your philosophy references, because the world's on fire and it's the best time to do wild quote unquote cringy shit with your music and your art and whatever you want to do. Live fully.
Of course, yeah.
All right, where's that link? Oh, there we go. Here's the link. All right, let's listen up, everybody. We're going to listen to this new track. I'm going to send the link in chat as well, so everybody can go check it out and follow all the links. We're going to listen to a fucking sick-ass tune. Here you go. Here's the link. If you all like this, the link is in the chat. You can scroll up and grab it. I'm going to drop it in all the chats. Here you go. Bam, 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 bam. Let's listen. Wait. Okay. Give me a second. Hold on. Here we go. I know, it's beautiful, right? Yodi time! Sing with us. Even Yodi likes it.
What a blessing! What a Christmas!
Yeah, truly a blessing. You were blessed by the singing dog. It's gonna drop that link a few more times.
Whatever you do, don't fall asleep.
Don't fall asleep, everybody. What a sick-ass track. Like, I hadn't subscribed to this account on my new one. Everyone,
it's all good. It's all new stuff. So.
No. It's not all good. Everybody, this is your chance, okay? Remember how we say that imps always raid with love? Right now, Always Other, which is the band you're working under right now, right? Always Other is the one that this is made under.
That's right.
Always Other has only 24 subscribers. I want you to click through to this link, and if you like that song, give some love, because with just 24 subscribers, that's going to be difficult. Go raid with love. Click this link, subscribe, check out the music, okay? Because I'm telling you, you're missing out. A lot of people are missing out on Jack's amazing music. So go in there, smack this like button, and enjoy some fucking chill-ass, thoughtful, dreamy tunes, okay? 31 subs, it went up already. Let's see. Let's see how high we get this. We're already up to 50 subs. We doubled it already, imps. This is why imps raid with love. Do you understand? This is why we do this. Yeah. This is why we do this.
Thank you.
Perfect
I
weed
really
music.
appreciate
True.
Very true. I get that a lot.
Yeah, I imagine you imbibe at plenty of times. You smoke weed?
I used to get that all the time. People would always ask me in high school if I smoked, but I'm just a sleepy person. I don't really smoke.
Oh, that's really
yeah.
interesting.
I don't.
Well, I was gonna say, usually it's the indicas that make you sleepy, whereas
I will say the sativas do make you dreamy, but it's a little more of a wired thing, at least for me. So maybe that's your calling. Maybe if you're not a weed smoker, maybe maybe you got to find the sativas to wake that shit up. But then you might make some nightmare stuff. Which, hey, maybe that's a nice vibe change, right?
Yeah, I have I smoked weed like a couple times in my early 20s, and the last time I did, I had like a panic attack, and it was not ideal. So I was like, maybe this isn't for me, but
that can happen. Yeah, some people do get a little anxiety or anxiety or get some panic stuff. And obviously, people who have, if you struggle with any schizoid stuff, don't smoke weed. It's not good for you. Cocaine with the $50. Thank you so very much. Holy moly, that's incredibly generous, Cocaine. Thank you very, very much. Thank you. Holy shit, and happy New Year indeed. Yeah, so I've been hogging all the airspace here. Hit me with what you got. Tell me what you've been up to. Tell me how you've been. It's good to hear from you.
Oh, no, absolutely. You've been a total help, and I really do appreciate it.
You're great.
It's been good. Been hectic, Christmas and all that stuff. And work, and then starting the new project. But things have been generally pretty good. How about yourself? I mean, it looks like you're having a fucking blast. I'm not gonna lie, I'm very jealous.
The last two streams have been really good, and my holidays have been a desperately needed respite. They have been very good. My holidays have been very, very good, and that makes me really happy because this year was really difficult all the way through. I mean, you've probably seen some of it, but like I went from being like a pretty small channel to my channel blew up quite a bit, and then we hit kind of like a plateau, and for the next like 6 months we just had constant stressful drama and a bunch of issues with the channel getting falsely reported a whole bunch of times, and but we're here, and so I'm feeling pretty good at about this moment. So yeah.
Yeah, no, I definitely watched from the sidelines quite a bit.
That's fine. That's great.
Engaged somewhat, but it's like it's hard for me to be more engaged and to make the time for things. I try to hop in and like work in people's streams and stuff like that, but I mean, we're all just fucking busy, so it's like
it's been a hell of a year.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I did have a question. Ooh, because it's not like anything wild, but I figured that was the format. So
go for it.
So you got to see the video, so you could probably guess what my answer will be.
Yeah.
I was gonna ask you what's your favorite horror movie?
What's my favorite horror movie?
Or you could pick like a 2 or 3, whatever.
Yeah. Okay. So if we get to pick a couple, my probably most influential like horror movie is going to be The Thing, John Carpenter's The Thing. That movie, I don't know that any other movie from since my childhood has scared me so much. I've watched The Thing a million times now, but that movie haunted me, and I remember I've had Thing-related nightmares throughout my entire life. Some of which literally I had a dream once that I was so wrapped into the dream of The Thing that I was convinced that there was a part in the dream where this nasty meaty tentacle thing slashed at my leg, and I woke up feeling a pain in my leg because I was my brain was so convinced that it was real. And so that movie managed to get under my skin in in a number of ways, and so that one has always stuck with me. And then I'd have to say also this horror movie called The Endless, which isn't the most scary movie ever. It's not the most horrifying horror movie you've ever seen. That's not its claim to fame, but it's incredibly well written, and its structure is so enjoyable that I've watched it 3 or 4 times with other people just to show them what I think good indie cosmic horror looks like. It was a low budget film made by 2 brothers, and it's fucking scary, and it's fucking great, and it has this awesome storyline in it and a bunch of really, really creative effects. Because they were a smaller budget project, they like took all this time to make these effects that look really cool, but that don't use like a whole bunch of like intense CGI and stuff. It's very, very cool. They do a lot of like tricky cutting and editing to make things scarier, and it's really, really sick. The last I checked, that movie was now owned by Amazon. I think they bought the distribution rights, so I think it's on Amazon Prime now. It used to be on Netflix. It was a Netflix original at one point, if I remember correctly. And now it's, I think, on Amazon. But that's called The Endless, and it's really, really fucking good. And then probably my third answer would, oh boy, I'm trying to think of movies that have been on my mind a lot, that have been horror films that like really stuck with me. And I actually have to think, I think I have to say Midsommar is one of those.
Oh yeah.
When I first saw Midsommar, there was a lot that I didn't like about it, or like a lot of stuff that like I was just like, I don't know how I feel about this movie. But upon retrospect, I find that like the imagery and the mood has really stuck with me. And the more I think about it, the more I want to go watch it again and like do a full review of it, because I don't know, it's stuck on my mind since I watched it. I think I watched it early this year. And when I first watched it, I was like, I don't know how I feel about this film. And then I kind of was like, I got a lot of critiques of it. And then I thought about it a whole bunch. And I'm like, actually, you know what? I think this film works way better than I thought it did immediately. Gayfesh says, that's how Ari Aster movies often feel. I watched them once ago. I can't watch that again, but it won't leave my brain. So I watch it again almost immediately. Yeah. Nexus Praxis, The Endless is the film. Yeah. And then Midsommar is the one I was my third one. So my little tier list, my miniature tier list of horror films goes John Carpenter's The Thing, then The Endless, and then Midsommar, and I could probably list one more really good one that's in this alley but doesn't quite make the cut, but is an honorable mention, and that's a movie called The Void. Another really, really good, just solid all around like cosmic horror. And the thing that really stands out in The Void, it doesn't have like the most innovative story or even necessarily the most like innovative setup. It's kind of got like a Lovecraftian setup. However, the acting is a bunch of like unknown actors who did a stellar job. The acting is fucking phenomenal, and the special effects work they did was all practical. Like a lot of it was practical effects, and they did do some CGI, but they made these disgusting costumes and these just absolutely wretched gore effects, and it is awesome. So like think like a Lovecraftian, like a Lovecraft story with a fuckload of really well done gore, and you've got The Void. So that's why that one makes it as a as like an honorable mention, whereas it didn't quite make the like top 10, because I don't think it has like, it's not as ingenious as like The Endless on stuff that I think really matters for film. And of course, The Thing is like a masterpiece of horror on every level, in my opinion. I think that like The Thing manages to be an strangely political movie without like actually talking about quote unquote politics. It talks a lot about how humans behave and a lot of how things break out under duress when humans become scared of one another. It makes it kind of like the center of The Thing is like this exploration of paranoia, and it's incredibly, incredibly good. So yeah, there's my answer. Long-winded, but as always. But
well, you realize The Thing doesn't pass the Bechdel test, so there's your first flaw.
That's what you think, but did you ever ask The Thing what its gender is?
That's true. That's
you
true.
Yeah.
Wow.
I get huge.
Yikes.
I get a lot of femme energy from The Thing, so I think it actually does pass the Bechdel test. So.
Okay, fair, respectable. I made an assumption, and that's dangerous.
You made a serious assumption. I know it is dangerous and irresponsible, and I'm beginning to wonder whether I should have platformed you at all. I'm kidding, of course.
Oof. I'm like pulling at my collar right now.
You better be nervous. Okay. You know the dreaded Demonmama cancellation. Oh God, I can't. I'm dangerous.
Yeah, those are all good picks though. That's a nice little variety.
Thank you.
You get a little bit of some different eras. And
obviously, I have a bit of a bias towards cosmic horror, as you can tell.
Yeah, is that pre or post Bloodborne? I wonder.
For me, like liking cosmic horror, a pre-Bloodborne. Like, so I've always really liked cosmic horror. I was a big fan of Lovecraft before like Bloodborne came out, and it's actually really funny. I have I'm a massive super fan of Bloodborne, but
Same.
It's actually funny because when I first bought Bloodborne, I didn't play it. I played it for like 5 minutes, and then I put it down and didn't play it for like 2 years, and.
Yeah.
And I didn't even, I was like, okay, you know, I'll go back, I'll play some Dark Souls and whatever. And I just was like, okay, this is cool, but like, I don't know. And I didn't know about any of the cosmic horror elements in the game because it hadn't been spoiled for me. So I was like, okay, werewolves. Okay, werewolves are really fucking cool. I love werewolves and all that. But it just like, I couldn't quite get into it right away. And then I went back and revisited it, and I was like, this is actually the best Souls game, like hands down. And, yeah, and so then I fell in love with it. But the thing is like I've been a big fan of cosmic horror for a long time, and The Thing was actually my favorite horror movie before I even finished Bloodborne or played Bloodborne to the part where I realized it was had a lot of cosmic horror stuff in it. So I've always been a big fan of cosmic horror. If I had to choose a couple of movies that were not cosmic horror for good horror films, let me think. Well, it's weird, but some scenes from the what's it called? The Peter Jackson King Kong movie, which is really a dubious film in a lot of ways. But that movie had some really good horror scenes in it. Do you remember the bug pit scene in the Peter Jackson King Kong film?
No, unfortunately, I don't think I ever.
There's somebody else said it at the same
Yeah.
time right before I said it. The bug pit. Yeah, there's this scene in that film that's like this protracted, like really long scene where a bunch of mercenaries get like lured into a valley that's they didn't know, but is full of like little cave holes on the walls that are full of all kinds of bugs, and it is so fucked up. That scene is so fucked. There's actually the screenshot gets posted a lot of like there's this part where a leech, like a giant leech, a human-sized leech, like goes and bites onto a guy's head and starts sucking him in, and you could see like the teeth blades like digging into his flesh. It is disgusting.
Ooh,
and there's
wow.
there's a part where a guy gets his throat bit by a giant grasshopper, and I'm like, what the absolute fuck? Yeah, it's really yikes. But
yeah, that sounds
that's
intense.
something that comes to mind. I love a lot of like God, see, I end up having really weird choices when I think of like another horror film. I think of like Mulholland Drive, which isn't like a horror film, but it kind of is. It's Lynchian.
Yeah.
It's Lynch. It's a Lynchian horror, and that movie scared the shit out of me. But it isn't strictly a horror film. And I'm trying to remember. I did watch a lot of the Freddy and Jason films when I was younger. I didn't really like them as much, but I have come to appreciate them a lot more. Recently I watched the Jason Goes to Hell movie, which is hilariously bad, but actually worth watching. It is one of those films that falls into like so bad it's good.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like it is absolutely. It's so bad it's good. And and another one, Killer Clowns from Outer Space, which is a horror film but is also incredibly goofy. That I love that movie. I fucking love Killer Clowns from Outer Space. It is so goddamn good.
100%.
The next Demonmama Halloween stream is going to be a Mulholland Mama, where the stream just suddenly veers into Lynchian horror. Be careful. You might will something into existence. Be very careful. Be very careful what you want me to do with. If you want me to dip into horror content on a stream, that's gonna do some damage to some people. Are you serious? Anyway. Yeah, so there's my horror takes. What about you? What's your favorite horror?
I'm kind of more so new to a lot of the horror stuff. Like the last couple of years I started watching, because we have similar backgrounds with the whole religion, indoctrination, fun stuff. So I was always like terrified of horror movies growing up.
Yeah.
And I was always like, if I watch this movie, I'm gonna be possessed by the devil. But obviously, the original Elm Street is like a favorite. I really love all of those movies, at least 1 through 7. The remake, not so much. So that would probably be number one. To pick a more niche movie, which I think is really good and kind of underappreciated. It's not like incredible, but it's called Dead End.
Dead
It's
End?
this
Okay.
movie. Yeah, it came out in like 2001 or 2002 or something.
Okay.
It's actually a Christmas horror, technically,
Ooh.
and it's Ray Wise from
Christmas
fucking
Eve.
Twin
Looking at it
Peaks.
right
Yeah.
now. Oh
And
my
they're
God.
going, yeah, they're just in a car for like pretty much the entire movie, and it's like a family drama sort of deal, but there's a lot of like really tense scenes in the movie, and there's some like kind of gross out moments, and it's just yeah, it's just like an engaging film that kind of the ending isn't great, but you get invested in the characters, and it's a small movie, which I kind of like those more character driven subtle films generally, because it's, I don't know, I think it's a little more interesting. And then I guess another pick, and this isn't even like that scary of a movie,
Okay.
but I actually just recently watched Poltergeist for the first time, the original. And I thought
Yeah.
I loved it. It was fantastic.
Yeah,
Um,
that movie
I
has
don't know
a lot
if
of
it
fun
was.
in it. I watched my partner and my roommate watched that film, and I didn't watch the whole thing, but I sat down for a couple parts, and I really enjoyed what I saw. I haven't actually seen the
Yeah.
full film.
It's definitely worth sitting down to check it out sometime. Like I said, it's not super scary, but it's really it's aged pretty well, and I guess I don't know. It's one of the few movies to really impact me emotionally the way that it did. I was really like, most movies don't get to me like that, but it got to me in a weird way. I guess being like a parent and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I love Poltergeist. I think it was great.
Sick.
For an honorary mention, I don't know if this would even be a favorite, but you did mention Midsommar, and Hereditary. Fucking ruined me. My fucking brother-in-law, I was staying with my sister, and one night he was like, "Yo, let's watch this movie. It's like," and I was like, "I don't like horrors," and he's like, "Oh, it's like a thriller. It's not that scary." And I was like,
Yeah.
"All right, dude, sure,
Fucked up.
sure, dude."
That movie made me feel sick. Like, it didn't make me feel like I didn't really feel scared, but the way that they handled the sort of iconic moment of the film that I don't want to spoil because people should go see Hereditary.
Yep.
Literally, it was portrayed so viscerally that it actually made me sick. Like, I felt sick to my
100%.
stomach for the anxiety. It's also, I have a recommendation for you. Have you ever seen the film The Burning?
No.
Okay, it is a classic 1981 slasher film, okay? Don't look at who produced it, okay? Don't look at who wrote the story because just ignore that part, okay? It was the Weinsteins. But yeah, it's a fucking good
Rip.
movie. It's a movie about a camp caretaker who gets burnt alive, and he seeks vengeance, and there's no supernatural elements. It is a creepy murderer in the woods, but it is fucking great, and the kills in the movie are so ridiculous and enjoyable. It's an absolute classic. Yeah, so I'd highly recommend it for you. I think
I'll
you'll like it.
absolutely check that out. Speaking of 80 slashers, I don't want to hold you too much longer, but Sleepaway Camp. Have you seen this?
I
movie?
have.
Yeah.
Yes, I have.
Okay.
Yes.
A little contentious. There's
It is
some
a very
interesting
there is some
conversations.
very fucked shit, and yes, that is
Yeah.
a film that has been. That is a film of discourse. Let's put it that way. An FOD, a film of
Absolutely.
discourse. Yes. Sleepaway Camp has some very scary shit in it, and also some really weird things that it has to say. But it is nonetheless a good movie.
Yeah, I think you could I'd love to hear you talk about that sometime without I don't want to spoil it for people here who aren't prepared for it.
We could
But
do a
obviously
review.
obviously the ending of the movie is a huge twist, and I think if you go in knowing it, it kind of takes away from it. But
Yeah, it does.
I would recommend it with some degree of trepidation. I don't want people to be upset by it.
It's
but
a problematic film, yes. But
Yeah,
it's nonetheless quite good. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think there's some interesting like questions to be asked about that movie and like kind of that era of like slasher horror in general and like how it relates to queer culture and like all that stuff. So yeah.
Excellent recommendation and excellent conversation. Jack, thank you so much for coming on. Real quick, give us your goodbye shout out and Happy New Year.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for talking. I appreciate it. And yeah, if you go follow Always Other on Twitter, except for it's a 2 V's instead of a W because I can't get the goddamn hat. yeah. I'll drop it in the chat.
Link it in chat. Yeah, that'll be the easiest way. I hate it when that happens.
Yeah, and have
you considered doing Always Other Real? It will make it a lot easier to be searchable.
Yeah,
I had a huge
issue.
issue.
That's a good call.
I had a huge issue with searchability early on because I was real Demonmama, and then I switched it really early on someone's recommendation to Demonmama Real, made it so that I can be found in the Twitter algorithm and on Google way easier. And if you can do Always Other Real, it's not as pretty, but you'll be searchable. Just as a little bit of a tip there.
Yeah, I'll definitely consider that. I can get it on a lot of surprisingly a lot of social medias, but Twitter, the account's been suspended for like ever, and they're just not doing anything about it. So yeah,
Twitter's
I will
bad.
definitely consider
Twitter's
that.
bad.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Twitter bad. Well, thank you so much.
No
Happy
problem.
New
Thank you for
Year.
coming on.
That was fun.
Bye, Jack. Talk to you soon.
Have a good night. Bye.
Good night. All right, that was sick. That was amazing. One moment. All right, always Souther. That's really cool. Okay, amazing. All right, let's do the next call. Let's bring the next caller in. Next caller. That was a great conversation about. They're sick. I love talking to Jack. They're really, really cool, and every time they call in, I'm always happy to hear from them. Much love. Let's get the next person in.
Hey.
Hello, BeyondSafewords.
Hello, Demonmama. Happy Impmas.
Thank you. Happy Impmas to you as well. Real quick, pronouns?
She, her.
She, her. Beautiful pronouns. All right. Welcome to the show, BeyondSafewords. Very happy to get the opportunity to talk with you. Been looking forward to talking to you for a while. So
Likewise. I have been a huge enjoyer and appreciator of your content, and
thank you.
I am glad that despite all of the fuckery that you are staying around, because I think your platform and your voice are important and shit.
I do my best. I have done my best to try and build a channel that has realistic expectations for what people can expect from me, like politically and stuff, while also not giving up ground on what I really want to talk about and believe in. So really appreciate that. It's something I put a lot of work into, and I think I've had some success. So thank you.
I think you're doing okay. Again, despite the aforementioned fuckery.
The aforementioned fuckery. Yeah, that's true. It's been a lot of fuckery, but I think that maybe 2022 will be our chance to kick some of that behind us.
Fingers and toes and all of the things crossed.
All appendages crossed.
All of the appendages. Literally all of them.
Including balls. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's going to hurt. Deal with
it. We'll make it
or
work.
Don't, if you don't want to.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, part of why I wanted to come on stream is, and I messaged this to you, I made a Kink at Pride debunk doc.
Yes,
so to
beautiful
give
doc, by the way.
Yeah. So to give some background, I'm currently rewriting my comprehensive exams for my PhD, long story, on basically non-kink shaming abuse assessment using like coercive control and social ecology models.
That's fantastic.
I had a shit ton of research about kinky shit lying around, and so when the Kink at Pride discourse came around and then was brought up again, I was like, I might as well put this together into a document that can, be helpful the next time people say stupid shit about BDSM and about Pride events. And I wanted to share it with you and with your audience, if that is okay.
Please
and
drop that in chat.
And I think, and at least I hope, that all of this sort of adds. Oh, of course it won't let me log in. Give me a second. I didn't realize I wasn't logged into chat. That's silly. You do. And we're back. I think.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so there it is. And I think that it adds just some extra scaffolding to all of the stuff that you have already said. So I consider this doc something of a like yes and to
okay.
all of the points that you have made.
Thank
and
you.
also reinforces the points that you've already made with some academic literature, if that makes sense.
Fantastic. Yeah, I have this document starred and like shortcutted in my drive because I think it's really good. And while I haven't read the whole thing yet, I do intend to read the entire thing. And if so, I will provide a link to it in our like sort of limited praxis resources.
Sweet.
If you're cool with that, I'll provide a pin to that so that people can grab this, because I know a lot of people who are still into doing more debates than I do, who are still into doing panels even, will find this to be incredibly useful. And it's for a very, very good purpose. So
yeah, and I also made a point of, so all of the links that you'll see should bring people to like full text to everything that I've cited. So with all of the things that I provided quotations for, you can go back and click on the link and see the full document. And things that I couldn't find on Sci-Hub, I just like uploaded to Google Drive. And so I made them available that way. I'm sure my university will forgive me.
I'm sure they will. I'm sure they will. Some things are not available without a giant paywall. So I think this is perfectly. I mean, I think that's well within my standards of above and beyond the standards that we usually see on here for citations. This is a really, really valuable document, and I'm really looking forward to hearing the number of very well-informed people in my community who are more informed even than I give me some feedback on this now that you've gotten it out. And yeah, once I can say that I've read it in whole, I have a feeling that I'll be placing that in our praxis resources for people who really want to have that sort of thing. So
I mean, for crying out loud, I included Foucault, which, fun fact, Foucault was kinky as fuck. He was also pedo jacketed, and I'm very annoyed about that.
The pedo jacketing
that is another story.
It is another story, but for those who've seen that meme going around, it's bullshit. Look slightly below the surface, and you'll realize that the pedo jacketing of Foucault is laughably stupid. As most attempts, like posthumous attempts like this are.
And it was like they said stuff that like he was throwing money at like 10-year-olds in Tunisia in 1969. He wasn't in Tunisia in 1969, and you'd think that there would be more than one. Like,
it was one person who had a problem with him. It's literally just like textbook pedo jacketing. It's like, well,
it was like a neoliberal ghoul.
Yeah.
So yeah. But because I've been using Foucault's theory, because when you talk about power and and control, Foucault's like your go-to guy. And when I learned that he was kinky, I'm like, oh, that makes a lot of sense. And then I found this really cool interview, which is linked in my research doc, that he gave to The Advocate in 1982. I think he died of AIDS in 1984, where he goes in and talks at length about his views of like queer sex, queer friendship, and queer S&M. And he talks about BDSM as, innovations and technologies of pleasure.
Yes.
And he separated BDSM from social control, that, social control are these like things that are imposing on us from, external sources, both for better and for worse. Whereas he looked at BDSM as like a gamification and a performance of control that exists outside of the boundaries of social power. And so I was kind of chuffed to include him in here.
It's really amazing. And while I can't claim to have finished any full Foucault books, I have read fuckloads of excerpts and analyses I bring up Foucault on this stream relatively frequently in more casual contexts, but it's a subject I've been interested in for a very long time for understandable reasons that I'm very open and rather visible about. But the philosophy and politics of BDSM is incredibly fascinating to me, and interestingly, like over the years, as I have met more kinky people, the amount of people who really do put a lot of thought into that, especially people who pursue kinkiness in like a bigger, as a bigger part of their life, the amount of political awareness and introspection that's present there is always very refreshing. And that's something that's important to me as well, because I'm a pretty fucking kinky person. I think we literally just had one of my polycule members here with a little collar on.
The collar,
the nice little collar. So it's something that's incredibly important to me to understand and to think about, and I have put more thought into that than, especially recently, than almost anything else. Because what's that? Go ahead. Sorry.
Like I've been in and out of various BDSM scenes since 2005, I think. Although now I am a kinky poly person who's completely isolated. Thank you, plague, and living in a different country. I hate it. I don't like it. But like, it's one of those things where it's like, even though if you don't have sex for a while, that doesn't make you asexual. So even though I'm not like in a dynamic right now, that doesn't make me any less kinky or any less non-monogamous. You know what I mean?
Of course not. I mean, like tons of I find that that sort of brand of like policing or gatekeeping or attempted is a uniquely online phenomenon that makes me laugh. Yeah. It makes me laugh. Oh yeah, thank you so much. My food has arrived.
Hooray,
show this off real quick.
They're delicious.
Yeah, we got some gyoza over here, some little dumplings. We got a whole bunch of little pickled sides, some kimchi. We got pork, barbecue, Korean barbecue pork, and there should be some soju out there, right? You want to pour me a glass?
That sounds delicious.
I love
soju.
Gosh. For those of you who don't know what soju is a delicious sweet potato alcohol that you can get in huge amounts for incredibly cheap, and it tastes great with Korean barbecue because it's fucking awesome.
So yeah, I mean, part of why I want to do the research that I'm doing is that I want to create something when I'm done with my program that like can be used by the community, because in when I talk with other clinicians who aren't like keyed into BDSM, who aren't into the like sex therapy world, there are like one of two poles that I see. One is where like it's unhealthy, I don't know if this is pathological, this is kind of weird, I'm not sure, which is, you end up inadvertently gaslighting your clients, which is less than ideal.
Really not.
And then on the other hand, you've got folks who are not particularly educated about BDSM, and they really, really, really want to be sex positive, and they don't want to like alienate their like kinky client, but in the name of sex positivity, they're too scared to point out red flags or too scared to identify something that doesn't look healthy.
Right.
And so
it can be hard, right? Because okay, so part of this I think is like an issue of language, and also part of it is like how our society, a bigger part of it, of course, is like how our society views interpersonal dynamics in general. Our society puts a lot of focus on the most like sort of surface interpretations of people as possible. A lot of naming things. It's like, oh well, the police can't be slave catchers because they're called the police, and they say protect and serve on their badges, which means they must do that thing actually. And there's a certain naivety that's taken towards that, and that has the opposite effect of when somebody says, I am X person's pet, and you know, or they are my master or whatever. Some people don't know how to distinguish that, like actually look into that and say, what does that mean to you? How does that structure unfold? What does that do for you? And also, like, our society's understanding of sexual consent is so unbelievably deeply
it's utterly fucked.
It
Case
is.
in point, RGR. I have to admit, there are a couple of sources, particularly the puppy play on page I think 7 to 8, which may or may not be a direct fuck you to RGR.
Good.
Not
good.
gonna lie.
As is deserved, in my opinion.
For multiple
reasons.
And we really, you know, and it's funny because when I was thinking about this whole kink at Pride discourse and people talking about we need to have these rules of consent, I'm like, fucking talk to kinky people.
Talk to kinky
we have
people.
Been
We're
having
way ahead of
these
you.
Discourses
Yeah.
at a really like granular and sophisticated level since the 1970s and 80s.
It's been longer than that, but yeah.
Oh,
but
much
yes.
longer.
But
Actually, there's a book that I need to give you that came out this year called Kinky People Unite, which is a history of the leather communities in New York, in the United States from the 1940s till 2021. And there's a whole thing on how the safe, sane, consensual moniker came to be. And it's actually directly related to Kink at Pride, because when these queer leather folk, where all of these cultures came from, it's some part in the military, but also from these like gay biker bars from the 40s and 50s. And so when queer kinky people wanted to march at Pride, they were having the same exact stupid bullshit discourse that we're having right now, where there's that tension between the respectability politics of, you know, being the like appealing, easily consumable homosexual that the straights can understand. And then this fight for sexual liberation. And part of the creation of Safe, Sane, and Consensual in the late 80s was a way to communicate specifically to queer communities that, like, we're not scary. We can be included in this. And, you know, I know that, like, Evie Lupine and a lot of other folks have talked about this, but, like, there's been this really interesting tension of, like, leather culture, specifically queer leather culture, and, you know, broad LGBT culture that exist in tension, but also exist kind of in connection with each other.
Of course.
And, you know, I was thinking about the cancellation of Lindsay Ellis, and one of the things that came up in the discourse about how some of the cruelest and harshest critics tend to come from the left. This is nothing new.
Of course.
You saw this play out in the debates of kink at Pride in the 1970s and the 1980s, especially when SM organizations were finally allowed to march officially at Pride. But also it figures into what was called the sex wars, when you had the radical feminists who were kind of the progenitors of the TERFs, who came out really, really strongly, and their main target were the lesbian SMers and the leather dykes. And they were the kind of target of the moral panic back in that day. And in part, that was connected to the increased visibility of BDSM at events like Pride. So I feel like nothing under the sun is new. Like, all of the conversations that we're having now are the same fucking conversations we had in the 1980s.
If I could tell you a little anecdote about specifically that.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
So the extended Kink at Pride like fallout was really stressful for me. And
I imagine
the way that it began was incredibly hostile.
I'm sure.
The whole thing started. I didn't make a video or even a statement on it. I was like, Pride had begun, and I saw people talking about it, and I made a tweet that said, all right, well, I'm seeing a lot of people talk about Kink at Pride again. Happens every single year. I'll have something to say about it on stream. And immediately that post got fucking bombarded. I was like, what the fuck? I did not expect it to blow up that quick. And it immediately became a giant point of discourse. And I got involved in a debate, and I got right away, and then I got like turbo canceled. And then I came out with my ironclad Kink at Pride take, which I think is still holds up quite well to today. But during that period, the whole point of that preamble was just to keep everybody in the chat on board. But during that time, there was a point where I talked to my therapist, and my therapist is an older gay guy who I absolutely adore and love. And there was this really funny moment where I was like, all right, listen, there's something that's been bothering me with my work lately, like this Kink at Pride thing. And he's like, wait, hold on a second. And I'm like, yeah, let's talk. Like, it's still going. And he's like, are you serious? Like, he's like, I haven't been plugged into like LGBT advocacy in quite some time. He's like, we used to argue about this shit when I was younger. I'm like, I know.
Yep.
It's still going on. He's like, God, that's exhausting to hear. And it was just very funny. And like, I mean, obviously this is part of the reason why I've stuck with him is because he really gets it. He really fucking gets it. But like,
that
it was
sounds
just
like a fucking awesome therapist.
Yeah, he's really good. He's really amazing. And like he really does get it. And like, so we just had this moment of just like sitting there and going, God, it's still like this conversation is still being had. And it was so, and to hear an outsider from the politics space just be like, yeah, like here's a 10-second little take on it. Like nobody's being harmed. Why the fuck does it matter? And it's just like, yeah, I agree. But yeah, it was a funny moment. And it was a little bit sad in one way, but also very funny in another. Just be like, yep, the same old struggles.
Well, what was funny is like I accidentally, without realizing it, got into a little bit of a spat on Twitter with someone who I now know as a DGGer, talking about like, of course, kink belongs at Pride. We've been at Pride since the 1980s.
Like since it started.
Yeah, basically since we started, we have been there, and I was accused of making an appeal to history, and I'm like, I feel like with DGG, can I just take a little bit of a side tangent?
Please,
I
just go
said
for
this.
It. This is call-in stream. You can say what you want. Go ahead.
Yeah.
No slurs, though. No slurs.
Yeah, no slurs. I actually said this on Trans Girl Therapist stream.
Okay.
About RGR, but I think it applies broadly to GGG. Sort of, I look at the way in which they use the like rhetorical flourishes of debate, like you're not listening, you've droned on, don't ad hom me. And I thought about the movie Battlefield Earth and their use of Dutch angles. Like the Dutch angle is when the thing is when the camera is tilted
sideways,
and when used well, it's beautiful and brilliant. But when it was used in Battlefield Earth, you felt like you were just like watching the entire movie at a tilt, and it made you a little seasick.
Yeah, it's like memorizing the motions without understanding the purpose or what they actually do.
I feel like the DGD crowd uses those rhetorical flourishes the way Battlefield Earth uses Dutch angle.
That is an incredibly apt analogy.
Like that's what I hear every time I hear them be like, "Well, that's an ad hom. Do you have evidence for this claim?" I'm like, you don't know what these things mean, and you're doing all the fallacies you're accusing me of. Thanks, I hate it. Go away. Anyway, that was my little tangent.
No, that was a great tangent. It was a fantastic tangent, and it's annoying. It's exhausting. It's a tactic that is. I mean, what it really boils down to when you talk about the greater dynamic, it's just mass sea lioning. You know what I mean?
Yep.
It's this idea that like, if you have an opinion about anything, then you're completely justified in having a swarm of people annoy you about it for all of eternity without any way for you to tap out of that. If you ever say anything, no matter how big you are or how small you are, everything is viewed as justification for if you're disagreed with to just be mobbed. And it's really fucked and very annoying.
And it's so fucked and it's so awful and it's so toxic, which is why I'm so glad that like you are making such an effort to create less toxic spaces and are working to kind of carve out places for folks who are just exhausted by the bullshit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, I'm exhausted by the bullshit. So, like, on a certain level, it's just literally me going, okay, like, how do I build a thing that's not going to be, so personally annoying, and how many people can I fit in here, right? Like, that's kind of what it's like. How do I can I build a little, like, internet shelter that's, like, going to be comfy and cool, and we can actually make sick-ass shit? Because, like, I don't know. We've played some music on here from people in the community. We've shown off a bunch of art throughout the call-ins. We've had some amazing conversations. You just showed your awesome research document. Like, this is the type of stuff that I live for. I live to see people be able to work together and accomplish really amazing things that make their lives better while we have a good time. And like, I think that is a different approach than a lot of spaces, but like, I don't know. I wish I could say that it was like my main vision going into all this. It really wasn't, but it has become an important part of what I'm trying to do. Partially out of necessity, well, mostly out of necessity. But also because it's just like, okay, yeah, it's a good reminder. Having to deal with a bunch of toxic communities is a good reminder that it's actually important for us to take time to make our communities not toxic and to do things like raiding with love and not dying.
Yes.
There we go.
Raiding with love and don't die. You know, when you said that, I also, since the gender and the xeno pronouns, I have two more tangents, and then I'll give up the thing.
Okay.
When I was thinking of the xenogenders thing, I had to go back and reread and rewatch everything that Kate Bornstein has ever said or done, because she was the OG gender outlaw. And I feel like you were kind of like, there's a lot of kindred between you and Kate, because like you both are non-binary trans women, you've both escaped cults, and you both are insistent on people not dying. Like, I think she has an entire book on like alternatives to suicide, and her thing was like, do whatever you have to do. I don't care if it's illegal. I don't care if it's healthy. Just whatever you do, just don't fucking die.
That's my approach. I think that like maybe it's maybe, you know, maybe this tells on me a little bit with all my love of pets and animals and things, but I have a bit of an animal approach to staying alive. If you're dead, you can't fix anything. You're dead.
No, you cannot.
Whatever you have to do to stay alive, don't just stay alive. It is important that, and I always say, trans thriving, even though that's not a rule. I try not to make rules because I don't want to be like a cult leader or anything like that. You know, I don't want to give you 12 rules for life. But I will give you one, which is don't die, and I'll make some suggestions, like thrive. So like survive, and once you have a moment to catch your breath, start looking at ways that you can stave off dangers and build together, because other people are not your primary danger, okay? The world is way more dangerous than humans. Humans want you to think that they're the scariest things on the planet, and in some ways they kind of emotionally are, because they can tell you things like, I have to go do my own thing, and that's really sad. But I promise you, humans are nothing next to the incredible challenge of staying alive on a rock that's hurtling around a giant ball of gas. That's pretty fucking difficult to do, okay? So,
hardcore. So, my second thing is actually an argument for xenogenders that I think needs to... I'm trying to epistemic injustice pill the world, because I think the concept of epistemic injustice is really fucking useful and is a really useful way of combating the if you like xenogenders, you're Hitler for some reason bullshit.
Which is nonsense and is not going to stick on.
Nonsense.
It's a random tool that is grabbed to generate drama points and make some money off of quick drama clips.
Yeah. Epistemic injustice is a concept coined by the philosopher Miranda Fricker and expanded on by the Black feminist philosopher Christy Dotson, who talks about epistemic violence. Epistemic injustice is when your capacity as a knowledge holder and your ability to communicate your experience is delegitimized because of some aspect of who you are. So like a textbook example of this, which I also talked about on Jess and Zena's stream, is like if you're on an airplane and there's a call for a doctor, and a Black woman doctor says, "Hello, I'm a doctor, I can help," and the flight attendant gives her shit. Whereas if a confident cis white dude shows up who can have like a doctor in philosophy, they won't, they'd accept him without any friction, right?
Yeah.
Now, there are multiple types of epistemic injustice, and there's a type of epistemic injustice called hermeneutical injustice, which is
I'm familiar with this term. Maybe I watched your video on it. Did you do a video on
I
this?
might have shared a video. I could
think
have
I may
shared
have
a
watched
video
your
on
video
it.
on this. Anyway,
Can
continue,
I
please.
explain it for chat?
Please. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt there.
Yeah. Anyway, so hermeneutical injustice is when you do not have the vocabulary to make your experience understandable to somebody else. So like Miranda Fricker uses the example of sexual harassment. So before the term sexual harassment was understood, you know, primarily women, but also trans folks and other folks would, you know, experience being bullied or having their ass grabbed or whatever, you know, by their employers or their coworkers. And because there was no language, there was no way to communicate it, so people didn't understand what was going on and why it was fucked, right? And then someone came along and was like, this has a name. It's called, you know, sexual harassment. And all of a sudden, people had language to communicate this experience and explain, hey, this shit's fucked. We should do something about it. When I think about xenogenders, people talk about it from like, it's like pick a label and the gender follows.
Right.
And then, but that's not what's going on. It's that in our language, we don't have the words to communicate anything other than male or female. And like one of the things Kate Bornstein said about non-binary is like, that doesn't define who I am. It defines who I'm not.
Exactly.
So
yes. Yeah.
Finding, you know, xenogenders are an attempt at ameliorating hermeneutical injustice. They're attempts at giving language and metaphor to an internal experience that you don't know how to explain, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And so when I think about metaphors, when people are like, I'm not metaphorically a woman, well, you don't need the metaphor because you have a word. Because the whole purpose of a metaphor is to describe something. So when you say I'm metaphorically this, it's like, this is the closest language I have to communicate this internal experience that doesn't quite have words. You know what I mean?
Yes, I know exactly what you mean. In fact, I touched on this a little bit in a slightly different context. In the last call-in stream, we had a discussion about how, like, I didn't know that trans people or being trans was a thing until I was in my 20s because of the way that I grew up in the religion. Now, I had come across a term called intersex. And I had seen a documentary about it. And so there was but the thing is, of course, I didn't see myself in that because there was a lot of obvious physiological things that were present in a lot of intersex cases that were not in mine. But I used to identify very strongly with the idea of, like, I used to understand and be like, wow, maybe, like, I don't know, like, I guess I'm not this, but I'm kind of like that, right?
Yeah.
And so, yeah, that's kind of an example of this, where I literally didn't have the words to explain something, and so you use the closest words that you can while you're in the process of developing new words or new concepts to explain to other people. And this is why I think that, like, it's so important to be understanding, empathetic, and to treat people in good faith when they're talking about incredibly vague and difficult things like gender, like consciousness, like selfhood, like identity. These are areas that are as far as we know, like 100 years from now, our conceptions of all of these four things that I just listed will probably be so radically different that we will barely be able to recognize it in 100 years unless we're there for the whole ride. Because that is certainly true in many cases in the past. Like, we've had times in history where people were understood in a certain way, and that may have not been the best word. I mean, another one that comes to mind is like how the term bisexual has changed over the years. Where in the past, bisexual referred to people who had both sexes. They viewed themselves, basically a gender fluid person is what bisexual used to mean a long time ago. And then as language around sexuality developed, bisexual came to mean, oh, I am somebody who looks for two genders or more in my pursuit of people that I'm attracted to or whatever. So it's wild how these things change and how they become, we grow entire pockets of language that help us to explain things that are very difficult to dive into. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Well, Beyond Safe Words, we do have to bring in some other callers. Thank you so very much for coming on. All of you, check out Beyond Safe Words. And do you want to shout out your channel before you go?
I don't have a channel as of yet. I occasionally pop on to Trans Girl Therapist's channel because we love Jess and Zena.
Jess and Zena are great.
But you can find me on Twitter. I am addicted to that hell site, but that's where you can find me and say hello. And yeah, I am happy to be here and happy to be an imp and y'all are great.
Happy to have you as an imp. Thank you so much for coming on, and Happy New Year.
You as well.
Bye for now. Trans thriving.
Bye-bye.
All right. Wonderful. Hold on. Give me 1 second here. I want to play a meme. High Progressive, are you still in chat? High Progressive, can I play your newest meme on stream? Can I do that? I want to do it. Yeah, I'm playing your newest meme. High Progressive dropped a new meme today. I want to play it before we do another caller. I want to take a little breather so I can stuff some food in there. All right, in my mouth while we watch this shit, because this thing is really funny, okay? Hold on, this is really good. I'm serious. This is fucking funny as shit. Okay, here we go. Enjoy. Hold on. I got to move this so that you can see all the text. Meme time. This is High Progressive, who's in chat right now. You all know High Progressive. High Progressive has more followers than me. Whoa! That's too loud. Here we go. I'll let it play through twice. I'll let it play through one more time. I'll link it in a second. So good. The Sonsol one is so good. All right, this is a sick ass meme. Hold on, I'm gonna link the meme so y'all can go have fun with it. We're meme posting. I'm filling the timeline with good memes today, okay? This is a fucking silly ass meme and I love it. This meme made me laugh. I played this at my partner's really, really early in the morning. Ooh. I've been missing some messages in chat apparently. Guys, I got to, who wants a, okay, everybody, hold on. Who wants a quick drama take? Who wants a quick drama take, huh? Anybody? Yep, I knew it. We're going to do a quick drama take before we take another caller. And I got another drink. Hold on. Let me summon the fawn. Fawn! Pets! Hold on, I'm calling my... I'm summoning them. I'm summoning. Wait, I don't want this. This is cold. I need a drink. Hold on, we got to summon the fawn. Hold on, let me summon the fawn. Real quick. Hold on, how do I do this? Can I? Is there a way? How am I going to do this? Here, I'll put it here. There we go. All right, I got to draw a summoning circle. I don't got time for that shit. All right, here we go. I did. I just texted. I know. Now, hold on. We're going to do a quick drama take, okay? Are you ready? Here we go. This is drama between Merrick Deville, that's right, that Merrick, and Stardust. Stardust, who I once had a big comedy off with, which I lost, but that doesn't matter, okay? That doesn't matter, all right? What the fuck was that? Merrick went into that conversation, like, it was on Chudlogic's channel, just so you all know, and I think it was also on Stardust channel, and I think it was also on Destiny's channel, and I think it was also maybe on Merrick's channel as well. And it was a really dumb debate. And Merrick pretty much swept the floor, like, hardcore, and I was really disappointed with the way that Stardust handled that conversation, and I felt like Stardust was being a giant jerk to Merrick for no reason. Merrick was so much more prepared, and also, there's another thing, which is that Merrick is probably, like, the best faith person on Twitter. Merrick literally is so patient with people. Like, Merrick, thank you very much. Also, will you refill my my soju? Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Thank you. No, I don't think so. That's ridiculous. I think that's ridiculous. No. Merrick is too good faith for her own good. Of course you're on Merrick's side. You're a demon and she's Merrick Deville. Yeah, of course, obviously. That's the one. It was I felt like Stardust was really insulting and overly personal, and also made ridiculous claims about Merrick that weren't true. Like, Stardust said that Merrick just runs harassment campaigns daily on Twitter, which is so ridiculous to claim. Absolutely ridiculous. Merrick Merrick went on with Destiny, and Destiny was just literally telling her to shut up, and she was like, will you please just consider my position? Merrick is so fucking kind. And honestly, I feel like that comes out very apparently if you watch the Chudlogic debate between Merrick and Stardust. It shows very clearly who was the adult in that conversation, and it was Merrick. Merrick was the adult in that entire conversation. Like, by, like, a long shot, to the degree that I was actually embarrassed at a number of points at the way that Stardust was engaging with Merrick. Yeah. It's an alright watch. I felt like the conversation was very, stupid in general. Like, not because of Merrick, but because of the topic at hand. Yeah, I just don't care. Yeah, literally high-progressive. I don't care. By the way, I feel like I want to make a statement about this shit. The people who are platforming this motherfucker and are pretending like it's just jokes and memes, unironically, this is exactly the shit I've been talking about. This is the fucking shit. The spite-based politics fuels people to double down on the worst people. This guy is a piece of shit whose videos are offensively bad. The videos that he makes and the takes that he puts out are actually terrible. They're actually very, very bad. And they're framed in such a way that they're supposed to be funny, haha, while ultimately pushing extremely bad ideas. We're not talking just like bad takes on politics. This guy literally believes that fun and consent are in competition with each other. That is a terrible, rotten, terrible view to put forward. And all of you little simpering losers who feel like you have to bend over backwards to protect this guy because you think that's how you're going to get your drop of clout, first of all, enjoy $150 because that's about all you're going to make from your little drama bump, and enjoy being making the world a worse place, because you are. You are helping to make the world a worse place. Like, seriously. Yes, we're talking about the folks defending that guy. Yeah. So I hope it was worth it for $150. Like, literally, just pathetic. Like, this is where I sometimes find it, like, I find it most ironic that, like, the DGG crowd on the internet loves to talk about, oh yeah, dude, oh my fucking god, oh my god, you gotta be consistent, gotta live your values, dude, oh my fucking god, oh yeah, you gotta, what, Vaush doesn't live his values, he's a fucking hypocritical socialist, and then they're out here like, oh yeah, let's just double down for 150 clout bucks, I'll double down on protecting somebody who literally goes out and makes ironic rape arguments. Just actually disgusting. And also, personally, I find it pathetic. If I see you doing that shit, I think literally worse of you. Like, considerably. Wait, he also believes no trans people should ever be able to get SRS, including breast augmentation? What a loser. I didn't see this one. Let me take a look. Here, let's check out a meme. We got another meme in here. Let's watch the meme. Wait, I can't watch this meme. No, wait, I can't. I can't watch this meme. I can't watch the meme. I can't watch the meme. That's a forbidden meme. Forbidden meme. It's okay. We caught it. Don't worry. That is a bad person. Whoever did that, why would you bring such a horrible person onto my screen? Disgusting. You disgust me. How could you put that villain on my screen? Okay, enough memes, enough drama. The drama is the stupidest. I think this drama, this wave of drama, might be the stupidest drama I've ever seen in my entire life. And also the saddest. Because what we have is a bunch of people debasing themselves in the worst way imaginable. Not just debasing themselves to defend a bad take. Not just debasing themselves to defend, like, their favorite content creator, like a Stan would. But no, debasing themselves because they feel like they have to sign off on a guy who advocates against consent culture, a guy who advocates very irresponsibly around the topic of pedophilia, and they're doing this for like $10 for 10 tier 1 subs. What a sad world. You know what? This is one area where I am the most arrogant and proud of all, because guess what? I don't give a shit about $150 or 10 gifted tier 1 subs. I don't care if people walk up to me with a wad of cash and say, hey, platform this piece of shit. I just won't do it. I'll just turn off my stream and go smoke weed instead. Isn't that sick? Isn't it cool to be a person who has some sort of, like, I don't know, functional belief system that isn't just like drippings of clout? Yeah. So anyway, there's the, there you go. There we go. There's the drama hot take. And true, Alora, right here. Be excellent to each other. True. Yeah, see, High-Progressive, I can get 300 viewers every single day without ever having to behave like these people do. I don't ever have to behave like them. That's the real freedom. Sure, maybe I won't get a 4,000 person raid that results in me getting $150 of subs, which makes me real happy because I can buy a new video game. I don't care. I have 300 people watching me while my dog comes on and howls because my dog is cute and you all get to have fun. See? Anyway. Aiko fully told Stardust off? Good. I'd love to see that. Maybe we'll watch that later in the stream as things wind down. Mad Lupine, dab. Indeed, there's a free dab for you. Dabbing. I will buy you a video game not to platform him. Deal. 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 We got a deal, Kubi Rels. Just DM me. All right. All right, let's get the next caller in here. Let's get the caller in here. Next caller. Next caller. Let's do it. Boop. I'm ready. I'm fucking ready. You go ahead. You pick the game. Go for it. Hello and welcome.
Oh.
Hi. Hello. Hold on.
Are you really quiet for me?
Floofy. Hold on. FloofyMomo.
Pronouns are she, her, they, them.
She, they. All right. Here we go. Excellent. Okay, hold on. Let me
I'll
get
set my camera.
Yeah, I'll get your camera up. Don't worry. Here we go. Let's get that. There we go. All right, camera's up. Oh, I got to put the overlay back on and everything like that. Here we go. There we go. All right, wait, and the chat. Oh, I turned off the chat. I got to put the chat back on. So sorry. Oh my God. There we go. All right, everything is back. Welcome to the show, FloofyMomo. How are you doing? How are you doing this new year?
I'm doing great.
That's great to hear.
Sorry. But before I got put on, I had a really big surge of like excitement, like anxiety. So
That's okay.
if I like,
don't worry.
if I like stutter and stuff, you know.
It's all good. It's all good. I know, like I've been streaming for 2 years. You don't got to worry about being a little nervous. All right, what do you want to talk about though? What do you want to talk about?
I was gonna talk about my like journey through like disability and welfare stuff.
Okay.
And then like maybe like a game recommendation.
All right.
The first thing I was gonna talk about was the person before was talking about like, you know, words that, you know, you like people don't know like everything to express themselves with.
That's correct. Yep.
And they usually like later in life find out. For me it was kind of the opposite. Like when I was younger, I was given like the internet at like 6 or 7, and I quickly found out. I quickly like researched stuff and found out that I was trans.
That's fantastic.
And I was a lot more intelligent when I was younger. Now not so much. That was probably from like the neglect and stuff I faced from my parents.
That happens sometimes, but I think you're probably just as smart. Maybe you're just taking a break right now.
Yeah,
it's okay.
I do know that like later in life, because I'm like 22, I like my brain slowed down a lot. It's kind of weird.
Slow isn't always bad, by the way. Sometimes you just deliberate a little better.
Yeah, what I was gonna talk about with like my disability and stuff, like this country, you know, like America, I'm sure like other parts of the world are a lot different, because I know like, you know, a lot of the, but they're all like, you know, most of them are really underselling, you know, kind of like it's not enough.
Yeah.
And
you mean like social services for disabled people? Yeah.
Yeah, like welfare stuff.
Yeah, neoliberal countries, which is a lot of them, have done an incredibly poor job of providing working and functional and helpful disability services. It's always done with a level of begrudgedness that is incredibly frustrating and sad.
People are saying that they love my animal decals.
They do.
This used to be my little brother's room. And when I moved back from Washington, I was like, I want this room now. I don't want to be in my old room. Even though it's like a little bit smaller, but I like it a lot better. Like it's a lot more cozy. Like my desk setup's like in a corner.
Oh, that's wonderful.
And so like I had to like crawl in. I had to like crawl in and out to get into my chair.
As long as you're
but yeah,
comfy.
like the disability stuff's like, you know, like even if like, you know, maybe like think like maybe like a lot of people, you know, they're like, well, I live in like a nice like leftist state. Like even in those states, it's really bad. When I was living in Washington, I'll give it to them that like I was really easily able to get cash and food assistance. I got like $200 in cash a month, $200 in food a month, and that was nice for like, you know, having like cash to buy games and stuff.
Yeah.
And then like weed, because weed's been very nice to me.
Honestly,
it's what's keeping me alive.
Yeah, like I don't know. I think they should be a lot more generous with weed being covered by insurance. Personally, a lot of people.
I've been thinking about trying to like, you know, look into possibly medical, you know, marijuana.
You should. Yeah.
I know in Idaho they banned it recently.
That's terrible.
Which sucks. But I live right next to the state line, so
there you go. Yeah.
But like everything else that I tried to sign up for, and like welfare stuff, was it was all hard, like, or like they'd be playing like really scabby and like hard to get, and or they'd act dumb, and like I was trying to, before I moved back because my aunt wanted me out, like I was trying to get in possibly like a shelter or one that had like, you know, individual rooms, and they were like, you know, they were like, oh yeah, we'll get you all ready and stuff, blah blah blah, and then like, you know, we you know, a couple weeks passed. I'm like, you know, where the hell, you know, and I call back, and they're like, well, did you do this thing that we didn't tell you about the first time? And I was like,
yeah.
The worst experience I've had is through disability. Like this is pretty normal. A lot of people know this, that they have like a 3-month. They have like a 3-month wait, and then you get the decision, and then they do that 3 times, so like 9 months, and then most of the time you get denied all 3 of those times, and then you gotta wait a year for like a judge and stuff. And I had that, and that hearing actually went very well with like my attorney and stuff. I was very, very happy with it. You know, I was, you know, we were both like, we're gonna get this, right? It's gonna be, you know, I'm gonna get this and stuff, and then I get the decision in the mail, and I get this, you know, the letter, and the letter says, I acknowledge that you qualify. I acknowledge, you know, that you've been diagnosed, you know, and you qualify for disability. You're medically, you know, you medically qualify as disabled. Your insurance qualifies as disabled, and you know, all this stuff. But in my opinion, you're not disabled enough, so I'm denying you. And it was so bullshit. So
and that's how they do it very frequently. They just keep saying, "Oh, you're not disabled enough," and then they make you push harder. And that's how it seems to be that like how hard you push and is like how they actually determine who gets it. And it's very, very, very wrong in my opinion. Incredibly fucked up.
Yeah.
Thing to do.
But now, like, I didn't think it could get any worse. But oh my god, it got worse. Because I filed for like a review board, right? I was like, hey, you know, I need a review board to look at this. And then another year passes. You know, now I'm in Idaho. But another year passes, and I get the letter back, and they're like, yeah, we don't see anything wrong with what she did. And by the way, now if you want to try applying for disability again, you now have to sue us via civil action.
Which is
so
ridiculous.
Now I can't even apply for disability again. And so I've, you know, so it's like, okay, call up my attorney and don't get an answer. Call up my attorney, don't get an answer. Call up my attorney again, don't get an answer. You know, and I've called probably like 10 times or something, and she's gone. I don't even know where the hell my attorney is. My attorney's gone. And I've tried to change attorneys, but they've told me, sorry, she has to release you first. And it's like, well, I can't find her. You know, and like all of this bull crap. It's been horrible. So now I'm just kind of stuck here doing whatever.
You did your best, and if another opportunity or if you see a crack to jump into, go for it. Unfortunately, it is absolutely terrible. Like again, I've talked about this on my stream a couple times. I'm sure you've probably seen the streams where I've talked about the way that means testing through social programs is just horribly weaponized to make it really hard for the people who actually need help to actually get the help they need. It is so difficult. And if you don't think that it is, like, people who qualify are constantly denied. Constantly. You can qualify, you can overqualify, and they'll still deny you. That's part of the process. It's terrible.
I feel so bad about this, but I've had a lot of people that, you know, where they'll be like, oh, you know, I'm about to start, you know, any advice and stuff. And I've had to start telling people, you're not going to get it. Don't expect to get it in a year, 2 years, 3 years.
Yeah.
At all, right? It's like, you're going to go through bullshit after bullshit after bullshit.
And sometimes you don't have much of a choice. You got to kind of go through the bullshit, but it doesn't mean it's fun. And something that's been happening on my server more frequently is that a lot of people who are dealing with that disability process have been connecting with one another and talking about things that they've used, which I think is really important. Sharing resources is incredibly important. I know for sure that like on an unrelated, like a somewhat unrelated but similar process, getting trans healthcare is something where I've had to learn all these little weird tricks and tips that you can use, and they change all the time. It's terrible. But if you got to do it, you got to do it, and the best way to do that is to.
I'm still on Washington's Apple Health, and I've that's still been covering my like transition and stuff. I don't know if like what I'm doing is like illegal or not. But...
Well, I think you have a certain period of time, and I would certainly like be careful about that because I don't know any of those rules. But yeah,
I have like all my information still like all over and like Washington stuff. The other stuff I was gonna like. I wanted to like tell people like some like advice, you know, like especially like trans people. If you're just starting like if people like just starting to transition, my advice is like play with your hair and stuff, right? Because like I found this hairstyle by accident where I get this nice, you know, little bit where I comb over like one eye and it looks really cute and I look like 1,000 times more feminine, you know, with it. And then like. The other advice I was gonna say is, you know, especially if you're like really like low esteem about yourself, find little parts about yourself that you like, you know, like your eyebrows, maybe your nose or your mouth or some beauty marks, and take care of them. And as you start to learn to love those parts, you know, they'll start to shine through and outshine the rest. At least that's what my oh god,
darkness.
Oh, my screen came back.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Or welcome back, I should say. Welcome back.
It's been like all like disconnecting. I don't know why. And then I was gonna recommend a game. It's gonna be the last
hit me with a
thing.
recommendation, and then we'll bring. We gotta
The
get some
game
games on.
recommendation is called, you know, if you like stuff like Dwarf Fortress or maybe RimWorld and stuff, you like those type of graphics.
Love those games.
But maybe you don't want to play like a colony sim or something.
Okay.
It's a zombie survival game, but like it's actually really good. It's free, open source. So you know, if you want to like jump into it and start like developing, you know, people do that all the time. It's called Cataclysm: Dark Days Ahead, and I think it's great. It's really fun. I used to actually be the second biggest streamer of it, but I haven't streamed in like forever.
Survival. You like take care of like a base or something?
No, so you create your character. There's like probably like 50 or so traits or something that you can choose, and so you can build all these complex characters. And now they got even more like stuff, and it's really fun because then you choose where you want to spawn. And then, you know, you try and survive as long as possible.
That sounds awesome.
And it's just great.
That sounds really fucking cool. I love games that have lots of
the vehicle
process.
And then it's got really in-depth systems like there's an in-depth crafting system, so you gotta get all your materials, in-depth vehicle customization. You can create vehicles completely from scratch. You can find some broken down vehicle and you can Mad Max the crap out of it.
That's so cool.
And then of course like base building, whatever. Yeah.
That sounds amazing. Okay, I will put
and
this
there's
game.
mutations and stuff.
Wait, there's mutations.
So like you can get like cat ears and stuff.
Now you're talking my language. Cat ears? Can we get some? Listen, there's some of you out there who are gonna be thinking about that shit. All right.
Tentacles, and then you gotta get tentacle warmers, because then you can't like wear certain clothing items, or if you get too big.
I need tentacle warmers IRL. That's what I need.
Mm-hmm.
All right, FloofyMomo, thank you so much for coming on and sharing your story. Thank you for sharing your advice, and thank you for the well wishes. Beautiful. What a beautiful
Bye,
fan.
everyone.
Thank you.
I know, especially with like the colors. At least on my screen,
It looks wonderful.
the colors of my screen are making it all like really pretty and neon. It's great. Anyways, I'm done.
Bye for now. Thank you for coming on. Bye. Wonderful. Wonderful. Yay! That was great. That was wonderful. Talking with them was great. All right. Next caller. Let's bring the next caller in. Let's go right on to the next caller. Next caller, next caller, next caller, next caller, next caller, next caller, next caller. LouieBoy, 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 LouieBoy. Welcome. I cannot hear you currently. You might need to re-enable your mic. Ah, there you are.
Is it okay?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Yep. Oh, you're breaking up a little bit. Ooh, breaking up.
Phone.
You're on your phone. Make sure you're close.
When I use my phone.
Oh. Yeah, your like signal is breaking up a little bit, but I was hearing you here and there. You have headphones or something? Can't hear you now. Might need to unplug and plug in the microphones or something. I know that mobile is kind of weird. Mobile's kind of weird. Are you here? Can you hear me? I can't hear you. Make sure that your Discord settings, that you have the right mic selected. Okay, hold on. There's another option here. Hello? Yeah, your mic doesn't seem to be getting picked up by... there we go. Yes, now I can hear you.
All right, good.
All right, pronouns. Pronouns.
Is it good?
Yeah, it's good.
Yes,
We can hear you.
Yes, pronouns. She, her. She, her. She, her.
All right,
no, wait,
LouieBoy.
no, she, her. He, she.
Okay.
All right, I'm going to try to turn on my video just for a sec. Let's see if it doesn't lag out of our minds.
Okay, yeah.
Let's see. All right.
Let's take a look. It might lag. If it lags, you might have to do just audio. Okay? All right, hold on. Ooh, it's lagging. Ooh, it's lagging. Let's do audio only if we can, cuz the video's chunky.
Really?
Yeah,
Okay.
it's real chunky.
I'm going to turn it off.
Let's just do audio. Let's stick with the audio.
All right. Stick to the audio. That sounds fine to me.
All right.
All right.
Welcome. Welcome to the show, Louie.
Yeah, thank you very much for having me. I'm having a wonderful time.
Great.
And yeah, I just have a little bit of a stage fright, you know.
Oh, that's
yeah.
fine. Don't worry. Yeah, there's a lot of viewers. Don't worry. I'll take care of everything. You are safe. And just focus on what you want to say, and I'll take care of everything else.
That's great. So yeah, I just wanted to have like a nice, chill conversation. You know, I want to just like take the edge off. You know, we're having the final year. I'm sorry, my English. I I get a little bit stuck on my English sometimes.
You mean like
because
talking about 2021 is fucked? Is what you're saying?
No. It's like English is my second language. So when I get a little bit nervous, I tend to stutter.
Oh, don't worry about it at all. That's fine. I'm pretty good at understanding various accents and dialects. So don't worry about it. Don't let it get to you.
All right, that's great. So here's the thing. I was going to get here last time when we were streaming, but I got here. Well, we were traveling because it's a vacation time here in my country. So, you know, we were traveling and we got a little bit late, so I couldn't get on. But in the meantime, I got this little nice like notepad, and I wrote a bunch of stuff I wanted to ask you because you know I wanted to be a little bit prepared because I knew I was gonna be a little bit nervous. So you know,
that's perfectly fine.
So
hit me with your first topic.
4 main questions.
Okay.
All right. So I want to start off with some questions. So I was wondering. So you know that a lot of people hate you, and that's just a fact. And here's a very interesting thing. I wanted to ask you, what do you want people to hate you for? Because it's very different to be hated because they misinterpret you or whatever, than being hated for some kind of reason that you would be proud to be hated for, to be hated by, or whatever. So I want to ask you that very quickly.
I want to be hated for being a giant gay. Okay? Because that is the
Yes.
truth of who I am. And a lot of people hate me for that already. But when people say that they hate how preachy I am about gay liberation or anything like that, I want it to be for that reason. I want them to be mad at me because I'm so annoying and I make it so hard for assimilationists to do their job and make gay people and queer people have to live life a certain way. Yeah, I want to be hated for annoying people on that front. And I think sometimes that's what it is. Other times it's like that's a part of it, and then like it balls into a bunch of other stuff because, you know, it's like it's not really in vogue to hate people, at least in certain spaces. It's not really in vogue to hate people just for being queer as fuck.
Yeah.
But they like to come up with all kinds of similar reasons. I do think that is what it boils down to sometimes. I think recently there was a very flattering clip of somebody complimenting me for a bit of a backhanded compliment for being willing to bite just about any bullet, which is, you know, that's true. I don't care. I don't care if people think that it sounds bad when I say that I think that that gender is like a essentially nonsense concept and people should be artistic with it and just have fun with it, do what they want to do with gender, because I genuinely believe that's the case. And I don't really care if people think that that's bad optics or whatever, because I don't think it is bad optics. My goal is not to just like squeak in a third gender option for people to be boxed into. My goal is to completely change and liberate people from the chains of a really stupid system. Yeah, so that's the kind of thing. I hope that answers the question.
Oh, absolutely. And to that, I have to say, yes, Mama God, put the house down, Mama, Giagon, wig, clap back, death drop, all the good stuff, you know?
Absolutely, 100%. I mean, that's the thing.
Yes.
I'm gonna go. I'm never gonna go not hard on queer stuff. I am like queer liberation is like probably my number one like political issue. It is the thing I care about the most because I have seen way too many people that I care about suffer. I have seen how this system pretends that it's gained some level of acceptance, but it really hasn't. And I've seen how difficult life is for myself and for the people that I care about, who are mostly queer. So, yeah.
Yeah, that's actually one of the reasons why I really, really, really like your content. When apart that, you know, it is very quality content, you know.
Thank you.
I really like it because it is very hard to find like a big queer streamer. Well, apart from, you know, the man that must not be named, certain James, that, you know, we're trying to forget about that. And you know, I would be very glad if you replace James Charles in the scale of James Charles. I would love. Oh my God, would you imagine just like you get to the heights of James Charles, and then you end up having like some fucking bullshit ass drama, and then you end up being like the advocate for queers' rights? That would be fucking great.
Wouldn't it be wonderful? I would love that. I don't know that I don't know that my little body can handle that level of fame, but if I can, I'm hungry for it. So let's see what we can do.
Yeah.
Let's see what shit we can pull off in the coming years. I've got some ideas, and we'll see. I don't know if I'll ever be able to have like sick ass makeup brand, but that would be really cool if I did someday, or something analogous. You know, I've talked about wanting to do a unique strain of Demonmama weed. Can't you imagine how sick it would be to buy a little jar of sick ass fucking good ass weed and it has the little mama mold symbol on it? Wouldn't that be cute?
Oh, that would be amazing.
Yeah.
Girl, like it would be cute. It would be amazing. It would be chic. It would be just like, I mean, and I know that you have an eye for detail. So
Yeah,
like
you know
maybe
it.
the bottles have some like, I know like you could be like very into it, you know? Or okay, whatever. I want to get to my other question.
Go for it.
So
Hit me.
when I was in the car, just like waiting for like 15 hours, we were like 15 hours from one city to another. It was like very long. It was fucking awful. Thank God I didn't have to drive. My dad drives because, you know, he likes to drive, whatever.
Yeah.
And I was listening to a certain known artist called Tyler, the Creator.
Okay.
And I caught to the song called November. And November, he usually uses that as a metaphor or something. I don't know the exact name. That is saying like something that you would like to go back to. and I would like to know what's your November. You know,
So, like,
here's some
something I wish to
examples.
return
So
to?
it, yeah. So like in the song, there are like a bunch of people saying a bunch of examples. Like my November is September 24. Like a certain street. Every day was November. My November is my cat. My November is my everything. Yeah, and it's like a very nuanced concept, I think. But I feel like that could be very beautiful, and I want to know like what could be categorized as your November. You know?
Yeah. Wow, that is a big question.
Yeah.
I guess. So if it's like the place that you go, like in your mind, that like keeps you going, that you always revisit, that you always
It could
return
be a
to.
person. It could
Yeah.
be like some feeling. It could be something that you like.
Yeah.
It's just like something that when you feel like you just want to go back to that. Where do you go when you feel like that? That's basically the question.
Well, first of all, let me just thank Belvior for the 400 bits, not to interrupt this poignant moment while I think. But also thank you to Skew It for the tier 1 sub. Thank you so much. Thank you all very, very much. It's very, very kind of you. Thank you. You are allowing me to buy nice food and things. So thank you. And as for my November, well, if I'm completely honest, I think it would be the sensation of being in a giant cuddle pile with my partners. And that's probably very predictable, and maybe a little bit simple, but a big part of like the last few years was us like deciding that we wanted to make this thing called Mega Bed. And I have this huge bed in my bedroom that takes up the whole bedroom basically, and it won't, hopefully, in the new place we go to. Hopefully we'll have a slightly larger bedroom, but we have this double king bed that we put together, and there have been a number of moments this year and recently, pretty much all my partners are that I'm like capable of getting together and being with right now are in one place, and we just kind of sat there, and there's been a couple of moments like that throughout my life of just like, I mean, hell, I can remember one such moment being in the middle of a literal natural disaster, where, you know, in 2019, this is before I was a streamer, we had lost power. We were completely snowed in. We lived up on this mountain in California, and there was like a horrific storm, and we were completely snowed in. It was nightmarish, and we had to like, there was a fuckload of shoveling and snow blowing and ice breaking and all this crap that we had to do. We had to go get wood out because the house that we had no power at that time. So the heat was only being done by wood. So we were going out and like splitting logs in the middle of the storm and stuff. But there was this moment where we were all just kind of like no power. We just had a bunch of like gummies, like weed gummies, and we were just sitting in bed with a big pile of blankets, and I was able to find serenity in that moment, even amid all of the scary disaster nonsense that we were going through. And so I gotta say, yeah, that's probably my November. Those moments of just getting to sit in silence and togetherness with my partners.
Yeah, that's quite amazing. I feel like a bunch of people in the chat would agree. Like, that kind of feeling, like I can almost just like think about it and be like kind of in the moment. I mean, like whatever. It sounds very nice. I just want to say that.
Thank you. Yeah, it's the thing I find myself like, I don't know, that and similarly associated memories are the things that I do to like keep myself going on this stream. It's like, maybe it's like that I'm trying to remember. There was this movie, this really popular movie, where a guy had like a picture of like a place he wanted to go on his while he was working, and like it's kind of like the "Do It for Her" Simpsons meme, right? But like do it for them, for my partners, and like it is. It's like this job is a lot of work. I'm particularly good at it, so I do it, happily. But at the end of the day, when I'm feeling the burn, I just think about the fact that like one of my partners is probably laughing at something that I'm making, and they're probably feeling better as a result of that, and that's what I go for. Yeah. Oh, was it an Up? Oh yeah, an Up. That's another movie. Yeah.
That's amazing.
Yeah. Thank you. Did you have another question you wanted to ask?
Oh yeah, of course. I have a bunch of questions. I mean, you just stop me when you feel like it, all right?
Yeah. I mean, I have to try and keep these to like 10 to 15 minutes, but like these have been really good questions so far, so I'll go as long as I can.
All right. I am gonna ask about that's it. So, I have two more questions.
Okay.
So, which are pretty fast. So I was thinking more in the trip. I was thinking more like, what could I say that would give us a little bit more of a look inside Demonmama? Because one of the things that we all love is hearing you talk about whatever, yeah.
Yeah.
But
My random stories.
we also wanna know, yeah. But we also want to know a lot about who you are, and not in a parasitic way or whatever, but like in a way that you are very interesting. Yeah, you're just a very interesting person. So with this, I wanted to ask you, what's priority when running late? So when you're running late, when you have to get out of the house very fast, what is the things that you will never leave behind, and that you will maybe potentially just go back and grab it and go out, apart from like, keys or whatever?
Okay. Well, if this is like specifically items and not like people or critters, then ooh, that's a tough one. For me, well, I have a purse that I always carry, and it's like my everyday carry. It's got all my stuff in it. It's got a little medical kit. It's got some useful little tools that I've found have been helpful to have out and about. I have a little pocket knife in there to cut things if I need to. I have a notebook. I have like some sunscreen and stuff like that. So I mean, that is a very important thing for me. My little, I call it sometimes my udhar, which is a reference to Pathologic 2, because it's like the bag that it's a living vessel. It's a thing that you use to carry you through your daily life, and it's a container that you're able to put important things into. And like for me, I have like this cute little purse that's got a little bit storied for me. I found it kind of randomly, and it's stuck with me for a while, and so I guess that's probably the thing that I won't leave the house with. But also, like, I always want to leave the house with someone. So like, I don't like going out alone most of the time. So I'll usually bring one of my partners with me, but that doesn't really count, I don't think. But that's one that I never leave the house without my purse that's got my basic stuff in it. A lighter, some, my IDs, my little medical kit, because God knows people get cut all the time. People need a Band-Aid all the fucking time. It happens constantly.
Oh yeah.
Nobody ever has them except for me. I've always got the Band-Aids though. I've got in fact, I have a whole little box of my medical stuff that I keep. I have like gauze and different types of antibiotics, because alcohol is not a one size fits all, believe it or not. So
if I missed a pin,
what's that?
Something very important: scissors. Everybody needs scissors. Nobody ever has scissors. I try, I lose them, I buy another one, they lose them again, and then I just like repeat the cycle over and over. It's awful, but you always need scissors. I just wanted to say that one.
Yeah, and if you're trying to build like a little EDC, like everyday carry, little bag like I have, where there's lots of useful stuff, I highly recommend. I think they're called safety scissors or EMS, or like emergency worker scissors. They're these types of scissors that they have a different angle, and they're very sharp, and they can cut through things like seat belts if somebody gets stuck in a car or something like that. It's obviously not only useful in that way, but there are all kinds of things that are easier to cut through with those very cheap, very affordable scissors. I highly recommend those. Safety shears, that's what they're called, safety shears. They're really useful. Yeah, people use those for rope bondage, of course, which, of course, that's going to come up when talking about me. That is also, I did indeed learn it from rope people who told me to buy those. But yeah, they're safety shears. They're very, very useful. They can cut through ropes. They can cut through fabric, which turns out there's a lot of rope and fabric in our society outside of being a bondage freak. So, yeah.
Hey, that's great. And I want to go to the last question, because I know there are other people in the queue. I don't want to take too much time.
Oh, it's been wonderful. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm glad that you like my questions.
I love your questions. They're really good.
Thank you very much.
I'm a big fan of like good interview questions, and these are fucking top-notch interview questions right now. So
Oh, no way, really?
Yeah, seriously. People know
That's
that like
great.
I'm usually pretty like I've done a handful of interviews in my time now, which is a little bit weird, but like yeah, these are good questions. I like these types of questions.
Oh, you're quite flattering, Demonmama. I really appreciate it.
The feeling is
Now,
mutual,
let's
so
go to the final question.
Please.
I'm sorry if I cut you off, whatever. So here is one of the last questions, and I feel like that was a little bit rushed because, like, you know, my brain was turning too much instead of that hot fucking car, and I just thought, like, you know, you have a lot of experience, and I wanted to ask you like 2 or 3 tips, fast tips, for like daily life, because I know that's a very, you know, generic question, whatever. But I really wanted to know what is the most important to Demonmama to, you know, remind herself in certain times.
Like daily life tips. Like you mean like
Yeah,
mental
daily
wellness
life.
and like stuff like that.
Yeah, kind of like that. Yeah, because like, you know, we're going to go through like some kind of hard times, and I just wanted to know like where is your headspace right now, basically, with that question.
Yeah. Okay. So a few good things to remember. Okay. So one thing is, and this is gonna sound really, might sound like a little bit of a cop out, but there's this like old parable where you know, there's this old parable that talks about like I think it's originally called like a message from like Solomon or something, and it goes like, "This too shall pass." It's the words that that make a poor person smile and a rich person fear, because this too shall pass. Like if things, you know, but that is a line that I think is can be incredibly useful in these times, because something that I've learned throughout my life is that there is like consistency in our world is a very rare thing. Every time you think there's something that's going to be around forever, it almost never is. The only things like as far as like forces and politics and even food or whatever, these things change so much, and they might literally never come back. And that can be a little sad to think about, but it's also important to remember that like, if shit seems really crazy and fucked, like there's probably a whole bunch of reasons for it, and you know you gotta do what you can to figure it out and to survive and to solve the problems, but it cannot last forever, no matter how bad it is. There's no forever in our world. We live in a constantly shifting, constantly evolving world. So, you know, that's one of the things that I would say has been very helpful to me, was like, I guess, finding solace in smooth space or fuzzy space, is that like the world constantly changes. We are able to find things that are important to us, and if we can build them and preserve them, that's amazing. You know, like, you know, we talked about how you know, like at the first question that you asked is like, you know, that November thing. It's like sometimes we can control that. Sometimes those things we get to keep with us if we play our cards right. But in reality, life changes so goddamn much, and it changes more than most people even know. I am a bit of a person who's like lived all over the place. I've been a bit of a wanderer and stuff. You know, I've lived in every region of the United States. Basically, I've traveled all over the place. Some of it by choice, some of it not by choice. You know, some of it was just stuff that I had to flee to a certain place in order to survive. You know. Or whatever, or find work or whatever. But as a result, I've learned that like there are not immaterial things, but there are things that aren't anchored down to a specific place or whatever, that you can take with you, and those things are really important. And if you approach the world recognizing that everything does change, and that you should, you know, sort of appreciate the good things that you have and recognize what needs to change, and that none of it is permanent, and that's okay. Like, I find that very useful. So that's one of them.
I'm sorry.
Let's see. You said like top 3 approximately. So let's see. I'll try and do. I'll do
3
3
1 or
things.
2 or 3 since you keep track of the time, it's your time.
Yeah, well, it's a good question. So I am always willing to grant a little extra time to good stuff that people are going to gain from.
All right,
Or at
and
least I hope so.
may I say something about the last part?
Please, please.
So, I really like conversations about, existentialism and everything, because I feel like that's something that we all share, and we are sometimes kind of scared to talk about, and we can sometimes be a little bit lazy about it. Like, oh, whatever, I'll just go and someday I'll die and whatever. And that can be valid. But here's one of the things, because I actually kind of really agree with you, and like I didn't think we had like very similar things. I actually think of time as you see like this line going through, but like the present is just like an instant, right?
Yeah.
50 minutes ago was 50 minutes ago, and this right now will be 50 minutes ago, and then it'll be 20, and then it'll be a day and another day.
Right.
So
It's a-
like
it's a-
these
it's
two
a
shall
frame
pass,
in a film.
it's completely logical. Yeah. And one of the really important things that I always try to tell people when they ask me about these kinds of things is that we as humans have an ability to travel through time. And in the sense that we perceive the present in a very different way than other animals do. Because if you see other animals, they always live in like an instant, they always have to be there, and they always have to be like, doing things like in that instant. We are able to look at the present and the future and the past, and we can choose how big is our present.
Yeah.
And I feel like that also applies when when you're having fun and time goes very fast. That's mostly because you're living a lot in the moment, and like the past really doesn't really feel real. You like extend your time with the earth.
Yeah,
And
literally.
that's
And
very important, because you have to.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say, like, yeah, our perception of time is wild, and it's very, it's often involuntary.
And I want to say,
Oh, you're breaking up a little bit.
yeah,
Yeah, you're breaking up just a tiny bit.
because like sometimes it feels that a moment feels like a fucking eternity, but sometimes. Oh, all right. Is it too bad? All right, is
You
it
were
good?
breaking up. You were
We
breaking
good?
up for a second. I
No?
think you're back. Can you hear me now? Test, test,
Oh
test.
fuck. Oh damn. That sucks.
Okay,
Oh,
so there's a delay.
yeah, I can hear you. Can you
Okay,
hear me?
so it looks like we're back. Yeah, it looks like it resynced. It resynced back up, I think.
All right.
Or there's a small
we good?
delay.
We good?
We're good. We're good. Go for it.
All right. So, yeah, I'll let you go ahead. I want to hear what you want to say.
So
Oh,
yeah, like
Oh,
I
all right.
I
Yeah.
think that we have this like time. The perception of time is a really weird thing, and it's very easy to get into like into some very abstract and metaphorical conversations once we start talking about time perception. And I recognize that I have a warped time perception of, I have a different perception of time, being like really severely ADHD than a lot of people. And in fact, like jokingly, I talk about animal time all the time. This is a concept that I have in my own life, where animal time is you don't give a shit about the clock. You just think about stuff in the moment, and if there's stuff that you're moving towards at that moment, then you can think about that sort of thing, but you don't worry about blocks of time. You take the time that you need to do the thing that you're doing, and that's what I call like animal time. And I joke about that a little bit, but like in my daily life. But animal time is like, I think actually a really cool concept. And I think a lot of I think right now a lot of people live constantly not in the moment. They're thinking about the future and they're thinking about the past constantly. So I feel like there's a lot of value to be had from things like animal time. from like this idea of like, okay, we're not thinking about blocks of regimented time here, but instead a qualitative understanding of time. What are we doing at the moment? What am I currently engaged in? Can I appreciate that?
Yeah.
Can I take a moment to breathe and appreciate that thing for what it is that's happening right now? And that's another thing I think about pretty frequently. Not just because I struggle with like solid blocks of time. I've always had an issue with punctuality. I usually will arrive, if I don't arrive early, then I'm late. And that's because it's really difficult. It's always been incredibly difficult for me to get specific with time. Interestingly, this is something also that my dad, who I don't have a whole lot in common with on other things, but I think he might have had ADHD too and just never like looked into it. But he was constantly late. He was infamous for always being late for shit. And I am not infamous for being late for shit, but I do struggle with time. I usually just have over the course of my life adjusted to arrive really early for everything, or else I'm gonna be late. So yeah. But yeah, like that's another thing I think about a lot is like people rethinking what time, like how we frame time. I think right now like our society is set up in such a way that time is so severely regimented that most people don't even have like a perception of time anymore. They just have a constant queue of things that they need to be done. I think that's very convenient for businesses. I think that's very convenient for people who want to squeeze out every last dollar of everything that you can get. But I don't think it's very good for humans, and I don't think it makes people happy. So I always try to like this is like I wasn't thinking about this explicitly 100%, but like a little bit when I did my talk about why I'm doing why I'm like doing this Impmas thing instead of normal Christmas celebration, which is like, nah, we need like a 3-week holiday. We need like a time where people can just take a couple days and just write them off if they need to. Like people need to be able to just vibe for a couple days or take or sit and stew in a good feeling or think through a bad feeling. There needs to be space for that sort of thing. So I guess that's another thing is like challenge the imperial notions of time, destroy every clock in your house, embrace animal time, or something like that. And then let's see, is there another one that we wanted to talk? You said one more thing. So
one more thing?
Yeah, you said you wanted one more daily life tip.
Yeah. I got a little bit confused. I thought you were gonna say like, oh, do you have another question? Yeah, go ahead.
Oh yeah, no, you said you wanted 3 things. So animal time is good. And the first one, which was this too shall pass. And I guess the third thing that's like on my mind very frequently when I'm out and about is I mean, obviously the easy answer would be do not die, but like that's basically the first one. That basically plays into like, hey, things are gonna change, don't give up. But I guess like the thing that I always think of is that like once you start to slow down a little bit and you can take a moment to catch your breath and look at things, it's actually very possible to cultivate quite amazing things in our lives. Sometimes it's very difficult because there's lots of struggles and there's lots of hardships. However, even in the most dire circumstances, there are things that you can cultivate. And like you said, the way that we experience time is different because like a lot of creatures don't really have the capability to look forward or really spend much time looking back. In our case, we can build and we can organize and we can create for ourselves continuities. We can say, okay, this is a thing that I'm going to do that I'm going to keep doing as time goes on, like a habit, but not really structured as, not really fixating on how you build a habit or not. Just saying like, hey, here's a project. I'm going to start it now. And a year from now, maybe it will have grown into something else. Here's a thing I care about. I'm going to start putting pieces onto it right now. And as it turns out, to use a bit of an analogy, you can have multiple Lego sets going together at once. So remember that. And like if you're reaching if you've reached a limit on something that you're working on right now, it's okay to revisit it. Time, the thing will be there in the future, and you can choose to return to it if you want to. That's something very, very important to me, is like recognizing that, like, I mean, this stream is one such example of where I have the ability to go back, go through my archives and watch all of the streams that I did over the course of 2 years and see where I improved and where I grew and what I did right and what I did wrong. And I can use that to adjust the future of what I'm building. And maybe this seems a little bit basic, but like taking time out of your life to observe and to distill those through lines is really fucking important. Really, really important. And sometimes you set something aside for a little bit and that's okay. Other times you don't. Some projects take fucking forever. There have been something I've learned throughout my 20s is that there are projects that are sometimes years in the making. This tongue, I wanted this 7+ years ago. This split tongue.
Damn.
It took that long for me to actually find the opportunity, the money, the time to work it all out. But I kept it there. I kept it close to my heart. And when the opportunity came, I made it happen. And now it is the most satisfied I've ever been with basically any body mod I've ever done. It is amazing. So, yeah. So there. I hope that answers
that is some really good advice, Demonmama. Thank you very much. I feel like that's very valuable. And I'm glad that we talked about this a little bit.
Me too. I'm very glad we talked about this. LouieBoy,
especially in the New Year's, you know?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I don't usually do like strict resolutions, but I do find the ritual of taking time at the new year to think about like how to look back and look forward to be very valuable. I find that a very valuable thing.
Yeah.
LouieBoy, thank you so much for coming on.
Oh, thank you very much. May I say some lightning round things? It'll take me like 2 seconds.
Go for it. Shoot him out.
All right. First of all, highlight of the year for me, ham discourse. It's fucking stupid. I fucking love it. I still like ham. I will never forgive you about that. Sadly, today we're not having ham. Whatever. I love that. It's fucking funny. I'm sorry. I know we shouldn't bring it up. Whatever.
It's good. It's good.
Yeah. 2 things. Shout out to www Twitch TV PewDieBio. He's great. He's gay. He's black. Go support him. He plays Smash Brothers very good. Yeah, I'll send it. My Twitch, Baby Boy Tuvalu. I haven't streamed in a very long time. I'm planning to do it. You've given me a little bit more confidence. We'll see how it goes. I'm gonna send you a meme later. Please play Bayonetta. And a big old shout out to my my one and only Juan Pablo, my boyfriend. I couldn't be with him today. I'm traveling, whatever. I love you, baby. Nos vemos, amor. Te quiero muchísimo. Y nos vamos a ver cuando termine esta vaina. Te quiero mucho. All right, bye. Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you for doing that shout out. That was adorable. If you need a clip, shout at somebody in chat and they'll get you a clip, okay?
Oh, thank you very much. Clip it. I love it.
Bye for now.
Bye for now. Thank you.
Bye. That was so good. That was so good. Hi, Ziggy Richards' mom. Hi, love you. You're like my longest time fan who doesn't show up in chat. Happy New Year. Mwah. Okay. My New Year's resolution is to dye my hair green. You inspired me with your tongue. Go do your hair dye. Hair dye is way easier than a tongue split. Let me tell you what. It is 100 times easier to dye your hair than it is to do this shit. This shit is insane. Only crazy people do this. That's how you know I'm actually crazy. Okay, hold on a second. I have to hit the bathroom before the next caller. So I'm going to summon the Faun. They love the Fauntent, Faun. They love the Fauntent. So, Faun is going to come on and entertain you for a minute while I go use the restroom and grab myself some more soju. Be back in a second. Here comes Faun. Here's the headphones, Faun.
Here I come.
Here comes the Faun.
Here I go.
Here comes the Faun.
Bum, bum, bum.
Oh, look,
Do 2. Do 2. Do hi. Hello, everybody. It's the Fauntent. Hope you're having a good New Year's Eve day. I know New Year's Eve day is either like one where you're like, I'm just gonna chill out, but then people are blowing fireworks outside, and if you don't like fireworks, that sucks. Or it's one where you go and go to a party and get shit faced, and you love the fireworks when you're like that because you don't care that you're fucked up. and you're like, ah, exploding things, and the smell of the preview got
still
freaked
going,
out.
though, yeah.
Anyway, yeah, staying home and getting shit faced is the best way. Like gunfire for 30 minutes. Yeah. A block away from a park where they would have huge fireworks show every year. So they also had two because of where I lived, there was 4th of July fireworks, and then there was fireworks a couple weeks later for another event. So lots and lots of fireworks.
Oh shit.
It was
Hey,
just
it's
the
back.
it was the connection between the OBS thing.
Mhm.
Though top S tier on the Tolkien Thirst character list. I don't know if it can do it right on the spot. I mean, maybe.
I don't know. Balrogs are hot.
Balrog is hot.
Balrogs are really hot.
Yeah, true. Do you still think Baron won? I'm scrolling the chat. Monster fuckers? Yes.
Absolutely.
100%.
Yeah. Monsters are hot.
I don't remember too many monsters besides like generic ones in Lord of the Rings, but I don't have a good memory of Lord of the Rings. I know there were trolls and they were jerks, but they were in The Hobbit. And they get trolled. The trolls get trolled.
Trolls do get trolled.
They get totally fucking memed on.
Who gets trolled?
The trolls.
The
in
trolls
The
get
Hobbit.
trolled by
Oh,
Gandalf.
yeah, they get literally trolled.
They
Yeah,
get
by
they
Gandalf
get
and
pranked.
Bilbo.
They get pranked and then
They get pranked
die.
and die.
They're permanent dead. That's okay. How many people die in Lord of the Rings?
A lot.
Couple trolls, nothing. No big deal.
Imagine dating Doe and Fawn. I don't know what that's like because I never dated either of them. Well, I guess I kind of did with you a little bit, but not really. Does inviting you over for a month and then you stay for a month and a half, does that count as dating?
Yes.
Is that dating? Can they even hear me? I don't know.
Probably a little bit. It counts as marriage.
Yeah, close enough. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. I'm not planning on leaving these ones anytime soon or ever. So.
Am I gonna stream into the new year? Probably. Let's be real. Probably.
For all the people who ain't got shit to do.
Unfortunately, we can hear DM on the Fawn stream. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up.
This is look. Do you see that little logo? That's the Demonmama logo. I'm here, and you guys love the Fauntent, but it's temporary. And in the end, it's all about listening to this one. Do what she do.
True.
Which
All right,
is
now,
entertain
let me do
you
what you
and abuse the chat and
I don't abuse chat.
you abuse her. Have a good New Year's Eve, Imps. You're great. You're
coming back
you're good.
on. Don't give him like
and
a fucking eulogy. Jesus fucking Christ, you're not dying. Come on.
Anyway, have a good one, all y'all.
Donate
Imps,
and
imps.
like the
yes,
stream.
donate and like, subscribe, and all that stuff. If it's good, I appreciate it personally.
You do, yeah, because it's how you get your stuff, and so you can keep being a fun little sheepy artist. Everyone, I have returned, and it's time for us to continue. Let us bring in the next caller. Here, take your phone. Let us bring in the next caller. I have a refill of my soju. I have some sodi. I'm ready to go. The only thing I don't have is a cigarette, but that's okay. Someone's gonna bring me those. They're from Izzy's getting them. So, yeah. Hello, Suzie Clementine. Suzie Clem says
Hi.
BLM. Welcome.
Hi, am I clear? Can you hear me?
You are very clear.
All right, thank you.
Pronouns?
I am very nervous. Long-time viewer, first-time caller, that whole thing.
All right. Well, pronouns real quick.
She, her.
All right. Suzie, welcome to the show. Thank you for calling in. Merry Impmas and Happy New Year. What do you want to
Merry
talk
Impmas.
about?
Well, I think I wanted to talk about maybe two things, but the first thing that I came on here about, I feel kind of guilty because it feels like I'm complaining, but it's also like an issue.
All right. Tell me.
So you, I mentioned before that I in the chat that I was tested positive for COVID about a week ago.
Yes.
And I was basically in a pretty fucked situation with my family because my sister, she runs a family-owned business, a very small store.
Yes.
And she worked the entire time she was sick.
Jesus
and my
Christ.
mother also continued to go out into the store even though she was sick, and so they both my sister tested positive. So it's this whole thing. I was very, very frustrated with them. I was very upset. And I quarantined the entire time, but I felt really powerless trying to like keep them from going out, but not being able to.
Yeah, understandable. When you have family members that do that. I had a huge falling out with a family member last year. It wasn't this year, thankfully, but last year I had a huge falling out over risk taking during COVID. I had a family member who I had the unfortunate experience of seeing them in a anti-mask protest video and having to call my family member and go, "What the fuck were you thinking? What the fuck were you thinking?"
It's awful.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm really sorry you had to deal with that, and I hope that the beginning of this year will be better and not as stressful, because that's really, really stressful.
Yeah. Thank you. I was just wondering if you had any advice for people who are going through things like that, like what should we say to them, or if there's like something like that, is there like some things that you would do personally?
It's really hard for me to give personal advice on this sort of thing because people are so different and people's families have such different dynamics. In my case, what I did was very aggressive. I basically had multiple conversations with my family member, and then when I discovered that they were going to like anti-mask protests, I confronted them, and I was like, "What the hell do you think you're doing? Like, you work in healthcare, you have multiple family members who are at risk, 3 of you have asthma. What the fuck are you doing?" And I was quite rude about it, and I was very confrontational. I was very rude. My family member did get mad at me, but ultimately ended up getting vaccinated. So I think sometimes just having a very, very confrontational conversation with certain family members can be effective. Basically going, "Hey, what the fuck are you doing? You're putting us and everyone else in danger for your own selfish views. I understand if you don't like the vaccine, but it's not just you. This is a sickness that spreads very easily from people who are infected. If you're not vaccinated, you put other people around you at risk, and you need to understand that. And if not, I have to put my foot down and not spend time with you." And that really sucks, and it's not fun. But sometimes in situations like this, you have to have really, really tough love conversations with people about this kind of thing. And sometimes, not always, but sometimes it will snap them out of whatever like Fox News induced lull they were in, and get them to rethink it. Because believe it or not, social pressure from people near you that actually care about you is usually more powerful than social pressure from like a news media source. So, but not always, unfortunately. There are some people who are very set in their ways and who are very, very politically motivated and whatever, and you might not be able to reach them. But my advice would be, if you're very worried about it, don't hold back on their behalf. Be okay. It's okay to let yourself be a little angry about it. They are endangering people that you care about and themselves. And that's okay to talk to somebody about, even firmly. So, yeah.
I had to the past few years since like I started becoming an adult, I sort of had to teach myself to be like aggressive and like put my foot down.
Yeah.
Because as like the way I like to think of myself is I'm like a very strong personality, but a lot of that was stamped out when I was younger. And now I'm trying to like relearn how to be strong again and like not allow myself to be a doormat for people, not allow myself to like mute myself for the convenience of others.
Yeah. I mean,
So-
I've talked about this in numerous aspects. You've probably heard me talk about this with regard to trans stuff, where I say that you don't owe anyone the truth. That comes from my very personal experience of parents constantly trying to if they get suspicious of you being gay or trans, like if you have really conservative parents, some parents will get very, very invasive and they'll ask lots of questions. And I believe very firmly that trans people have a right to privacy, even from their own parents or even loved ones. They can keep that shit as it is a very personal thing. So you're allowed to morally and emotionally keep that shit to yourself if you need to survive. And I feel the same way, maybe in a little bit of a different direction, about COVID. COVID is a plague that is killing a lot of people. We have now had record numbers. We broke records it is the worst the pandemic has ever been, just so you all know. The pandemic is the worst it has ever been. Yeah, right now. Right now it is worse than it was a year ago. And some people have forgotten that, and it's okay to be like, fucking wake up, have a sit down, and obviously, if you can be kind, but if you have to be firm, it's a matter of life and death. It's a matter of long-term disability and no disability. My advice would be just be okay with being firm if that's a solution that comes up to you, because not everybody's going to need that. Some family members are really easy to talk to. Some family members are impossible to talk to, and the firmness might not do anything. But don't feel bad about having to be firm with some of your relatives if they've bought into this anti-vax stuff, because it'll kill them.
Yeah, it's not the Fox News type. It's actually more of the I guess liberal like vaccines are poisonous type.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I see what you mean. Yeah, it's the other type of the hippie hippie anti-vaxxing. It's funny. I used to argue with that type of person very frequently in the past. I remember at my job, one of my coworkers, I got in a huge debate because he was debating whether or not he was going to have his firstborn child vaccinated, and I was like, dude, you're not a doctor. I know that you don't trust all doctors. I'm not asking you to trust all doctors, but if you take the time to listen to why your doctor wants your kids to be vaccinated, it will make sense to you why it's important. So please just at least listen to your doctor and understand that they have a reason for why they're suggesting vaccinations, and that your worries about some sort of conspiracy are not going to override like the value of having your child not get a bunch of gold rush era diseases. Unfortunately, we're not talking about gold rush era diseases anymore, and it makes me really mad that there's like a lot of anti-vax people that carried over from like, oh, that the misinformation about autism being caused by vaccines or whatever. It's very frustrating. Yeah. Oh yeah, Jimmy Dore, by the way. We're gonna have a talk about Jimmy Dore, by the way. Just so
my
you know.
My dad watches Jimmy Dore.
Yeah. Oh no.
If you want to hear something turbo fucked, my dad has prostate cancer, and I think he's mostly doing alternative stuff for it.
Oh no.
Yeah, I'm hoping he'll be okay I'm hoping he'll be okay because it's prostate cancer's got a good mortality rate, or it's good chance of him living. But like, it's so I hate thinking about it because I feel like I can't really get through to him. But he likes to say that we argue a lot, and he likes to say that I like to argue, but that's not the case. It's
you just care. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm someone who does like to argue, and when I was younger, I didn't really like to argue. But my parents said, people in my life kept saying, "Oh, you like to argue so much," so I just doubled down on it and became the most argumentative person. I became famous in my family for being the arguer, which I'm sure comes as no surprise for how long I was like a debate streamer. But yeah, I'm really sorry to hear that. And again, if you need to, I know this might sound a little bit like, and there's no obligation, but for a while I lived with a kind of conservative, I lived with a family, and the dad was we lived in like a multi-generation household for a while. And one of my partner's parents was very, very conservative, and she literally just basically mommed him and was just like, no, like, I won't talk to you. I'm going to be like the most annoying daughter ever. if you don't do the things I tell you to do, if you don't take your pills and if you don't get your vaccination. And he was just like, well, fine, you know? So sometimes you can call their bluff and just like be like, no, I'm your kid, listen the fuck to me, or I'm gonna put you in a home early. And and that might work, you know?
Yeah, I haven't exactly threatened to put anyone in a home, but I have sort of been like, I've been sort of doing that and like pressuring people. Like I
you know what you could do? Like, you could buy an urn early, just like just buy an urn early and just be like, hey, Dad, here, I got you an urn since you know you're not doing the vaccination thing. I figured we might as well get ready.
That's awful.
That is awful.
But,
that's so awful.
Yeah,
but hey, if it saves a life, you know.
If I had more balls, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah. What else was I going to talk about? Oh yeah, I also my sister's small business. I actually I almost had a massive falling out with my family because I threatened to report her store because she wasn't vaccinated and she was serving food. It's a cafe.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
It was a big thing. My family got really mad at me. I had to recant my threat, but what's kind of ironic is if she had gotten vaccinated when I sort of essentially threatened her to, she probably wouldn't have gotten COVID, which wouldn't have gotten my mom sick, which wouldn't have gotten me sick.
Yeah.
So there was that.
I don't know. I'm I don't have anybody close to me now anymore who's in the anti-vax department. But if I was still living in my home state with my family, I would have the level that I would have gone to would have been, most people would probably consider almost abusive. That's terrible for me to even say. But if my family is endangering themselves, and we did have my family did at one point before they got vaccinated have a extremely dangerous COVID exposure. One of my family members got sick, and by a miracle, the rest did not. But one of my family members caught COVID. And after that, I literally yelled at my mom. I'm like, Mom, go fucking get vaccinated. If you don't do this, I'm not going to fucking talk to you anymore. And I got really mad. And I'm sure that was probably not the best, the nicest or best way to do it. But I lost it when my little sisters were put in danger because my mom was being a dumb shit. So sometimes you got to be the fucking asshole. And it sucks, but this is the most justified reason to be an asshole ever. So yeah. Yeah. Well, Suzie, thank you so much for coming on. Did you have any other memes you wanted to talk about before you rolled out?
I did want to sort of broach the topic of what a parasocial relationship means and what abstaining from parasocial relationships sort of would mean to you, I guess.
Yeah. Okay, so there is a problem of us not having good language for this. So there are all kinds of, so technically, basically any time you view the work of an artist or a person of any level of fame that you're not personally directly connected to, you are engaging in a parasocial relationship. Parasocial relationships in their core form are morally neutral. They're value neutral. It is a type of relationship that we all have. I have parasocial relationships. When streamers refer to parasociality and parasocial relationships, they usually use that in exchange for extremely unhealthy parasocial attachments. And in my opinion, it is very hard to draw firm lines, but a unhealthy parasocial relationship is most characterized by generally wildly unrealistic expectations. So for example, I really love my viewers, I really love my chatters a whole bunch. But the reality is that every single day I get during my stream I'll get 15 to 30 DMs. And then after my stream, I'll have a stack of DMs that I never ever can get through. There is no possible human way for me to respond to every single person who enjoys the stuff that I make. And I don't think that any creator should be expected to do that. It's not realistic. You know what I mean? Like if if you put out a video that's really popular, well, that video is supposed to be the interface. And I can understand completely and deeply the desire to attach further with a content creator, and for a content creator to want to attach and grow closer to parts of their audience and maybe even individuals from their audience. To me, I think the most important part of navigating parasociality is communication and an accurate analysis of expectations. I can't even like realistically, reasonably respond to all of the content creators who message me. And so there is a, my ability to it's not like no one should expect that they're going to be able to get a response from me, even if I really like that person, just because of the sheer number. No human can handle that sort of thing. But likewise, like there is the reverse of it, of course, as well, right? Which is like there are streamers who are very willing to lean on parasocial relationships to manipulate things. I think one of the best examples of this is like streamers, or actually, here's a good one. A really good, like, iconic example of like a pre-internet parasocial relationship, so we can show this isn't just a thing about streamers or YouTube people, is like it's like whales at a casino, right? So oftentimes people who become whales at a casino will be given all kinds of accolades by the casino. So casinos will have clubs, high rollers clubs and things like that. They call them all kinds of different things like that, where they will write letters to the patrons who spend a lot at their casino, and they will address them personally, even though they're not personal. They're form letters, but they're designed to sound personal, to encourage people to come back like they're like truly like a member of the casino family, blah blah blah. But you're not. And that's the opposite side of it, is like people who are presenting something, but also inviting you to be more attached on a deeper level without actually being able to realistically fulfill that expectation. So I think that those are the sort of operating factor is, one, communication, and two, in like thinking about the reasonability of expectations back and forth. I tend to be pretty open with a lot of people, but there is one thing that I do, which is that anytime, like, I'm very, very communicative about people who I consider my friend. And like if it's somebody that I haven't had like private conversations with, I don't really call them friends. And I have literally some people that in this very community, some people who are members of my team can tell you that like in the past I have like done a kind of a weird thing, which is like I ask like friendship consent. Basically, I'm like, hey, I feel like we've connected more than just like colleagues, or more than just like chatter and streamer. Do you want to be my friend? And that is a very rare occurrence, obviously, by pure statistics, but it's something that I try to do. And I don't know. I think there's still a lot of linguistic development we have to do in how we talk about like relationships with people online. And obviously it's further complicated by the fact that like even streamers who don't particularly lean on really heavy parasocial elements, there are platforms that do. YouTube and Twitch are constantly pushing a whole bunch of like sort of parasocial elements and whatever, or things that play on parasociality. That was kind of a sprawling answer, but I hope it touches on a lot of what you were looking for there. I think parasociality is really complicated. There's a lot to be said about it. It's underdeveloped, and also like we didn't think about it enough before the streaming era came, because streaming and YouTube videos and stuff like that are unique. They take the parasociality of like celebrity that we had in the past with like musicians and actors and stuff like that. and cranks it to the next level because there's an element of real interaction. I can shout out somebody in the chat by their chat name, and that can feel very special in a vacuum, even though in reality, like for me, I'm just doing my job. And not just my job, I do genuinely care what people say in chat all the time. I think that's pretty obvious by the way that like I respond to things. Like a lot of things that people say really hits me in an important way. But that doesn't mean that like there's more to it than us engaging through a chat. I just think a lot of people are going to learn that. I think that as people grow up with like, you know, streaming and chat rooms and stuff like that being a part of their lives, that will adjust and adapt more healthy ways of maintaining connection. But I will say that like for my end of it, I have had a lot of very weird parasocial engagements. The vast majority of people I engage with do not fit into that category, but there have indeed been some extremely weird situations I've had where people have written me letters as if I'm like their personal friend, and I literally do not know who they are, and that is a very hard thing to deal with at times. So to wrap up what I'm saying on that particular topic, on one hand, for the viewers, please keep your expectations low, not like doomer low. Like, don't think that like every single streamer doesn't think you matter. We all, like everyone does, even the big streamers, pretty much. But like, just recognize that like, as the nature of our job, we can't respond to everyone. And even if we do respond, that doesn't necessarily mean we can respond again or a whole bunch more. And for content creators, please be fucking careful, okay? Please don't like lie to people and mislead them. First of all, because it can be very hurtful to that individual, but secondly, because it can also lead to really uncomfortable situations for yourself. Okay?
So I guess the sort of steelman that position.
Mm-hmm.
I would say that like when it comes to parasocial relationships, and for an audience and content creator, basically acknowledge that it's not that neither side cares, but it's also that there's an incredible distance between the content creator and the audience member that really can't be changed that much.
It's hard to change, and if it changes, it's not necessarily like something that can be done super easily. It has to be a mutual thing, which means there is a certain element of chance. I think the way that I would put it is like, so most people have heard of like the idea that you have like different rings of friendship, right? Like you have your best friends in your family, then you have like your acquaintances and work friends, then you have like people that you're kind of familiar with and fine with, and then you have total strangers. Content creators in the modern era fall into like, I think we just need to have a new category of just like, hey, they're not necessarily an acquaintance, but they're somebody that you have talked to online. And I think that like the internet's not going anywhere. So we should probably make like in our minds, we should probably make a category for like people who I've talked to and connected to via the internet. That doesn't necessarily mean that we have like a physical immediate connection, but that there is benefit and whatever that can come from this, as long as it's kept understood to exist in that bracket. Like, I mean, obviously we can talk about all kinds of expectations that exist like this. Imagine if there was somebody who you like met one time at a work function, and then you went on Facebook and that person was like talking about you as if they were your best friend. That would be weird, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not parasocial. Actually, it isn't parasocial because they do have like an actual IRL connection to you, but it's totally out of step with the expectations you both have for the relationship. So I think maybe parasociality isn't actually the best framework for understanding these things, and perhaps as time goes on, maybe we'll develop a way of talking about it that treats it more like a certain ring of connection, where it's like outside, it's beyond, it's like it's further away than being like an immediate acquaintance, but it's somebody you may have had some rapport with, and that there can't be expected to be a whole lot of mutual expectations back and forth, but that there can be familiarity and growth. Yeah, I hope so. So yeah, it's complicated.
There's just one more topic that I wanted to bring up. Just
please,
the last
please.
one, I promise.
Yeah, that's fine.
So when you talked about earlier, the like you don't owe people information.
Uh-huh.
I actually might the sort of family I live in, especially like in Hispanic families, we like there's this sort of belief that like we have to share everything, we have to know everything about each other, and there's a lot of pressure to like share that like information. Like if I don't if I don't feel comfortable sharing something, that's not really acceptable to them.
Yeah.
So if do you have any like advice or just ideas on if a person's living with that kind of family?
Lie. I know that doesn't sound good. Like, I don't think that lying is like a good thing in general, but if you're dealing with somebody who's like, they're going to make your life hell if they don't think that they're receiving the full truth, then just lie. No one has a right. No one in the entire world, not a single other person in the entire world, has a right to know everything about yourself. You have a right to have some private things. Now, obviously, there are limits to that. If you have killed somebody, that might be hiding a secret that has a lot of effects on other people. But your personal identity, the way that you understand yourself, is not any of their business. And if you know that if they've demonstrated that they're hostile, you can just not tell them. You are allowed to do that. You are allowed to concoct a completely ridiculous lie if you want to, that just convinces them. Because the way that I see it, by them demanding that you open up, like I find that they don't have that right. In my worldview, other people don't have the right to demand that you open up about the most personal things, even if they're your family. And if they're doing that already, if they already are set in their ways, then you don't owe them anything. And you have every right to just do what you need to survive that shit without it coming back on you. Now, hopefully there are more peaceful solutions. Hopefully that sort of approach isn't necessary, but I personally think it's justified, very, very easily justified. If you have a family that's incredibly invasive, that could put you in danger, if you were honest, I believe that trans people have the right to lie. Yeah.
As I started growing older, I realized that lying is actually a really, really important skill that people need to know. Like it's like unironically, it needs to be like you have to learn to lie because it gives you a major like advantage, like not just like for selfish reasons, but for like genuine, like to help yourself.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a person who I really hate lying. I mean, I think that's kind of obvious. Like I'm again, like I kind of throw back to that backhanded compliment I received recently that was like, Demonmama will bite any bullet. And that's because I really don't like lying. I don't like being dishonest. I like to live my life the way I am without having to keep up any sort of like illusions or anything like that. I mean, well, there goes one of them right now. I'm pretty open about the fact that I'm poly, involved in like active BDSM relationships and things like that. I live very openly. But that doesn't mean that like if people are being aggressive, that I don't have a right to throw them off my trail. I think that's just that lying is a tactic, and that while it's like not comfortable to live a life of untruth at all, and it isn't very good or effective in many cases, there are situations where people give you no other option. And my solution is always to get away from those situations, because I don't like living dishonestly ever. But the reality is that you can't always. And if it's your family that's interrogating you constantly, just fucking, I don't know, make up a fantasy story and tell them that if it makes them happy, so they'll leave you the fuck alone and you can focus on living a better life. You don't have a choice if your family's a bunch of interrogators. So, yeah.
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 Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. And lie to Nazis. Lie to Nazis.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. If a Nazi comes to your door and goes, "Hello, are you Jewish? I want to put you in a camp," then you can go, "No, I'm not. Fuck off. Bye." Yeah, you're allowed to lie. You're allowed to lie to live. Yes.
Can I, before I leave, can I see Minimama?
What's that? Oh, yeah. Yeah. Where's Minimama? Wait a second. Everything's gotten moved around. Minimama might be in the closet right now because we had to pack so much stuff up to make room for the tree. Let me see.
Oh, that's okay.
Let me see if I can find Minimama. Hold on 1 second.
Hello, chat.
Ow! My head is stuck. Hold on.
Mini Mama. Hi, Mini Mama. There you go.
I can't believe you put Mama in the closet. She's supposed to be out of the closet.
I know she's been out of the closet until we had to do the Christmas set. But I'm telling you, the closet is so jam-packed. You heard me screaming, my head is stuck. That's because I literally can't move the door because we had to move so much stuff in there to make room for the Christmas tree. I know that people can't quite tell this because, like, it's it's hard to tell when I've got the camera here, but we moved the bookshelf over like 5 feet. And I know a lot of people can't quite tell because, like, it looks very similar, but we moved the bookshelf over 5 feet, and then a bunch of stuff had to go into the closet. So, but now it's back. Now she's back out. Oh, Fawn, can you push the thing shut here? I accidentally left it open. Thank you so much. There we go. Now it doesn't look as. You can see the other open part, but yeah. Yeah. So here it is.
Right. So that's basically everything I wanted to talk about. So thank you for having me on.
You're amazing, and thank you so much for coming on. Those were great questions.
Thank you.
And Merry Impmas and Happy New Year. Thank you so much.
Merry Impmas.
Bye.
Bye.
What a wonderful conversation. Hi. Oh, you got me. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Do you? Can you put a Diet Coke in here? Can you put Diet Coke in here if we have Diet Coke now? Do we? Yes. My partner has brought me Diet Coke and a cigarette, which is the best thing ever. All right, hold on a second. We'll get another person in here in a minute. Give me just 1 minute. Let me just light up a cigarette real quick. Just so you all know, yes, you have seen me smoking on stream. I have not been smoking off stream. I have smoked a grand total of 3 packs this entire month of December. So, yeah, I've been doing real good. I have been doing very good on the making myself not smoke. I've been smoking less weed and instead consuming edibles. See, I'm trying to take good care of myself. See? Fucking doing my best. I'm doing my best. All right? I'm not perfect, but I'm doing my best. I smoke less weed. I've been making edibles. But I'm enjoying these for the holidays. So, that's fine. The truth is, okay, bring in the next person. Bring in the next person. Let's get the next person on here. Let's bring the next person on. Let's do this. I got my cigarettes. Let's do this shit. Who's next? Who's next? Who's next? Who's next? Who's next? Seska! Welcome!
Hi!
Hi! Pronouns.
She, her, hers, please.
She, her. All right. Hell yeah. Let me get your camera up here. 1 second. Gotta get the full screeny.
Okay.
Full screeny. Love your makeup. Love your makeup. Love your
Thank you.
backdrop.
I actually need to fix it because my...
I see you're a fan of the award-winning MMO.
I actually have no idea what you're talking about. I've
you
never
don't?
played a
Okay.
video game before.
I've
in my
never
life.
played any video games. Definitely not literally 4 Final Fantasy... Six Final Fantasy fan items in the background?
There's actually more than 20.
That's incredible. That's fucking incredible. Welcome, by the way.
Thank you. Yeah, I have like 9 Yoshitake Amano arts that came with my
Oh my god.
Endwalker Collector's Edition. That's from the midnight release of A Realm Reborn. I got a bunch of figurines over there. I've got the Encyclopedia Eorzeas. Actually, this is very exciting. Hold on. This is very exciting.
Okay.
They're signed.
Oh my god, it's signed! That's a cute signature! Oh my
Yeah,
god!
that's Ishikawa's signature.
That's so poggers! Well,
It's certainly PogChamp.
That is extremely pog. For the record, like many people have said, I have played quite a bit of Final Fantasy XIV. But I literally at the end of 2019 when I moved, I didn't have any time, and then I started streaming. And I have not played... Okay, I played World of Warcraft for a grand total of 1 month since I started streaming, and I have not played any other MMOs since then because of the time. So...
I actually failed my freshman year of high school because of World of Warcraft, so I totally understand.
Oh, sick. So wait a second. So were you raiding or farming at that time?
I was RPing actually. No,
Oh
I
my
joined.
god! Oh my god!
I have been playing MMOs since middle school. I started in EverQuest 2, and I kind of went from there to World of Warcraft. I played that for about 10, 15 years until I think it was for Battle of Azeroth is when I stopped playing that. I played The Matrix Online. I used to date a developer for the Secret World.
Wow.
I do make clothes, Dizzy. I do. And then I played a whole bunch of random third-party MMOs. I played WildStar, and I settled in Final Fantasy 14. I kept, I'd play it for a while, go through an expansion, then I'd go play a different game, and then I'd come back, and then I have 9,000 hours, well, almost 9,000 hours on a single character in 14.
Wow, impressive. That's wild. So
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
So let me tell you some stuff. Now it's my turn to tell you some MMO history for me. Okay.
Please.
Can you guess what my first MMO was? You might know because you might have watched my stream. Do you know what my first MMO was?
Was it Anarchy Online?
No. Close.
Oh, okay. Give it to me.
EverQuest, the first one.
EverQuest, the
Classic
first one.
EverQuest.
Oh wow,
Yeah, old
that's a
EverQuest.
classic.
Yeah. I played when I was, so I'll tell a little, this is a cute story. I'm sure the chat's going to love this. So when I first bought EverQuest, my dad had 24 kilobyte internet speed. And I bought the Planes of Power expansion for EverQuest. And that was when I started. I know that makes me not an old school EverQuester, but I don't fucking care because that's way more old school than most people weren't even fucking born. So shut the fuck up. And while my game was downloading, I used my dad's business phone line. He had a second phone line. I used his business phone line to call one of his business associates who was a guy who played EverQuest. And I was just like, "Hi, my dad is your coworker and he said you played EverQuest. Can you teach me how to play EverQuest?" And he was like, yeah, sure. Where are you starting? What sort of race are you making? I'm like, well, I'm making a high elf, so I think I'm in Kelathin. And he's like, okay. So, all right. So what you're gonna want to do is go to a shop, buy yourself a dagger. What class are you? And I'm like, monk. He's like, okay. And he's like, all right, get yourself 2 daggers, put one in each hand because you can dual wield as a monk. And then when you go outside, you just walk up to an enemy, and if you press the A button, you will start auto attacking. You'll hear this music come on. You want to stay close within range of the enemy. You'll be able to do physical attacks. I'm like, what should I do with the kick button? He's like, don't worry, it doesn't do anything. Just ignore it. And I was like, oh, there's some fireworks going off. And so that was my first experience playing EverQuest, and there was an 18-hour patch download on 24K internet. It was terrible, but I had a great time with EverQuest. After EverQuest, I ended up playing City of Heroes, Guild Wars.
That's a good one.
City of Heroes was sick. Okay, it had
City
a lot of
of
problems.
Heroes was so
sick as fuck.
It was one of the first places I actually started openly experimenting with my gender presentation because you could create your own hero.
Yeah.
And so I was like, okay, I'm gonna make I really like Starfire and Teen Titans. So what if I made a really girly character wearing a skirt using psychic powers? And I was like, oh, this is amazing, actually. Oh no.
It's so good. It's so good. Okay, City of Heroes had an amazing character creator at the time. You could customize almost everything. Now, they had level locks on your customization, which is pretty lame. But but for me, at the time, that motivated me to get really involved. And I was involved in one of the earliest and most successful City of Heroes guilds. I was one of their, I was just a dumb kid, but I would run farming for the guild. So when they got new members, we would take promising new members on farming runs to get their what were they called? I can't remember what they were called in that game. The little stat they were these little things that you could install. You remember that? They were the things you could.
Half of my brain is bong resin at this point.
Oh,
I don't
that's
remember.
Fine. Me too. But there was this thing in City of Heroes that were called enhancements. Thank you, Gayfesh. I was on Virtue. Yes, I was on Virtue. I did play on Virtue. I did play on the RP server. I did RP as my superhero. I had 2 superheroes. One of them was I literally wrote full backstories because that game had a spot in your hero ID card where you could write your own custom backstory and other people could read your hero's backstory by looking at your hero ID card. I was in the alpha and beta of City of Villains. I was so into City of Heroes. Then
so good.
I got really into WoW many years later. And so the first time I played WoW was in vanilla. Then I played again right before Frozen Throne came out. And then I stopped for a really long time. And during that period, I didn't really play a whole lot of MMOs. I played a lot of League of Legends. Then I got into Warframe. Then I was like, no, Warframe is lacking what I truly desire. And then I went back to WoW in Legion, and I became a Mythic Raider, which was the most ridiculous thing I ever did. But I was just like, I'm going to join my friend's guild, and I'm going to make a goal of getting onto the Mythic Raid team. And I showed up to all of my practices. I learned all the DPS stuff. I went into, fucking Icy Veins and those the Warcraft priests because I played a priest for a while.
Yeah, that's what I played in WoW.
Wait, really? Oh, that's sick.
Yeah,
Wait, what's
I was
that?
a holy priest.
Yeah! Yes! Yes! So here's the thing. My first character that I got to max level in World of Warcraft was a hunter. And I loved hunters because, well, I love animals. So I got an animal pet and I would collect all the animal pets. But I loved the gameplay of Holy Priest. Problem is, healer spots are extremely competitive. Anybody who's done mythic raiding in WoW, you know that a guild will get regular healers, and those people may as well be fucking salaried because it is so. Once you get a healer, every guild will grab onto that healer like a fucking chokehold because healing is like you only need a few of them, and they got to be good or your whole thing sucks. But by the end of the time that I was like at the end of my playing, I got to heal mythic off-night mythic raids, and I was in the upper echelon of DPS for my mythic raiding guild. And that was
on.
So I didn't get onto the mythic team during Legion, but I did during BFA, BFA, Battle for Azeroth. Yeah, Battle for Azeroth. I have so many thoughts about Battle for Azeroth. I could talk to you about Battle for Azeroth for like 6 hours, but I think that would drive everyone insane. So maybe we should. Maybe we should. Yeah.
Yeah. But I wanted to originally come in here to talk about TERFs because I
oh please.
For a while, my entire online brand, I was kind of Tumblr famous for a moment.
Ooh.
In like pre 2016 because I would cyberbully TERFs so much.
Hero shit.
Honestly,
no, I do not endorse bullying. I do not endorse bullying anybody, especially so-called TERFs. Yeah, just so we go. Anyway, hero shit.
I think it was my second Twitter ended up getting S-worded because I kept responding to TERF tweets with pictures of me laughing while going into women's restrooms.
Incredible.
But a little bit about me. I'm a comedian based down in the South in Texas right now. Although I move around a lot. Before that, I worked for an LGBTQ nonprofit focusing on trans issues in the South. Before that, I lived in a punk music commune.
That's amazing.
And yeah, that's and I also have an obsession with MMORPGs. I actually have Final Fantasy running in the other monitor right now.
Hey, you getting that auction house shit up? You getting some money?
Oh yeah, I actually once tanked an entire WoW server economy just through the auction house.
Okay, so WoW auction house.
Oh, go ahead.
You know. I love the fucking auction house. I had my fucking I had all of the plugins. I had my own custom fucking equations that I got from the internet. I would read all the gold farmer newsletters that were out there. All the people who are like, here's the thing that you got to get. The market's going to be going this way. And I was on a big server, so I didn't get the opportunity of tanking the yes, I did follow Greedy Goblin. Of course I did. Yeah.
So what happened was somebody kept undercutting me, and I don't even remember what it was. It was just some random item I was trying to sell. Someone kept undercutting me. and it really annoyed me. So I got my guild together. It was on like a dead server that ended up getting merged with another one, like a completely empty server. And so there wasn't that much on the auction house to begin with. And so what we did, we got the guild together and we bought every item on the auction house and relisted it all for 1 copper.
Oh, that's evil! You're gonna get banned for that. Did you get banned for that?
Yeah.
They didn't ban you?
No, they don't ban me. GMs in WoW don't give a shit about anything.
Okay, they do, but that is amazing, okay? That is fucking incredible. Amazing! Absolute legendary. You deserve a big fucking literal physical WoW token for that. That is incredible.
And you know the GMs actually did end up stepping in. They rolled it back. But for like the week that it was happening, it was the funniest week of my life.
So do you want to? So okay, you ran the WoW. You played the WoW economy, so you know this. The spectral white tiger mount. Okay, you know it. You know the item.
I know it.
Any WoW
I'm
players
familiar.
are gonna know spectral white tiger. A code for this sells for anywhere between 1 to 3 plus, depending on surge times. If there's a new expansion, the price always goes up to like $3,000 to $6,000. An actual code for a white spectral tiger on eBay will sell for $3,000 to $6,000. And my partner has a spectral white tiger, and how it happened was I started playing WoW again. I invited my partner, who used to be a hardcore WoW player, a gyno type, who's the quiet one, who doesn't come on to stream basically ever. But gyno type logged in, was the only remaining member of her former guild, and the only item that was remaining in the guild bank was an unused spectral white tiger, and she took it and used it right away, and now her account forever has a spectral white tiger that she often will just mount up. When we go back and play WoW occasionally once in a while to check out new content, she'll mount up that fucking spectral white tiger in the middle of Agramar, and it's always great. It's always beautiful. So
Queen shit. I love it.
Yeah.
I do something
Seriously.
similar whenever I play Team Fortress 2, and I never play Team Fortress 2, but I do have one of those gold wrenches.
See, now Fawn is the big TF2 player, and if you sent a screenshot like that and pinged Fawn on the server, I'm sure Fawn would go.
Yeah, I have one of those gold wrenches. I do. And it's fun to just every now and then, like maybe once a year, I'll log in and I'll just hit people with it. It's fun.
Yeah.
But
MMOs
yeah,
are
so-
amazing. It sucks that I don't really have time for MMOs anymore, because there is something that I love about the sheer mass of collectibles and fun things you can do. My favorite thing, I'm sure this comes as no surprise, being that I played on a City of Heroes RP server, that when I play on my WoW game, I am a hound for every single Mog that I can get, for every single mount that I can get. I've done half the fucking ridiculous secrets that take 900 hours to do. I've done the ones where you run around and click random objects that are hidden in 100 different dungeons. I've gone back and I've farmed old dungeons with Mog raiders, where you just go to sleep basically and you press your one spammable spell through every single fight until you get to Jaraxxus. Not Jaraxxus. What's his name? No, I can't. I'm not Jaraxxus. He's the guy at the end of the temple in Legion. Other big demon guy who's red and goes. Rawr! I can't remember his name.
Sargeras? Is that Sargeras?
Not Sargeras. It's the one. It's his buddy.
Oh.
Something with a K. He's no, not Archimond. Kill Jaden. There we go. At the end of the final dungeon of and then everybody logs off at that one, because there's only Mogs for druids on that one, and nobody finishes that fight because you can't even, because it's mechanics focused, and so everybody's asleep. And anyway, I even used to do with my partner, we would duo the Deathwing fights to try and get the Alexstrasza mount, because I was little do people know, before I was Demonmama, my name was Dragonmama, and I used Alexstrasza for all of my icons on like all kinds of stuff, because we used to do
Yeah,
duos.
I think that's amazing. If you ever make time to come back and play Final Fantasy 14, I'm on Balamung. I will literally give you 5 million gil and get you through to whatever content is current.
I mean, I have thought about it. And if this year, if I am like financially successful this year in 2022, I might go back and beat Stormbringer, Shadowbringers, which I really want to do Shadowbringers, and now the new Endwalker expansion. But I gotta wait. I can't do it right now. I don't have the time. But thank you, and I appreciate that.
Totally
I
makes
would
sense.
definitely consider it because like I played a Lailafae, Summoner Scholar, for most of my time. I also did I did level up Samurai and Machinist, and a little bit of Dragoon, because it's really funny. The animations when you're playing as a Lailafae and you do Dragoon abilities, where you're just like your potato just flies up into the sky, is incredibly fun. But
you should see Lailafae Reaper. It's really funny. Also Lailafae Ninja is really funny too.
Lailafaes are the only race that exists in
I
Final
actually
Fantasy.
play a Viera.
Of course you do. Of course you do. Of course you play a Viera. Listen, Viera don't exist. Lailafaes are the only race that exists in
I
Final
started
Fantasy.
as a Lailafae. I was a Lailafae up until Heavensward. No, I was Lailafae up until mid Heavensward, and then I race changed to Makote, and then I was a Makote until Endwalker.
Okay,
and I was that
Makotes are
same
cute.
Makote character, same hairstyle, everything, up until Endwalker started, and then I realized I kind of felt tired, of that character. I was really liking the changes they were making to Viera, and I was like, okay, well, it's the end of this whole 10-year story arc, supposedly. I want to start the next story arc as a Viera. So I'm going to do this one for the next
Sounds
huge
so fun.
arc.
So I have a fun story. I don't think I've told this story on stream. Maybe I have. I don't know, but I'll tell it to you since this will be fitting to you. So when I played Final Fantasy, I mostly played with Fawn, who everybody knows on this stream. Fawn, for the Fauntent. Me and Fawn played together, and we actually got married in the game in Final Fantasy, and we role played the marriage like hardcore. So we had a public proposal that we did, and we had this. We wrote a little story where we both bought tokens for like race change tokens, and we swapped bodies as a joke for the wedding.
Aww.
The whole joke was that like we had to go on a marriage journey to get our bodies back, but then we were still happy. And so Fawn was playing as my Lailafae character, and I was playing as her like what are they called? The big tall goat looking people. The like not is it the elves? I can't remember which race it was. It was anyway, she's really tall and she looks like a goat. And I can't remember which one. I can't remember if she did like a really creative Ellison or what. I can't remember what she did.
Might have been Ellison.
Yeah, it might have been just an Ellison that she did like cool makeup on. But I can't remember all the details. But we swapped, and then we bought the platinum marriage package, and it was really, really funny. As always, me being the agent of chaos that I always am, I chose the papaya. That song was like, it was like this beautiful wedding walk, and like the characters come in, and then at the very end, the walk out just goes like boom, 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 boom,
yep.
boom, 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 papaya, and it was supposed to be all like tender and whatever, and it's just me going like papaya. It was very fun. So
yeah, I did the same thing actually.
Rogan,
I did an in-game marriage to my boyfriend, one of my other partner, and who I have two partners. One who doesn't play Final Fantasy, who's in the other room, and then one who does. And so when we got married in game, we sprung for like the big fancy wedding, the $20 each one.
Yeah, the
where
one
like
that
you
get
go
the
down and the floating egg or whatever.
Yeah,
like,
the floating, the little thing comes down. It's so cute, and you get the little the caravan mount, and you have to go around to all the little points. It's so good. Okay, listen, if you listen up, getting married in real life is really stressful, but it's really not very stressful to get married in Final Fantasy, and you should consider it. You should consider finding somebody to get married to in Final Fantasy because it's really fun. The marriage process in Final Fantasy is you go on like a little pilgrimage to all of these sites in the world that are specifically for the wedding journey. You go and you visit all the spots together, and you empower your rings, and then you're able to get married. It's so good. It's so goddamn good. It's so good.
I am such a Final Fantasy nerd that when I got married in real life, I told my wedding planner that I wanted to walk down the aisle to Road to Zanarkand
Oh
from
my
Final Fantasy X.
God!
And I did. And you know
What?
what they played when we were leaving? When we walked out, they played Suteki Dane.
Okay, so when I had my first iPod ever, the first songs I ever added to my iPod was like 15 CDs of Nobuo Uematsu music, which included both of those tracks, both of which are probably in my most listened to tracks of all time. That and Fisherman's Horizon from 8, Aerith's theme from Final Fantasy 7. I am a old school Final Fantasy fan, and while these days my positions on Final Fantasy are a little bit more jaded and I still think Final Fantasy 14 is a great game, and if you have time for an MMO, it's way better than WoW right now. The raid design in Final Fantasy is 10 times better than WoW's raid design right now. So just fucking forget WoW right now. Go play Final Fantasy.
Demonmama is 100% correct on that. If any of y'all ever decide to give Final Fantasy 14, the critically acclaimed MMORPG with a free trial that goes up to level 60, includes the first expansion, the award-winning Heaven's Word, a try, I'm on Baumang. You can reach out to me. I'll help you go through content, explain mechanics and all that stuff to you. I'm always happy to help new players. And it's actually one of my favorite things to do in the game. So yeah, if I can help you, I probably will.
All right. Well, if I start again, I will remember and I will do my best to try and make that happen. I don't know if I will. I can't make any promises because, to be honest, I have been strongly resisting the return to any MMO because I know how I am with MMOs. I get really into it, and I already was like that with Final Fantasy, where I went back and like did all of the vanilla game, the little bird dudes. I did all their. I grinded out theirs to max. I grinded out the sylphs to max. I grinded out the water fish people to max to get all their stuff. That's how I do things. I go through and, like, when I first played WoW, when I was like trying to get a hang of the game again, I went through and I played through all of the content that I could get through up to Pandaria. And then when I got to Pandaria, I literally did everything I could in Pandaria because I love Pandaria. And then I did everything I could in the following expansions to try and get it all. I even did, when I first started playing WoW, my first two goals were, one, get a Netherwing, which I never was able to get back in the day. Took fucking forever, by the way. Agonizing grind. Absolutely agonizing grind. It is almost impossible to do that any shorter than 30 days. Horrible. Secondly, I went and got another horrible grind, which took me much longer, which was the Sandstone Drake mount, which you can only get through archaeology or paying a lot of money. And I got it grinding it through archaeology, which was insane and involved me going and fighting an unbelievable amount of what are they called? Not Cathraxi, something like that. Whatever the bugs were. I always get them mixed up with the other ones. I get them mixed up with the Cthulhu bugs. But the bug guys from Pandaria, I had to grind them so the Claxi, that's right. The Claxi, like the bug people, I had to grind them so much to get this mount, but I did it and it felt awesome. So
yeah, it's one of the things I like the most about Final Fantasy 14 is they do a really good job of every expansion. There's new stuff there to work towards, and you get that really amazing feeling of payoff of like in Shadowbringers, there's this mount that you can get if you get every battle job to level 80.
Sick.
And so when I finally got it, it was just, I was super excited. There's the extreme mounts for each extreme trial, where if you get words, sorry, I'm very high right now.
That's okay. That's totally fine.
Yeah. So, there's extreme mounts where they drop and you have to sometimes farm the extreme trial, and I got my extreme trial mount in Titania on my first clear, and I've been paying for it karmically ever since. I haven't gotten a single drop for an extreme trial mount since. Yeah, it's rough. I had to run the Innocence trial 99 times to get enough enough tokens to just buy it outright. Yeah, but they're amazing mounts because they play the music from the extreme fights. And if you know anything about Final Fantasy, it's that
Really
Final
good.
Fantasy kills it with the music.
Kills it. Also, sorry, I gotta say this, but Final Fantasy 14, especially once you get into the Heavensward expansion, the zone design is fucking incredible. Fucking incredible. Okay? The sky zones, literal dream shit, okay? Like, you don't have any idea. It's fucking great.
Have you seen the Ilmeg area in Shadowbringers?
I haven't seen any of Shadowbringers yet. I stopped.
Would you like to
before I
see
was
the
over.
Ilmeg area in
Show me the
Shadowbringers?
Ilmeg. Show me it. Send me a link and I'll put it up for everybody.
I can share my screen right now. I got it pulled up.
Share it then. Share it.
Okay, yeah, let's do this.
Don't put any slurs or porn on the screen.
Yeah, I'm not gonna do that. So this is the Ilmeg area. Let's see if I can.
Whoa, you got a flying pig?
Yeah, you actually get it from the Beast Tribe in this area if you get max reputation with them. You get the little flying pig. This area is all flowers. Then there's like that kingdom over there. I wish it was daytime when I came here because it's really beautiful in the day.
It's beautiful. Hell.
Yeah.
This is what it looks like at night, everybody.
Yeah. And that's where Titania, the canon non-binary king of the fairies, lives.
Yes.
Yeah, the fairies in this game are all non-binary canonically.
I love the fairies in this game.
And they all have Irish accents as well.
Also, goblins in Final Fantasy are cute as hell. As are the Tonberries in Final Fantasy 14. Absolutely poggers Tonberry design. You might not know it, but Tonberries change very minutely. Tonberries and as you can see, if you look very carefully over here, you can see my cactuar, my actual real official cactuar from the Final Fantasy X era that my partner hunted down and found for me for a Christmas present. But cactuars and tonberries are famous, and bombs is the other one. All famous Final Fantasy enemies that change design throughout the game slightly.
I am so jealous. I used to have a huge collection of Final Fantasy X and X-2 related toys. So like the figurines, I had a tonberry, I didn't have a cactuar, but I had like a bunch of the figurines. And when I was about, oh goodness, I want to say 10 or 11, my mother decided that having so many figurines and toys and stuff like that was not manly, and so she threw them all away.
That's horrifying.
Yeah, and
my
I'm talking
God!
all of them, including, and not even just my Final Fantasy figurines, I'm talking my collection of Harrods teddy bears, which if you don't know, Harrods bears they're like these limited edition teddy bears that the Harrods department store in London sells. And I had a huge collection of them because my grandma would go there for business and bring one back for me every time. I had like a Harrods doorman. I had a little like 1940s police bobby. I had like a groom and a bride one. I had the British Royal Guards. I just had a whole bunch of them, and I had them in like a little hammock above my room. But my mom was like, "You're too old for stuffed animals." And I'm just like,
would lose my shit. I would go psycho mode. I would probably be in prison if that happened.
I went complete sicko mode. I went sick. It was bad. It was real bad. My grandma had to get involved. And when my grandma found out, she was like, "What the?" Oh my goodness, can I curse in here?
Of course you can curse. Fuck, you can curse. Yeah, fuck it.
Okay, my grandmother was like, "What the fuck did you do?" to my mother. And like went and got me some new Harrods bears, but you can't a lot of them you can't replace.
Yeah, they're not replaceable.
Like the Final Fantasy X ones, I have been trying to find replacement Final Fantasy X figurines for like a decade now.
It's rough. I'm really sorry about that. That's horrifying. That's traumatic.
It happens.
Unironically.
It happens.
I guess.
I learned a long time ago when I was a kid not to get like too attached to physical belongings.
I mean,
because
that's
stuff
a
like that can
healthy
happen.
approach. I mean, sometimes disasters happen, but it's still not fair. It's still fucked.
Yeah, something similar happened when I was in high school. I had a deck of Magic cards, and this is what got me to stop playing Magic the Gathering. My house flooded, and I lost my deck of Magic cards, and because of that, I had alpha cards. It was rough. It was rough.
Because those alpha cards sell for fucking gold. That shit is worth. Alpha cards are worth. Okay, y'all know. Remember, I make the jokes about Rudy from Alpha Investments here, everybody. Just a taco in a basement. Like the Rudy from Alpha Investments. Alpha Investments comes from alpha cards and magic cards. That's where he made his millions, was selling alpha cards. That's fucking. Oh, it's painful.
My roommate in college, and I'm still jealous. I'm still so fucking jealous over this. My roommate in college had a sheet off the factory floor of uncut alpha cards.
That's worth, like, I don't even know. I don't even know how to place a price on that. That is so valuable, it's ridiculous.
Oh yeah, I'm like, you could just sell that and never work again. Like, honestly,
yeah,
just like,
or at least for a few years, yeah.
Yeah, like, it's insane. You could pay off all of your college debt with that, and I'm just like,
insane, yeah.
Ugh.
Well,
nah.
Well, Seska, thank you so fucking much for calling in. Thank you so much for telling.
This has been so lovely. Thank you so much for having me.
Yeah, I love geeking out over MMOs. I've been playing MMOs since I was a little kid, and I'm very happy to find some level of kindred spirit.
Can I do a final meme?
Please do
final
a final
memes?
meme. My final meme.
Okay, my final meme is I actually have a game recommendation I think you might really enjoy to play on stream sometime. It's called The Black Watchman. If you liked The Secret World, did you ever play The Secret World?
I don't think I played Secret World, no.
Okay, The Secret World was an MMORPG where it was like based in the modern day and it was all like conspiracy theories and everything's true. But it's really good. Like the playable factions are Illuminati and the Templars and stuff.
Oh, that's sick.
Yeah, it was really sick. Flopped as an MMO because Funcom made it.
Of course.
But to promote it, they had this ARG, like this horror ARG where you had to like do cryptography and like do a lot of research in real world, and, like track down like fake Facebooks that they had set up to like investigate stuff. It was really, really cool. And the people who made that actually went and made a full game of just that. It's a persistent open world ARG.
Whoa. That's really cool.
Yeah, and so I highly suggest, I'll even gift it to you on Steam if you want to play it on stream. Because I love this game so much, and I just wish it had more attention.
Okay.
It is so amazing. It requires you to do a lot of research into like cryptography, and like I had to learn Morse code for one of the missions. I had to research like Aleister Crowley's writings to find a specific passage that related to this other passage in the Bible to see how that would fit into this password for this other thing I was trying to do. It was really, really cool, and I think you would really enjoy it.
Yeah, if you want to DM me some links to that shit so I can check it out. I can never make any promise about any game. My media recommended list is massive. However,
yeah,
if it
I'll
piques
DM
my
that to you as soon as I'm done in here.
Please, that would be amazing. Seska, thank you so much for coming on. We got to bring some other people on now, but truly a wonderful, wonderful conversation. And
thank you. This has been really lovely. I was super nervous, but I'm glad I came through. You can follow me at WillowTMouse on Instagram or Seska Plays on Twitch.
There you go. Please pop your links in the chat when you go back to chat, and so that people can follow you if they love what you said. Okay, because I'm sure a lot of them did.
Great.
Okay,
thank you so much. You have a lovely night.
Merry Impmas, bye. Wow. What a good convo! What a great convo! What a fucking amazing conversation! Hold on, let me see here. I'm all out of alcohol. I've finished my soju, and it's saddening. Very well then. Okay. Let's bring the next caller in. Actually, no, wait. Don't bring the next caller in. Don't. Wait a second. Give me a second. I actually have to pee. So I'm going to play the bathroom song because we haven't done that in forever. We haven't done the bathroom song in forever, so I'm going to play the bathroom song. I'm going to go to the bathroom, okay? Here we go. Bathroom song. I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. If you're here and you haven't liked the stream and subscribed, subscribe and like.
Bathroom, so listen to the Demonmama bathroom song. She streams 20-hour days and 9 days a week, so let's give her and her bladder a little fucking break. Okay, it's been a minute and she's still in the bathroom. I'm not a math whiz, but I can count to 2. Let's all calm down and spam emotes while we wait and chat. Maybe someone here also needs a bathroom break. Been a bit since Demonmama went to the bathroom. Not like I'm counting, but this track's at 142. So don't you fret, my little lips, cause I wrote this track down to give you something boppin' while she's taking a break. Jesus fucking Christ, can Fawn go check in the bathroom? I hope she doesn't lock the door when she uses it. But if she does, you might need a little running start and hope the door hinge is weak enough to break. Okay, you're just fucking with me now. Put down your phone, the stream is still running. I can only assume you forgot because you were doom scrolling. Jesus Christ, Demonmama, do we need to call a doctor? Song's over, stop. Somebody help her out.
We did it! We made it! I'm back! Wow. Okay, I'll keep a look at this. I'm gonna open this up on my Steam real quick, and I'll take a look at this later. All right, everybody. You said you used to play City of Heroes. Have you tried City of Heroes Homecoming? It's City of Heroes brought back and run by a non-profit. It's updated regularly and everything. I have not, but that sounds amazing. That sounds fucking amazing. Do you think you should make the bathroom song longer? No, it's pretty much perfect. There are times where I have to step off stream for a little bit longer than 3.5 minutes, but to be honest, 3.5 minutes is basically exactly how long it takes me to piss. So, I don't have time for MMOs, but City of Heroes Homecoming sounds great. Hold on a second. Seska with the $25. Thank you so much, and you're very, very welcome. Of course. Thank you so much for throwing $25 my way. Remember, everyone, our last stream was a mod day, so if you want me to get paid, you gotta donate today, too. I know, sucks, right? But thank you, Seska, for the $25. Am I the only one that pisses in like 30 seconds? How frequently do you piss? Do you, like, run your bladder on minimum size? Like, what the fuck? Yeah, but that's because you piss hard. Am I wrong?
Thank you.
Am I wrong? Am I wrong?
Thank you.
Spyro is a bitch. Okay, that's true, but wait a minute. But that shouldn't affect... Spyro would make you pee longer, right? Unoptimized bladder? Yeah. You gotta optimize your bladder. All right, everybody. Let's bring the next person in here. Come on, let's get the next person in. Come on, next person. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Thank you so much, Lily too. Thank you so much. Don't talk shit about Spyro. I do. Listen, I try not to talk shit about Spyro. Am I bad? Lailafae, you are muted currently, but you are up. Lailafae, simply unmute your mic. Can you hear me?
I can't hear you. You might need to mess around with your Twitch settings or your Discord settings. Sorry. You're all right, Nuts. You're all good.
Can you hear me now?
I can, Lailafae. Lailafae, what are your
no.
pronouns?
It's Layla and Lailafae.
Layla. Lailafae.
I go by she, they, and it.
Oh, sick. What a sick combination.
Thank
Sick pronouns. Welcome to the show, Lailafae. I'll try to remember the pronunciation. Sometimes I'm a little bit bad about that sort of thing. Welcome and thank you. Merry Impmas and Happy New Year. What is the time right now? It is 7:35 on my coast, so we're not even close to the new year yet, but Happy New Year nonetheless.
Happy New Year. Sorry, I drank an entire Monster before this, so I was shaking from caffeine and nervousness.
Don't be nervous. I will protect you on here. You're on my show. I'll protect you unless you insult me, and then I will destroy you. But
I would never.
I know you wouldn't, but somebody's gonna. I can see. I'm looking down in this list. I smell that somebody wants to debate me somewhere.
I feel kind of silly, but I know like 0 older queer people because there aren't that many.
Yeah.
And I was coming to my elders for advice and stuff like that. So
I am.
Hi.
That's an honorable thing for you to say to me. I don't know that I would consider myself a queer elder, but I am an older queer. That is true. Yeah. So you're looking for how to meet like older queer folks?
Oh no. Here's my dilemma. I am technically not even supposed to be on the stream. I was going to spend New Year's with my partner, who is watching this right now.
Okay. Hello, partner. I hope.
Yeah. But I couldn't because I am not out to my parents because I will be beaten up or something, and I couldn't exactly explain why I wouldn't be with the family for New Year's.
Sorry about that.
It's just incredibly stressful having to like hide someone from your parents, and I was does it ever get any easier? And if it doesn't, what do I do?
So does it get easier? In my experience, yes. And I know that there's a lot of memes around the it gets better stuff and that kind of like liberal, like it gets better, like blah, blah, but there is truth in it. As many people who watch my show know, I had a particularly traumatic coming out experience. I came out to somebody I trusted at the time. That person outed me to a whole lot of other people, and before I knew it, my whole family was aware whether I wanted to or not, and I was not ready to talk to my whole family about that sort of thing. That's a very, very, very difficult and traumatic intro to coming out. And even for me, it has gotten easier over the years. Now, it took some really rough events. I'm rather distanced from most of my family at this point in time. And that is really difficult to deal with. However, as it turns out, like people who hate, or not even necessarily who hate you, people who don't support you for your gender expression are actually not the most supportive people in general. And usually they have very conditional views of familial support. So for me, I did have to get away from my family. I did have to sever a lot of connections, and it was painful. But over time, what it allowed me to do was by severing those toxic connections, and by building non-toxic connections, I was able to build a family of choice. And that family of choice has saved my life on so many occasions that I honestly can't express them all here. It does get easier. And some families are just really, really anxious and nervous at the start, and they're not like necessarily super hateful. I don't know your family. It's very hard for me to give specific advice for anyone's family because, of course, every person is unique, let alone every family structure. But some families are not like principally opposed to trans and gay people or trans and gay relationships or whatever. But they're just kind of like, they get nervous about it and they're kind of like, I don't really get this. And they're kind of bad at first. That type of family is the one that's most likely to change positively over time as they become more familiar. And I always tell people, all the like trans people in my life and queer people in my life that like if you don't ever give up framing of your own situation. When if you decide to come out to family, when or if you don't have to necessarily, but present it as something to be excited about, and don't grant any ground on that front. Just, I am excited about this. You should be too. If they're not, there's nothing you can do about that really, except for hope that they change their mind. But if they follow your excitement, which many of them will, because it's an unknown and they're gonna look to you to understand the situation, things can go better. And of course you could end up, I don't know your situation again, it might end up with a family like mine where there was religious, political, and political ideological differences that made it impossible for us to resolve this. My family would not accept me because they believed that being trans at all was a sin, but not all families are like that. So if you don't have a family like that, there's a good chance that they'll follow your lead if you go in and show them that it's something to be excited about. And if they don't, the end of the day, you have to put yourself first. Queer people have to put themselves first. You have to put your expression first, because if you're queer and it's bothering you, you will never live a happy life until you're able to live openly. Unfortunately, in the society we live in, sometimes that comes at an economic or interpersonal cost, which I hope that will stop happening over time. But at the end of the day, it does get better. It gets better because even if people reject you, you find out who it is who really cares about you and who it is whose love is conditional based on politics or morality. And that allows you to decide who you're going to associate with more in the future. I hope that makes sense. Does that make sense?
Yeah, okay, so I hate to interrupt, but like...
Please, you're not
really...
interrupting.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, funny story. I was a very political kid, I guess.
Okay, yeah. Me
so,
too.
And I was closeted, but whatever.
Yeah,
so
that's fine.
For context, I'm only 18, so this story was taking place like when I was like 12. Me and my mom got into an argument about bisexuality, and she was like, "It's gross, it's mega cringe," and I was getting like really defensive.
Yeah.
For unknown reasons. And she was like, she looked at me in my eyes and she was like, "Why are you so mad? Are you bi?" And I've never been a good liar, so I just kind of stood there as an angry 12-year-old with my little fist balled.
Yeah.
And I didn't get to like determine the conditions of my coming out. And of course my parents were like, "It's a phase, you're 12. And then they made it like weirdly sexual. They were like, "Do you want to go out there and eat pussy right now?" And I was like, "Not really, no."
Yeah.
So we all kind of agreed to never talk about it again. And it's been 6 years, and they seemed to have never talked about it again. So I'm firmly back in the closet.
They do that a lot. They do that a lot. There's a lot of kicking cans down the road. Parents love to do. Conservative-leaning parents love to kick that shit down the road and pretend that it's like, oh, it's a phase, it's a phase, it's a phase. The phase thing has always been bullshit, always will be bullshit. It's always been cope. It's cishet cope. Yeah, I'm sorry you have to deal with that. And I'm sorry you had to deal with that sort of response at such a young age, because it can be really, really hurtful. I remember, like, for myself, like, there was a lot of moments like that. My dad was very, very anti-gay. And when I was younger, he used to say things like, "What are you, a fucking, F slur?" Or "What are you, gay? Like, what the hell are you doing?" And, like, all the time, for the most random things that made no sense to me, but they were his own. Of course they didn't, because they were his own, my dad's own, like, prejudices, that were boiling around in his head that made no sense to anyone else but him. But it can stick with you for a long time, and it's okay. It's okay if it hurts for a long time. With some individuals, it doesn't get better. That's just a reality of life. Excuse me. Hiccup and a burp. And sometimes there's not much you can do about that. There's essentially no world in which my dad will ever be okay with me being gay and trans. There's basically no world. So me and my dad's like shared path no longer continues. And I'm happy with that, because he caused a lot of pain for me. Unfortunately, there are some people like that out in the world. That's not everyone. That's not even most people, to be completely honest. Most people might have a little bit of a weird reaction. They might be a little awkward, but most people in my experience are pretty open to stuff. And even if you have a family member who's like particularly aggressive or bad about things, there's usually other family members who won't be like that. And there were a handful of family members, my cousins specifically, there was like a ring of my cousins in my family who were all okay with me being trans, and most of them I still have very, very good relationships with to this day. One of them is one of the closest people to me in my life. So yeah, it's really hard to tell, and these things are really hard to navigate. But just remember that, like, at the end of the day, your ability to live your life honestly as yourself is an incredibly important thing, and no one should be able to take that from you. Yeah.
Yeah, one more thing, because I don't want to take you for that long, because like
That's
a
fine.
bajillion people behind me, but
That's fine.
I just wanted to like real quick talk about like performative activism, because it ties into the whole thing.
Sure.
Because my mother, she prides herself on being like super duper cool with the gays. She has a gay best friend. I had a gay friend. His name was something, and she adored him. She loved him so much, and she had like lesbian neighbors when she was a kid, and she brings it up all the time. And she posts like Facebook memes about being so accepting. And I'm like, you called a 12-year-old disgusting to her face and never apologized. And I am still kind of mad about it. Not gonna lie.
That's completely understandable. I can completely understand why you would be mad about that sort of thing. I hope that that's changed. I hope that maybe in the years between that event and now, there's been some sort of internal change or whatever. That really fucking sucks. And I really wish that like we lived in a culture that wouldn't have that outcome happen so frequently. But a lot of times people are just really reactionary because that's what they've heard. That's what they've been taught. Sometimes they change, sometimes they don't. In this case, maybe it sounds like your family is the type that's a little bit more open to like, oh, well, you know, now I know this person. Maybe I won't be so reactive or whatever. But it's really hard to tell. And I do wish you the best of luck. And I'm really sorry that that's the way that it's gone. The truth is that like some people are really performative with their activism. And some people, there's a thing that happens where like my mom, for example, was not somebody who was like explicitly anti-gay at any given moment. And yet when it came to me, there was this like, oh no, it's in my house now, it's in my life now, and there's this weird reaction to it, where my mom like sort of deferred to the most reactionary and conservative and anti-gay people in my family out of like, oh no, it's in my life now, like what do I do? And the answer was like pass it along to other people. Yeah, that's a tough thing to deal with. And I don't know how you cross a line like that, because some people really are like that. They're like, oh yeah, other people can be gay, but not my kid. It's not my kid. You know? Yeah, it's NIMBY homophobia. Yeah, it's like not in my backyard, but you know, everywhere else is fine. Yeah. I don't know. It's a really tough situation to deal with. Maybe that openness indicates like a willingness to flex, and all you need to overcome is like, you know, whatever, like that feeling of safety that's like, okay, well, as long as it's not in my house, then it's okay. Maybe you can just say, well, maybe it's not that bad if it's in your house, you know? Maybe it's not that bad if it's in your family. Maybe you shouldn't be so worried about it. But I really hope that your mom is capable of seeing that was hurtful, and also like why it might stick with you, you know?
Yeah. Okay. I'm not gonna be much longer, but like 2 more things.
Okay.
1, I got into an argument with my partner. Isn't Aether a super cute baby name? Like it's super cool, right? Like,
yeah, I think that's a cool name. Yeah, I think that's a sick ass name. Yeah, I think it's a cool name. Yeah,
Okay.
I think it's a cool name. Maybe a little. It's a little Final Fantasy core, but it's pretty cool.
I like it.
If you're a Final Fantasy core,
and
then that's fine.
And what was it? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. So like I know these people who've gotten like COVID like literally 3 times,
Holy
and
shit.
still won't get vaccinated. I'm like, please just get the vaccine like at some point.
Yeah.
And it's almost funny because they've gotten every strain. It's not funny. They're fine for now, and they have
For
it again.
now.
Hopefully they'll
I
be fine
mean,
again.
Having
Jesus.
COVID 3 times is really fucking bad for your long-term health prospects. Best of luck to those people. I would not go near them with a 30-foot pole. And if if they've gotten COVID 3 times and are still not getting vaccinated, they're just a biohazard. I would just treat them as like the way I would treat somebody like that is like I would treat them like a boomer from Left 4 Dead. I was like, boomer! You know what I mean? Anytime they came around, like everybody should run away and not get splashed with the goo. Because
God. And
if you're at 3 infections, like you're beyond help. Yeah.
Like I remember, oh my God, it was like the most cringe thing. They're a part of my family, right? Like it's
Yeah.
a household that's in my extended family, and we were in a group chat, and this motherfucker sent a fucking American Sniper quote that was like, there are 3 types of people: the sheep, the wolves, and the lions. And I was like, are you fucking kidding me? You're the fucking plague rat. Like,
Yeah, you're a plague rat. Yeah, sheep, lions, wolves, and plague rats, and you're the exploding plague rat. Go away. Go outside. You should consider. I'm getting so aggressive with people. If I had a relative who came over during like an event that was like unvaccinated and refused to wear a mask, I would just make them sit on the cold porch. I would. I would just be like, you can't come into my house unless you're gonna sit on the porch, and I'll put my dog out there with you so you're not alone. But like, yeah, you're on the porch. Actually, I wouldn't put my dog out there because dogs can catch COVID sometimes.
yeah, and like, I am a bad person, but I sent them a picture of like the iron lungs, and I was like, get the fuck in.
Get the fuck into the iron lung. That's awesome. Okay, that's poggers, okay? Listen, I'm really mean about COVID at this point because we're on like year 3 and I don't have any more patience with people. Yeah. But that's fucking sick, okay?
It's whatever. I don't know how to
Oh, no, please go ahead.
And I don't know how to convince people that like the vaccine is good, because like you can't send them articles. They're gonna be like, that's the fucking liberal media, and I can't like convince you that you're not gonna die from COVID when you've had it 3 times. You probably think it's the flu at that point. And it's just like, I really would rather not go to your funeral at some point. That would not be fun.
Maybe just send them some articles from the like 1920s when we had the Spanish flu outbreak. Maybe have them read about some of that, because back then it was literally the flu, and people were like, "Oh, it's just a flu," and then they just kick over and die because so many people get sick that you get sick with the flu 15 times and your lungs are like, "Help!" Yeah. Tell them you won't attend the funeral if it's COVID related. Oh. Careful with that. You're gonna get yourself written out of some wills. All right. Just tell them you know what? Here's a better way. Tell them you're looking forward to whatever they leave you in your will. That'll work. Be like, hey, Grandpa, you're not getting the vaccine. What are you leaving me? You gonna leave me your cool taxidermied animals or your rifle or whatever? Yeah.
Honestly, I don't think I have much more to say. It's been an honor talking to you again, Mom.
Hold on, let me say
Layla.
Lailafae. Sorry. I always want to say Lila. Lailafae, thank you so much for coming on. I wish you the best of luck with your stubborn family, but I will tell you, remember, not all families are going to be willing to change, and you just got to live your life and be happy with the people who make you happy. Life is way too short to spend on people who are impossible to work with. If you have good people, they can be your family of choice, and I promise you, families of choice are just as fulfilling as, actually more fulfilling, honestly, than families of not choice. So, thank you for coming on, and Merry Impmas, Happy New Year.
Merry Impmas, Happy New Year. Peace.
Bye. Bye. All right, everybody. Taxidermy is not very vegan. Oh, shut the fuck up, nuts. Shut the fuck up, nuts. I know taxidermy as an industry is not vegan, but tons of people use salvaged pelts for taxidermy, and that is a very good use of a salvaged pelt.
Sorry,
Hello.
we're just having a little technical difficulties. We're working things out real quick.
Okay, that's fine. Whenever you're ready, just bring somebody in. Just tell me, and you know. Happy New Year's for the people who are in the Happy New Year's. You're not getting the vaccine? Unrelated question. Have you written your will, or is it just going to be like finders keepers? Can we get a quick don't die segment? Saw an imp having a rough time on social media. Yes, we can. Do not die, okay? Times are dark. They are. But humanity has encountered and endured many dark times. You will not get to see the good times if you give up during the dark times. It is hard. We can make them better together. Do not fucking die. I need every last one of you, queer ass, whatever you are out there, motherfuckers, fighting for a better world. Do not fucking give up, even if you feel like it. Cry your eyes out if you gotta. You know, smoke some weed, have a little bender with your friends. Whatever you gotta do to keep going, keep going. Do not fucking give up. Okay? Do not die. Do not. All right. My ass is in fact queer. I know there's a lot of queer bees in here. There's some non-queer people here too. And if you're not queer, you might be queer because you're hanging out in Demonmama's chat. But if you're not queer, you shouldn't die either. Please do not die. Okay? Keep fighting. Keep fighting. Okay? Good. If me telling you not to die is what does it, then good. Then that is the reason why I'm willing to make this an order. Most things, I think it's way too parasocial to tell your followers what to do. But I am comfortable telling my followers not to die. I very much am. Okay? All right. So, all right, we have our next guest on, Syll. Syll. What are your pronouns? I can't hear you currently. You appear to be, your microphone appears to be unconnected. However.
Wait, does that work?
Yeah, now I can hear you. What are your pronouns?
Okay. Well, pronouns are for nerds, and that's why I have all of them. So there we go.
All right. The most poggers of all of the pronouns. Okay.
Yes, of course.
Welcome, Syll, to the show.
Let me just switch. Let's just switch my mic from push talk to normal. I'm sorry. 2 seconds. I'm sorry. My computer is a mess.
It's your mic is a little fuzzy, but it's not that bad. You're understandable and audible. So there's a little background noise, but it's not too bad.
Sorry about that. It's 4 a.m. here in Europe.
Wow,
So,
you're in Eurozone. You're in the Eurozone. Do you mind saying which area of the Eurozone you're calling from?
I'm technically not. I'm technically not in Europe anymore because of Brexit.
Brexit.
On
Yes, you are
Turf
in
Island,
the
sadly.
island formerly known as a European ally that is no longer a part of the European Union. Well, welcome from the UK. I hope you're enjoying your New
It's
Year's
disappointing
Day.
to live here. No, I'm joking. Yeah, no, it's been pretty nice. I mean, it's nice to spend 4 hours watching Demonmama as for New Year.
Yeah, well, thanks for coming on. Did you have a topic in mind, or were you just hoping to vibe?
I'm sorry. I was thinking a topic and my brain just died.
That's
because I'm bad at this stuff. I don't know. God, no, this is bad. I'm so bad at this kind of stuff.
It's okay. I mean, there's no pressure. You can literally just come on and say hi and say Happy New Year's and say something you care about or whatever. It's super chill. The call-in streams are just, they're for the callers. So not really for me. So you don't got to worry about performing or anything. You just come on and say hello.
Yeah. I don't know.
You want to talk about politics? You want to talk about drama? You want to talk about anything? We can talk about personal things, whatever. Shoot me a question. Shoot me whatever.
I don't know. It's difficult. I guess if it's okay, I don't bother anybody. But so I have some questions because I know that you've had you had a long-term experience with education and stuff.
I have, yes.
And I'm currently in a situation where I'm worried that I'm probably gonna have to drop out of university
Okay.
due to personal, mental health reasons and
Yeah.
stuff.
Yeah.
And it's like I'm in a current situation where like my existence as like a young independent person is basically based on the fact of me being able to stay in university.
Mm-hmm.
But I feel like I'm unable to continue. Like if I don't stay in university, I no longer am able to live with my friends because I'm in university housing.
Okay.
And I wouldn't be able to like right now I'm unable to work basically, and my parents have said they won't really support me if I'm not like going to university. Like I'd have to get a job, and I feel like I'm in a particular situation where if I'm unable to do like schoolwork, like how am I going to be able to work, right?
Yeah.
I don't know. Like I feel like what's the right thing to do? Because like I know like it's I don't know.
That's
I
hard.
don't want to like put this kind of crazy shit on people, but
No, I think this is an interesting question, and it's something that I actually have a bit of personal experience with. I've gone to college 3 separate times, and I've never finished college. I learned a fuckload at college, like a lot. A lot of the reason why my stream looks and sounds as good as it does is because of the experience that I gained from film school when I was in film school twice. And it's hard. The first time I had to leave college, I was devastated because I really liked my film program. I was very passionate about film. I had a lot of good connections, but I couldn't keep paying. For me, it wasn't so much about the work; it was about the money. But then when I went back to school and studied biology, I was struggling incredibly hard with chemistry, and I felt like my school's chemistry department was incredibly incompetent and run by somebody that I felt was very irresponsible, and I couldn't continue. And that was very difficult for me. It was very hard for me to make the decision that I was going to leave school. But it isn't necessarily the right decision for everyone. For me, there was no way I could continue. I was working so much. That was the only way that I could keep myself afloat without my family, was to keep working. So I had to put work before school, which really sucks. If you're in a situation where you're in school and you can't keep up with the work, but you don't necessarily want to stop going to university, you could consider a program change. And the cool thing is that program changes usually don't require any sort of parental insight. You don't even usually have to let anyone know. You can just go talk to your counselors on school and say, hey, listen, the workload is overwhelming to me. Is there a way I can drop my course load, or I can switch over into a different major that perhaps has an easier workload? Because a degree of any type is obviously worth more than no degree. Degrees can be incredibly valuable currently, and that's great. And if you're learning stuff you're interested in, that's fucking fantastic. And because of the student life where you kind of like, parents might be willing to help you go to school, but they're not willing to do other things, it can have to do with your housing as well. And if you're in that type of situation, I would recommend switch into a program. If it's like between being homeless and having to stay at university and do like some work, pick a program that's like super easy. Even if it's not a subject you're super interested in, like pick like, I don't know, a business degree or a sports medicine degree, a degree that has much less hard classes to follow. Not that those are like completely cakewalks or anything. That's not me trying to downplay members of that. Of those majors, but there are majors that are much easier than others. Engineering is known for example, for having huge amounts of like homework. So you can always consider that. Just remember, you don't have to play nice. The world never plays nice with queer folks. The world never plays nice with students. You don't have to play nice with them. You can just change cynically, if you desire, into an easy degree so that you can spend the next 4 years hanging out with your friends, learning shit, and figuring out stuff. 4 years is a long time to figure out a lot of shit. Even if you're not in the degree program that's like your ideal career, you can probably find out and make the connections you need to within 4 years' time, where you have food and friends and a place to live. Consider that. Consider those options. Consider those things that are like not necessarily ideal, but that might work really well for you because you don't owe anybody which degree you take. For me, there was no way for me to stay in school because of the cost. If there had been, I would have been more than willing. I would have switched over into like a culinary major if I felt like I could stay in college with the community that I had there and with the connections I was making there. I would have gone to culinary classes while still working on film sets, but that wasn't an option because of the money. So if it's not just money, if it's a matter of workload and stuff like that, consider maybe switching majors to something that's easier. Hospitality, a more like a less homework focused one like history or something like that. A degree that's not as demanding in the homework department so that you can do what you need to do to maintain that living situation. Personally, for me, most of what I gained from college was social. So I made connections with other film students. I made connections with fuckloads of people all over the world who taught me all kinds of things. And I actually ended up making friends with people who taught me how to get better work in the future, how to find work and stuff like that. Those are universal. It doesn't matter which program you're in. You can pick up those skills from the social environment on a college. So yeah, just keep that in mind. And remember, you don't have to play nice. You got to survive. You got to do what you got to do. Don't feel like you got to play nice. Okay?
Thank you. So I'm currently doing an archaeology program, which has basically been my dream for like basically my entire life. And so it really like sucks that like I feel like I'm able to do it, right? Like it's just sort of like, this is the thing I in my future, I can't really see myself doing anything else, but at the same time, it's like I can't do it. I don't know.
Okay.
It's not important.
Well, here's what I would recommend then. In this particular case, it sounds like you like your major, but the workload is too high. Consider, I don't know how your university works, but most universities have, even if they're not amazingly well advertised, they usually have work-throughs for people who are struggling with the workload. Because they usually know that there are going to be some people who struggle with the workload for life reasons. So maybe it's a dean you need to talk to. Maybe it's a counselor, a school counselor you need to talk to. Maybe it's a department head. But like, for example, when I was in film, I was really struggling with one of my major projects, and I was able to talk to a counselor who was able to get me all kinds of benefits towards being able to accomplish that project. Even though like they didn't offer it up front, once I started asking questions, people were willing to like offer me stuff that I could do, extensions, some assistance. I was able to get some help from one of the department heads who was able to get me a connection for a set that I needed. This was film school, of course. So consider that. Also keep in mind that most schools have things like free tutoring programs where if you're struggling with the workload, you can actually book, like my school had, like you could book time slots where you would, instead of like having to do your homework on your own, you could just have a tutor sit there with you and do your homework with you. And that can be incredibly helpful and usually free. So if you love your subject and you really like being at university, try to do that. Also, consider if your parents are like determined to make you work, consider looking for jobs on campus that are you might not have thought of before. Here are some examples. Lots of student like work study jobs are like things like IT or library or even some of the like stage crew stuff. Will be work study jobs, even if they're not like particularly well advertised. For a while, I worked as a clerk in like a a secretary at the school's on-site like sports video thing. So like the people who recorded all the sports events that happened on the school, I was able to talk to them and be like, hey, I'm in the film program, and you guys are doing sports video. Do you want me to like do some jobs? And they were like, here's what we can have you do. And it ended up being the chillest job ever. They were literally like, do your homework. You're going to get like 10 calls a day on your 8-hour shift, and you can do your homework in between. So it's like, okay, yeah, 8 hours of like sitting in a comfy room, and working on a little school computer. And once in a while I'd get a phone call. And other than that, I would work on my homework. There are a lot of jobs like that. Sometimes you have to dig a little deeper because usually they're not very well advertised. The jobs for that were not advertised basically at all. They were just like, hey, we need a student, just apply like usual. And it turns out it worked out really well for me. And also IT jobs tend to be like that as well. Depending on which department you're working in for IT, sometimes you'll have like a job in IT where you do like two printer resets per day. And the rest of the day is you getting paid to do your homework. And those things can be really, really good. So consider that type of stuff.
Great, thank you very much.
No problem.
I don't know. I guess. Have you ever thought of playing any? What's it called? Hearthstone on stream.
I have played Hearthstone on stream. I don't play Hearthstone anymore right now. I have, yeah, a long time ago. It's been like literally over a year since I've played Hearthstone on stream. I like Hearthstone. I haven't been playing Hearthstone recently for a number of reasons. Some of their approaches make me really mad. I love Hearthstone Battlegrounds, even though it's a shit show. And I might play Hearthstone Battlegrounds on stream again sometime, but I have played it a few times, but it was a long time ago, so yeah. Yeah, Jam says Battlegrounds is the only game mode worth shit. Yeah, it literally is. Yeah, it's literally the only game mode, and it still has a lot of problems. There's a literal pay to win battle pass system.
I've been trying to. I'm actually, but technically you don't have to pay. You can grind for it using the free battle pass. You can need 2,000 coins to get the premium version, but I'm currently on a grind for that for this season.
Yeah, it's always. I can never keep up with it. I can never get enough gold in time.
No, exactly. Yeah. It's so annoying. Yeah, for sure. No, it's just that like I'm like the only I know that I remember you talking about liking Hearthstone on one of the previous streams, and I don't know anybody who plays Hearthstone that I'm like friends with, so I'm just like gosh darn it, I'm stuck playing Hearthstone alone. I would like to play with other people.
It's rough because there's not a whole lot of there's not a whole lot of those there's not a whole lot of the auto battlers that are really good. I played a free auto battler called Super Battle Pets for a while, which is really fun. But it's or Super Auto Pets, sorry, Super Auto Pets. Yeah, that game is really fun, but it doesn't have the same staying power because it's not been developed as long. But maybe in the future it will be just as good. I used to play TFT as well for that auto chess fix. Honestly, the Hearthstone Battlegrounds is so much fun. It's such a unique format. I really like it. But I haven't been playing it lately just because I got so fucking mad at Blizzard. I get so mad at Blizzard.
Yeah, no, exactly.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. That was my problem. I used to I never spent a huge amount of money on Hearthstone, but I put a little bit of money in to get some nice things.
Yeah.
But once the whole Blizzard, originally it was when Blizzard banned Blitzchung, or what's the name, the for the whole free Hong Kong stuff.
I remember that. Yeah, that was so fucked.
But obviously, since then, there's been all the absolute just disgusting stuff that's happened.
Nightmarish.
That's happened and the server on the server at the company that has just made it so now I don't put any money. I'll play it a tiny bit, but the idea of giving them any money is just it's just disgusting.
Yeah, I haven't spent money on a Blizzard product since the last time I played WoW, where obviously you gotta subscribe. But that was the last time I spent money on a Blizzard product. I can't do it anymore. It's just the company is so rotten. It makes me sad. It really does make me sad. I'm sure my viewers are tired of me doing talking about how much I hate Blizzard and all the things that have made me mad, and how salty I am about the failure of Heroes of the Storm, the best MOBA game that was ever made. By the way, and if you disagree with me, yes, I will debate you. You can come in and debate me about Dota, League of Legends. Heroes of the Storm is by far the best MOBA game that has ever been made.
MOBAs all suck, that's all I'm gonna say.
What's that?
I hate all MOBAs. MOBAs suck.
Yeah, all right. Listen, some of us have the MOBA calling, okay? Others of us don't, okay? So,
Oh,
well, thank you so much for coming on.
you.
Was there any other memes you wanted to hit me with before you go?
Not really. I don't think there's anything else. Oh yeah, by the way, Rack, I just saw that you got banned in Demonmama's server for saying slurs.
Rack!
This isn't Docord. You can't just do that.
Yeah, sorry, we don't allow slurs in the same way on the demon. We live in an authoritarian. I can't rack. We all have to have maybe we'll have a corrective session and we can let you back in. But Jesus Christ, you gotta watch those things. We can't do slurs on my server. There's more eyes on it because we're a community server. Okay?
I see you, Doe. You can't.
Oh,
hide from this.
Oh no! Don't say that! Don't say that aloud, Doe. Shh. We try to follow the rules, okay? Did I cut my hair? No, I just have my hair up today.
Oh, it's really nice talking to you. Goodbye, chat. Yeah.
It was wonderful speaking with you too, Syll. Thank you so much for coming on.
Join Docord. Join Docord.
Join the Docord and join the DM cord.
Let's go. I'm an admin now. Let's go.
Oh yeah. All right. I happen to know a bit about your admin experiences. Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
I know. I've heard some legends. I heard there was some issues with the pronoun bot, huh?
Yeah, I maybe destroyed the pronoun bot. Okay, but then I fixed it. So.
Oh yeah. You know what that sounds like to me? That sounds like a plan. That sounds like there was a plot to destroy the old pronoun bot.
I put in the new.
I knew it. Sinister. I told you.
How dare you?
Goya!
I'm right and you're wrong. Everybody's wrong. It's a better pronoun bot.
I knew it. I told you. It was a sinister ploy. All right. So get the hell out of here. We got to get somebody else in here. Your sinister ploys. Have a good night, all right? Thank you. Merry Impmas.
Bye.
I knew it. I fucking knew it. All right, hold on a second. Don't bring anybody else on yet. I gotta pee. I've been drinking so much liquids. Fawn is going to take over and entertain you. Don't worry, the entertainment won't stop. It's a non-stop entertainment pile here on the Demonmama stream. No matter how tired I get, it's always fun. Always fun, always happy, or else. Here you go, Fawn. Here you go. I gotta pee. I'll be back.
Hey y'all, what's up? It's me, Fawn. And look, it's a doe. Hope you're having a good new year. Hope you've been enjoying the Collins. Hope you've been hitting likes, subscribe, donate, press all the buttons you can. Someone says that your hair looks nice. Of course, Doe's hair looks nice. Doe's beautiful.
That's really sweet. Is there an official Docord link? I'm pretty sure the Docord is discord.gg/doe.
Yeah, there might be a command for it. I don't know.
I'm pretty sure. Yeah, that should be it.
Oh, streaming hasn't taken away from that at all. We've just been hanging out a lot, just chilling for the holidays, smoking a lot, drinking.
Yeah. Stop judging me there. I don't want to mod. Sorry.
True. I am a. I'm not an admin. I'm a janitor.
Yeah. Are you taking a break from YouTube?
Anarcho janitor.
All right, first of all, that's how I know you're a fake fan. I'm not on YouTube, okay? Fake fan alert, all right?
Fake fan alert. I'm on YouTube. Don't look at my videos. I'll beat you up in Minecraft. Hunger Games.
I mean, yeah, kind of. It's kind of an impromptu stopping.
I'll play Killer Instinct 2013 with you. Don't do it. You're gonna regret it. Don't never look into the phone. Never look into it, or you'll regret it.
Hypocrite
a viral beyond belief video. Oh shit. Oh,
No, you're okay.
Bolshevik party. Thoughts? You can have all your thoughts. You don't. You. It's when you express them out. Dawn. Fondo.
Dofon.
Dofon.
Fondue.
Fondue. It is not just me doing Fortnite dances. I actually, I basically had stopped making YouTube videos by the time that Fortnite was a thing. But I remember I really did look forward to Fortnite since 2011. And then it was not the game that I wanted it to be. And now it's got Baby Yoda in it, probably. Everything's got Baby Yoda. I did play Final Fantasy XIV at one point, but I don't really want to play MMORPGs lately.
MMORPGs suck.
They don't suck.
They are cringe. Every time. Okay. My experience with every MMO, I've played so many. My experience has always been, wow, this seems so much fun. I get to do this cool stuff with my friends. And then it's boring. It's boring bullshit every time. It's you standing in a line, waiting to have fun forever.
What is this?
MMORPGs.
Doe doesn't like MMORPGs.
I want to like them so bad, and I hate them.
The thing is, there are some that I really hated. Like, I didn't play WoW for a long time, and I didn't really like it that much because I was so, I'd become so addicted and spoiled by character action games and how, distanced from what you're actually doing and all the hotkeys and stuff in, a game like World of Warcraft. I was like, it's not engaging. It's not very engaging. But the rest of MMORPGs are stuff that I loved, and I used to play a lot. I used to play Maple Story. I played Fly for Fun. I played a game called Brawl Busters. That's a deep cut. That was one of my favorite games ever, and when it died, I literally kept bringing it up in my head for years. I'm like, I want this game back. But I don't really care now. Not Fly for Fun, Fawn. Yes, unfortunately, Fly for Fun.
What's Fly for Fun?
Yes, I played Guns. Guns the Duel was my jam. I love Guns. Guns is so freaking stupid. It is the dumbest game ever made, and I love it. The broken ass animation canceling stuff in the first game was great, but I unironically loved the second game as well, which kind of it died with a whimper because most multiplayer games do nowadays. And it didn't have the kind of crazy animation cancels, but it still had the same really good pacing, and it had good weapon feel and it was fun. I liked it. And yes, the ridiculously high skill ceiling of K-style stuff was wild. I never got that good at K-style, but I could do D-style things, you can do the dagger lunge.
Too, didn't you?
Yes, I played Phantasy Star Online 2 a lot, and I played Warframe 1,200 hours.
Oh my god!
But a lot of that might be idling in the ship, and stuff.
I played a lot of Warframe too. Warframe is fun.
My PC couldn't
Warframe
handle
also has
guns.
really good story writing. It's just unfortunately buried between
microtransaction.
Grinding.
The world of grindy microtransaction stuff.
The thing is,
oh god, I hate it. I couldn't do it. Oh.
Okay, all right.
I gotta love hate. Yeah, all right. It's too much video game talk. Okay.
Out.
Love. Bye, Imps.
Fuck out of here.
We have been kicked from the chat.
Oh my god. Fucking Tibia. Shut the fuck up.
I played Tibia.
No, shut up. Shut up. I hate this. I fucking hate it. Every time I yield my stream to these stinking creatures, they come in here and they say shit I don't agree with, and then I get in trouble. All right. I'm a tyrant and a despot. Yes. Blah, blah, blah. Mama Stalin. Okay, whatever. Fuck you. Doe said it hated Final Fantasy XIV. I can understand why Doe doesn't like MMOs.
Wait, I didn't say that.
You didn't? Or did you?
No, I didn't play Final Fantasy XIV. I said that I hate MMOs.
Okay, but that's Final Fantasy 14 is an MMO, so technically you did say that.
But I wasn't explicit about the game.
There's a lot of things to dislike about MMOs, but there's also certain things that are only enjoyable via an MMO. An MMO, there is no experience quite. Well, there probably are some experiences that are similar to it, but there is not quite. There is a very good feeling that comes from defeating a mythic raid with your team, where there is an entire group of people all working together to gather the necessary resources, ensure that everyone is properly equipped. Everybody is working together to find all of the rare drops that everyone needs so that you can defeat the hardest bosses in the game. That shit is unmatched, and only MMOs really have that gameplay, unless you go into like theater or like playing in an orchestra or symphony orchestra or whatever. 40 people working together to kick the shit out of a mythic boss, and you succeeding and watching everybody execute and being plugged into 40 other humans who all have the same goal in mind is super sick. Okay, it's super fucking sick, and I like it. Okay, but unfortunately there is a lot of pain involved in getting to that process. Okay, there is, and so I understand why some people don't like MMOs. Even though I think they're wrong. Even though I think Doe is incorrect about MMOs sucking. I don't think they suck. I just think you don't like them. But here we go.
Cope.
Is this my life? This is my life. I'm getting told that I'm coping on my own stream. Shut up. You're so lucky. You're so lucky the camera's on right now. You're so lucky the camera's on and everything that I want to do is TOS. I once cost my guild the Undying achievement in the last week it was available because I panicked on Saphiron thinking I wouldn't make it behind the ice spike, so I hit aspect of the cheetah for speed boost, forgetting the frost damage would instantly daze me. Oof. Oof. That's an ouchie one, Gayfesh. Oof. That hurts. All right, let's get the next caller in here, okay? Hey, thank you for the 831 bits. Thank you so much. Come. Indeed. Come. Thank you very, very much. And Deep Dish Bard for the tier 1 sub. Thank you so very much. Thank you so very much. Welcome. Welcome,
Hey, how's it
Breadwave. Breadwave, welcome. How are you?
I'm doing great.
What are your pronouns?
I had some they, them.
They, them. All right.
And also, I do have video if you're able to throw it up.
Yeah, feel free to put your video on and I'll pop your video up as soon as I can. All right, let's get Breadwave up on here. Hold on a second.
Is it working?
Yeah, hold on. Hello, Breadwave. Welcome to the show.
Hey,
And
how's it
hello.
going?
Your video is coming
I'm
through.
doing great.
Nice and
How are
clear.
you?
Nice. I'm doing great. I'm getting a little bit tired. We're on hour 5.5, which is not that much, but I did do like a 9.5-hour stream on Wednesday, so I'm a little tired. But other than that, I'm doing pretty good. Welcome to the show.
Well, it was a good
Merry
stream,
Impmas.
so.
Yeah, it was good. I had a great
Merry
time.
Impmas.
Yeah, Merry Impmas, indeed, and a Happy New Year. Fawn, can you give me a new one of these?
For sure.
All right, so what do you want to talk about?
So I had two things I wanted to talk about.
Okay.
And if we don't get to the second one, that's okay. I don't want to take up too
right.
much time. But
That's fine.
the first one, and I want this to be a pretty fun conversation. We've had a lot of deep going into, emotional
Oh, so
things.
it's a
but-
debate.
So
then,
what
is
I'm
you're saying? It's a debate. Are we debating?
It can be a friendly debate, but
Okay,
I'm not.
alright.
I'm not gonna like.
You're not
yeah.
gonna insult
So
me
what
or
I want
ad
to talk
hom me?
about, maybe just a little bit.
All right, ad hom me.
What I want
a
to talk
cigarette.
about is the future of gender.
Okay, that sounds like a
And I have some. Yeah, I have some fun, unique, and a little bit wacky ideas.
Ooh, please give me your
So
wacky
the first thing.
Thank you.
Yeah, so the first thing I want to ask, you're not a gender abolitionist, right?
I mean, I don't know. I don't know what that really means. I jokingly call myself a gender ascensionist, because I think that every time I say gender abolition, people go, "Oh my God, you're gonna blow up my womanhood! You're gonna bomb it! You're gonna blow it up! I won't be able to wear pretty dresses anymore."
Absolutely.
And I go, "No, you don't understand." But yeah, I think in generally I'm on board with most of the ideas of gender abolition. I just think there's many different paths to reach that goal.
So yeah, I'm on board with the goals of gender abolition, but the way that most people talk about it seems a little bit short-sighted.
Fair.
And so I thought I wanted to ask a question first, just to like,
please,
get this set up. What do you think the worst parts of gender as it exists today are?
The worst? I mean, I think the worst part is how coercive it is. Gender is an incredibly arbitrarily determined social machine, and yet it is enforced with a hypocritical and ridiculous level of ferocity, in which any perceived deviation, which is impossible to track. Anybody who's gender nonconforming has probably had an experience like this, where you feel like you're doing something totally normal for you, and yet you're getting attacked or insulted for it, even though you're not hurting anybody. You didn't even know you were doing it. I mean, I remember when I was a kid, I used to get made fun of because I didn't like my hands. I have a lot of weird texture sensitivity issues, and I didn't like getting my hands like covered in soot or dirt. And I remember getting made fun of for that, for being, too effeminate or whatever when I was younger, like really hard. So that sort of thing, the coercion that is present in gender is particularly bad. I think that's the worst part of it. But I think that like coercion can't be extracted from gender easily. We have to look at how gender functions, and you see that like the coercive aspect is built into the way that we conceptualize gender.
Exactly. So yeah, it like what I had thought of was like, I guess it just worded a little bit differently, but it imposes roles and restrictions on people's behavior, and in doing that, it also limits their range of thought, so they can't actually.
And
it's much harder to conceptualize. Well, like what else could be there?
Yeah. Exactly. Yes.
Okay. So we agree. Good. And so. With the way that a lot of people talk about gender abolitionism is just like, okay, we're just gonna work towards it, making it not matter at all, and then we'll just move on. The problem that I have is that people like inherently like to categorize things, and like we have like, if you go on any like the queer wikis, there's hundreds of pages of different identities, right?
Of course,
and not just queer people too. There's tons, like people all over do this. They love to find different ways to identify and categorize themselves, and I think it's just part of the human condition and part of our drive for knowledge. And so I sort of came up with an idea of what a gender system could look like in the future, that would be allow for a lot more different kinds of expression while still maintaining some of that stuff. So
sure.
Have you ever played Magic the Gathering?
I have played Magic the Gathering. Yes.
Okay. So when you build a deck, you pick some colors, right? And if you look in the lore, these colors,
decks,
exactly. So these colors have attributes associated with them within the lore.
Yes.
So you can make a deck that's monocolor, a few different colors. You can make one that's like one main color and two smaller colors. Something like that, I think, could work. So let's just stick with this example. Sure. 5 different general schools of thought or groupings of attributes. Sure. And you could say like, well, I'm primary blue and red and green secondary. That would be me.
Okay.
At least as far as the lore goes. So something like that allows, and obviously it would take some time for this thing to catch on. It's a little bit complicated to start, but it would allow people to have a lot more freedom in the way that they are allowed to express and gender themselves. And at the same time, when you hear that, you would know something about the person. And yeah, I think that would be pretty cool.
Yeah. I mean, I think that sort of thing is likely to we're likely to see systems like that arise, and I think we have to a certain degree. So there's a couple of things I could say on this specifically. So first thing is, one thing that I previously never really thought about, but that I have come to think about a little bit more, is rethinking the way that like people look at identities. I think that a lot of times it's common, and I myself have fallen into this, to view identities almost like archaeological discoveries. I discovered I'm X, or I discovered this, or ooh, we've discovered a new identity and it's called this. And that is that categorical thing, or that categorizing thing that you talked about before. I don't know that it's necessarily like intrinsic to humans. I think that categorizing things allows for certain types of like mental computation to be easier. And I think therefore it makes sense for us to categorize things quite frequently. I also think that this is this same like behavior is what influences like rigid like rule systems. Is that if you have a rigid rule system, it's very easy to do like mental math on that rule system. They did this, that's worth this many bad points. They did this, it's worth this many good points. You add them together, it looks like you're at a bad point, bam. You've solved your moral conundrum. I don't really know if like I want to challenge people to stop viewing identity as something that we discover, like as if there's some sort of intrinsic thing that's called like a demigender or an autigender or whatever, that we discover these types of like singular things as if they exist like a platonic ideal. And I try to encourage people to recognize that a lot of these processes are instead in and of themselves acts of creation. We create new working things. Man and woman are creations that at some point probably served some value and obviously have become deranged over time. They were probably somewhat deranged to begin with, but whatever, like things arise at the moment to fit a certain need, and then we improve upon them. So I don't know. The way that I go about looking, like advocating about gender and gender abolition or gender ascensionism or whatever you want to call, whatever the term you want to call it, the way I look at it is that I don't really wish to propose any alternative system of gender, but I rather hope to encourage people to acknowledge that there are multiple compatible, I guess both valid, equally valid ways of understanding gender. So a great way of looking at this is this conversation that's been raging on and on about xenogenders and neopronouns and stuff like that, right? There are multiple ways of building your own personal framework of gender. And I think that there are ways that are different in the way that they're structured, but that can be compatible. So for example, somebody who more or less sees non-binary as like a third gender, in their personal way of looking at it, they see like, okay, there's man, woman, and other, can, I think, be compatible and learn to get along with and interrespect somebody who views gender in like a framework of xenogender or something like that, where gender is, in their mind, a bigger part of self-expression. For me, I use she, her pronouns. I consider myself non-binary, and that's more or less the end of it. That's the end of my like way that I talk about myself with regard to gender, because I think personally that there are different, more accurate and more effective ways of describing myself that don't have to do with gender. For example, like I'm Demonmama. I have a lot of demonic imagery. I play it up a lot. Like when I depict myself artistically, as you can probably see, those who are watching can see right here. Look, there's my little image. It's me as a demon. This was fan art. That's me as a demon. There you go. Bam. I do that. I don't consider that a matter of gender expression so much personally, as just like some other form of expression, though I defend it with the same ferocity that I would just defend my gender expression. My right to be able to depict myself and represent myself as I see fit is really important. Some people might understand themselves, somebody like another person who finds themselves in my place with my desires and my way of expressing myself might come to the conclusion like I'm demon gender. They might come to that conclusion. I don't personally. That's not the way I frame it, but I think that's a valid way of framing things, and I think it can be very helpful. Personally, I think that like there is no value much in proposing a single system for gender. There is a pseudo system that exists right now. It's incoherent, and I think that it is intentionally incoherent because that grants power to those who very cleanly fall into the most traditional interpretation. But nonetheless, I think that other systems could rise up or whatever, but I don't really care about there being a single system that we all use. I would rather have people be willing to be open to and even learn different understandings of gender as if they were learning a language, perhaps. And I think that would lead to actually greater and more impactful mutual communication. There's a couple of ways that, like, I don't know, there's other overlaps here. There is some overlaps with my thoughts on like mental health, my thoughts on finding identity, like with disability struggles or with mental health struggles. Like, for example, like neurodivergence is something I have a lot of thoughts about, where I feel like it can be very difficult even for the most well-studied and the most I guess the people who have the most expertise. It can be very difficult for them to draw lines between certain, mental illness identities, between like ADHD and autism, between autism and ADHD and BPD. That there's a lot of overlaps here, and sometimes there is no clean answer. You just don't know. You might have a little bit of all of them. But there are different ways that people come to understand that. Some people have a little bit more of a rigid understanding. Hey, like, I am autistic. I was diagnosed because of these things that I share with a lot of other people. And then there's other people who go, well, look, I don't know if I've never been traditionally diagnosed. I don't know if I could ever be traditionally diagnosed, but nonetheless, we have shared struggles, and therefore I understand myself as a neurodivergent or an autistic person. I think those two are two different interpretations of the same identity that people can claim for themselves that are compatible, even if they have differences in approach. Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely. No, I think that was really insightful. I'm gonna go back and listen to this conversation again, because that was...
It might be a little messy. I wish that I want to learn
No,
how to
no,
talk
no.
about this better, but that's the way I think about it. Because, like, I don't know. When I approach this issue, it's like, I look at myself and I'm like, okay, in the past, I was very attached and very, very, very insistent about my belonging to the woman identity group. And I still do believe that I easily fit into that group, even though I don't use that. Like, I don't tell people like, oh yes, I am a woman or whatever very frequently, for a number of reasons. But I do think that I fit into that group to a certain degree. But I also recognize that in a lot of ways I don't fit into that group, and that there are different ways of looking at these categorizations that can be compatible and that don't have to necessarily be mutually exclusive. God, like, without going into reopening all kinds of old drama, like, there's been this ongoing argument about my definition of gender, which I think is to a certain degree incompatible with some assimilationist view, but it's not a mutual incompatibility. I am open to somebody saying, like, I think that I am intrinsically a woman, and here's the reasons why I believe that. Okay, that's perfectly fine. You can believe that. But there is an incompatibility in that the worldview that is presented by people who do believe in essential gender or something like that cannot accept a worldview where I say I don't view or experience or even think that I have accurately experienced gender as anything essential. I don't know how to think about an essential trait. It doesn't even make sense to me in that way. Maybe at one point it did. In fact, I know at one point to a certain degree it did, because I used to be a Christian and I had to grapple with that. Like, I did understand like a worldview where like, oh, woman equals this very specific thing as defined by this. But as time went on, that stopped making sense to me. And now it's almost like an alien concept to me because I look back and I go, yeah, but what about all this? Like, surely you can't accept one person or one source's definition of womanhood as forever. But regardless, my current view facilitates people who have a strict view of what their idea of womanhood is, while not denying people or speaking down to people who have a different conceptualization of the function of gender. That's a lot of words to say. Basically, I think there's a lot of variance and that we should be open to variance, that we should learn to speak each other's like gender languages in addition to just general expression, and that we probably can find mutual enlightenment by understanding different methods of conceptualizing gender. But
absolutely,
the big but at the end of all of that is that does not mean we have to play nice with people who are insistent that their view is the only view. I don't believe in that at all. Yeah, as much as I think that there can be knowledge gained from studying and understanding binary views of gender, I do think there is knowledge and even value that can be attained from those things. Insisting on a moral level that is the correct way, it has to be fought against because it seeks to suppress all other ways of understanding things. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I would love to live in a world where having your own personal conception of gender is something that's commonplace among everybody and not just, queer people. And even among queer people, it's not.
You do live in a world like that.
Well,
I know, but I know.
Where it was
not
more
openly.
commonly accepted.
Yeah, where people admitted that that's the case. In truth, that's exactly the world we live in. Every single person walking around in the world has a almost completely unique understanding of what woman and man is, and it's ridiculous. And I know that some people go, "Oh, come on, no, it isn't. Everybody can tell you what a man is. Try it. Go ask, go to your friend group independently and ask each individual person how they would define man and woman. You will blow your own mind with how much variance there is, even between people who are not like up to any of this. Yeah." Anyway.
Yeah, I actually did a video. It was the only video I have on my channel right now, but about back when the Avi debate happened and whoever the other person was.
I remember that.
Yeah, just talking about the definition of gender, and one of the things that I said in that was that a person's gender is their relationship to society. It doesn't like it and it means something different to everyone because everyone has a different understanding of what that thing is, right? Yeah. Okay, awesome.
That's a great question.
If we still have time,
Merrick, hi.
Oh yeah,
sorry, I'm just saying hi to Merrick real quick. Merrick, if you want to come on, let the mods know. I'd love to talk to you. I watched your Stardust thing. Holy shit, we got to talk about that at some point. Anyway, sorry. Go ahead. Did you have any other questions?
Yeah, there was one other thing I wanted to talk about.
Hit me with it.
That's just so you talk a lot about building communities and starting groups, and I had also been thinking about that for a long time, and partly because of your encouragement, I ended up starting one.
That's great to hear.
And we've had a few meetings so far, and it's been going pretty well. But where was it? Basically, I kind of wanted to get your opinion on what you think of the way that it has developed so far. So I'm just gonna run you through it real quick.
I'll do my best. I'll do my best.
Initially, I had a lot of ideas about what I wanted to do, and I had gone a little bit too far with the scope of this group. I had said like,
times.
oh, we're gonna make a group that's gonna do mutual aid and have a resource sharing network, and we're gonna organize for protests. We're gonna teach each other new skills and build a community, right? And a lot of people got interested in it. I actually went to a concert and I handed out some pamphlets. It's like a local backyard thing.
Sick.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun to make them too. And we had our first meeting. We had about 8 people show up. It was like a little hike, and we got to the top and we talked for a while about what what we wanted the group to be. And basically the conclusion we came to is that I live in a pretty progressive city, on the other side of the country from you. But basically there are a lot of mutual aid groups here already.
Yeah.
And if we tried to do all of those things, not only would we be spreading ourselves too thin, we'd also be stepping on the toes of a lot of these other groups.
That's fair.
By like, yeah. So we talked for a while, and the one thing that we came to was that there are two things unique about this group. One of them is that the primary goal of the group is to build a community. Whereas a lot of organizations, that's a secondary thing, right? And the second thing that was unique was the skill sharing.
Okay.
Basically, the idea was that we'd have a couple meetings a month, and we haven't had much because of COVID, but
fair.
Everybody gets together.
Very
one
good
person,
reason to not have meetings.
Yeah. One person hosts it though, and they present a skill and they teach it to all sorts of other people, and that can be anything from cooking to tying knots, all sorts of
Fire
stuff.
making, anything. Yeah.
Exactly. And this brings me to the most important point, which is the name of the organization. Are you ready? Or I'm not
Please.
sure if you are.
I am ready.
It's the
No,
greatest
wait.
name.
Okay, go ahead. Oh, all right, I'm ready. Go for it.
It's the Soy Scouts.
Okay, that's really funny. I love it. I fucking love it.
It's incredible, right?
That's amazing.
But yeah, a lot of, and I figure like if you don't find that funny, you're probably not right for the group.
Yeah, fair.
But
fair enough. Hey, self-selecting, right?
Yeah. But yeah, basically we got that was where we left off, as we were just gonna do that. We're gonna build a community, and our goal is to basically serve as sort of a social bridge between a lot of the other mutual aid groups in the area, because a lot of them are disconnected and they don't have a network that they're all tied into. So I thought it'd be really, really cool if we could get a lot of people all together to just, with a lot of the times with leftist stuff, they talk, like, everybody talks a lot about doing all these really important things, and those things are very important to do, but they don't stress enough how important it is to just be able to get together with a group of people and, have fun with them, because that's the sort of thing that
being human
it
together.
builds. Yeah, exactly. It builds trust. It makes people committed. It gives them something that they can believe in and be like find purpose in. And that's why groups like the Proud Boys have become so well, not anymore, I guess, but for a while they were huge, and it's because they gave those people a sense of purpose. So if we can harness that towards something good, I think we can do incredible stuff.
I agree with you 100%, and I would say, like, this also came up in a discussion from the last call-in stream where we talked about religion and how a lot of times lefties and a lot of lefty spaces, specifically online particularly, have inherited a certain level of like jadedness towards churches and religion from like a skeptic era. And the thing is, as someone who only really escaped the cult that I was in because of those like skeptics who were willing to go hard on religion, I really appreciate that shit a lot. I do really appreciate the critique of religion. However, it is in my opinion very necessary for lefties to have a serious sit down and look at why people seek out churches, what it is that makes that such an attractive and literally thousands upon thousands of years of social function that churches have filled, and try to fulfill that need in a more healthier and better built environment. It's really funny because a lot of times, sometimes even anarchist leading lefties will sit there and talk about, oh yeah, well, we need to undermine some of these systems and make them not useful. This, very common is discussing destitution and things like that in modern anarchists and stuff like that. But then when it comes to churches, there's like everybody just goes, I don't know. But the reality is that like okay, so I don't know how to communicate this to people, but like if you've never lived in an incredibly rural area of the United States where there's nothing to do until Sunday comes around, and then you go to church and you see all your friends in one place and you sing music together, even if it's music you kind of hate, and you afterwards eat a bunch of free refreshments together that were funded by your mutual, by all of you contributing a little bit of money, and then maybe you have like a big Christmas service and everybody does Secret Santa shit. Like that stuff is incredibly appealing to a lot of people. Unfortunately, a lot of these groups are literal cults that are manipulating those people towards a very, very sick political end, in my opinion, and also can do a lot of social harm. But those core things, the things that they offer, when you're lonely in the middle of winter and you don't know where you're going to go to find somebody, you're feeling bad and you don't know where you can find somebody to talk to. Like, God, there's so many little anecdotes I can pull in here. Like, if you guys want to be a little doomer pilled, go look up this phenomenon in the United States where old people, when people reach a certain age, specifically retirees, they tend to go to the doctor like 2 to 3 times as frequently as they need to. So a lot of old people in America won't go to the doctor when they're sick. They'll go to the doctor when they're lonely. And sometimes they will invent something to be sick about that excuses them going to the doctor just so they can talk to someone who's familiar and seems to care about their life. That's fucked. And that's in America. There are places way more rural and way more lonely than America. We have to recognize that, like, our current world, for all of the cool technological things we have accomplished, we have created a social wasteland, and churches break up in a I would say radical manner, not radical in a direction I like to support, but a radical manner, break up that isolation. And so I would implore lefties, even super atheistic lefties who hate organized religion, think about the material things that churches and groups like this fulfill, and see if there's something you can do that creates a better alternative. Because guess what? As it turns out, people will, I hate to sound like a free market person, but people will choose better alternatives if they know they exist and if they actually exist. So yeah.
Awesome. Well, this ended up being not a debate at all, but just a really, really nice conversation.
It's a fucking sick-ass conversation. I'm gonna be completely honest here for a minute. Like, the truth is, I joke about the debates, and it has been a long time since I've had a debate. It's been so long since I've debated anybody. And I do, I've got this little blood card on my desk right here. It's a little blood thing that was made. I love my blood, but I'm going to be completely honest. The conversations I've had in these call-in streams, including this one with you, Breadwave, has been really inspiring and really wonderful. So, yeah.
Well, that's incredible to hear. I'm really happy. Yeah, this has been amazing.
Okay. Well, I do have to bring other callers on. Any last names?
Yes. One, if you wanted to see any more of this, I will link my channel in the description. I'm trying to make a lot more videos and stream and stuff. Yeah. 2, in regards to the MMO stuff, this will be quick. I love Guild Wars, the original one. That was my shit when I was growing up. It was so good. And I've always wanted to play it again, but it's a little boring when you're playing it alone. So anyone in chat, if you guys want, because I know you're really busy, Demonmama.
True.
If you guys want to do a playthrough with me, send me a message, and I think I'm gonna stream it, and we could do a playthrough of Prophecies or whatever campaign you guys want together.
You hear that? You hear that? Then, imps who play Guild Wars, message Breadwave. Breadwave on the Discord. If you're looking for a fun little Guild Wars group, that'll be nostalgic and fun for you. Here's a social opportunity to build some sick-ass connections. Contact Breadwave about that Guild Wars shit, okay?
Yeah. And the last thing is anime recommendations, because that's also going to be something that I'm going to talk a lot about anime on my channel.
All right, hit me with your anime recommendation. I'll put it on the list.
Real quick.
I have a document.
Durarara, the most underrated anime in history. It's a supernatural mystery drama set in Ikebukuro, which is a borough of Tokyo. It's told from a bunch of different perspectives, and it has a bunch of all sorts of different factions that are moving at the same time, and a bunch of different disparate plot lines that become interwoven and then eventually climax together. It's
my shit.
Unbelievably good writing. It's so good. If One Piece wasn't around, it would be my favorite anime, but unfortunately.
Okay, how's that spelled, by the way? Do you know?
Durara.
Okay.
There's three Ra's.
Durarara. Okay,
but yeah.
I got it.
Yeah.
Perfect.
And then the second one is one that I think you would probably like if you haven't seen it already, is Golden Kamui.
That's on my list. That's like
is...
on a high on my list. Vermin has been
definitely
jumping
watch
at me to
that.
get them. Golden.
It's super
Kamui.
good.
That's the second one.
It's very gay. It's very gory as well as gay.
Ooh, I love my gore. So bad.
Historical Japanese, indigenous stuff with the Ainu people and Russian history, and it's just all good all around.
That sounds fucking great.
Yeah,
honestly. Breadwave, thank you so
Awesome.
much for the anime recommendations. They have gone on my list. I will add these onto my master recommendations document. Anybody who goes through the effort to make a recommendation, I try to put on the list, and I try to put notes to see why I should watch it and stuff like that. So I got it on the list. And thank you so much. Merry Impmas and Happy New Year.
Merry Impmas, and it is now midnight for me. So
Happy
New Year.
New Year! Welcome to January. I'm in the past, so I'm still in the clear here. I got a couple more hours still. Good night, Breadwave.
All right, thanks for having me on. Good night.
Bye. Oh, what a great convo. Oh my god, the call-ins have been so good. What the fuck? Impmas call-ins have been so good. Okay, can we unban Rack? Please. Rack has personally apologized, did not realize that it was against our rules. Can we unban Rack? Is that all right? Okay, thank you. Get Rack back in here. Rack is real good people. I know it didn't mean to say a bad word, okay? I know it didn't mean to put a bad word, okay? Some of you are in the new year. Welcome to January. I'm from the past, so it's nice to meet you, future travelers. Hi. Is it better in the future? I don't think it is. It's nice where I'm at. So, did you have something you want to say? Doe has a comment about Rack, apparently.
What? I don't remember.
Doe has forgotten because it is too high.
Oh, wait. What slur did Rack say?
The F slur. Called somebody the F slur.
I can't believe you would.
Merrick is going to be back. Okay. Merrick is refilling glass. Okay, we'll bring Merrick in. That'll be great. I'll put Merrick's name up. I am enjoying this cigarette so much right now.
Yeah. Can I have a hit?
Go for it.
A
hit. Off a cigarette? Listen, off a clove? Yeah. You know what? I'm excited for this. I'm super excited. Hold on, I'll get Merrick all up on here. We're having Merrick in here. Listen, I fucking love Merrick. She, they, right? If I remember correctly. Hold on, let me double check. I always gotta double check. I always ask, even people I know, I always ask their pronouns because people, listen, let's be real. Oh, it's punished mother, right? Great tag, by the way. Punished mother. Oh, no pronouns. Oh, no pronouns. Uh-oh, that means I gotta delete them. If I want to be a good trans, I gotta delete them until I ask. No canceling me. Not today, imps. We'll wait. We're gonna wait patiently. This is such a... Oh, it feels so nice to take a little breather, doesn't it? These conversations have been fucking sick. I gotta be honest. These conversations have been really fucking good. Murder Burner, thank you so much for joining the channel. Yay! Welcome, Murder Burner. Thank you so much. Let me see if there's been anybody that I've missed. Deep Dish Bard, thank you so much for the gifted tier 1 sub. Am I reading Twitch chat? Yes, but slowly. Merrick! Merrick,
Oh
what are
my
your
God,
Wait, what are your pronouns? What are your pronouns now? Have you updated them, or are they the same?
I mean, I think that she, her, and they, them are both good.
She, they. I was right. Yes. Listen, I assumed correctly. That's a point of pride for me as a jaded ancient trans. Merrick, do you want to be on camera? I can put you on camera if you want to turn your camera on.
Oh, let me take a quick look and see what's happening with me.
Okay. Yeah.
I haven't left my apartment in many days, so I have no idea what's going on.
Wise. Hey, I can congratulate you for the first time ever. I can congratulate you on not touching grass because we are literally at world record levels of COVID, and you're staying inside, which means you're a pog lord. Just so you know, officially, that is a CDC guideline. I am allowed to legally call you pog for not going out during COVID. Merrick, can I say something? Can I say something really fucking lame?
Okay, yeah.
You're awesome, and I think you're amazing and legit. My respect for you only grows every single day.
Thank you.
Seriously, I'm dead serious about that. That's not stream shit. I would turn off the stream and make the imps not see that, but I'm gonna be gay on main. So there you go.
Oh, we love a little bit of gay on main.
We
Thank
do
you.
love gay on main. You're amazing, and so I'm gonna bombard you up front and be really unfair. Last night I was playing a fuckload of Mordhau. If you don't know what Mordhau is, it's a knight game where knights crush each other's heads in with weapons in a relatively realistic manner that's played exclusively by Nazis and gay furries. So there is the community tension.
So Discord users?
Discord users. It is the community tension is genuinely palpable. The moment you log into the game, what you will see is anime avatar Nazis and a horse dick or a dog dick arguing in the chat, literally screaming at each other like this hammer kills fascists, and then somebody else screaming the F slur and all this shit. It's insane. Turn off the chat if you play Mordhau unless you're playing with your friends. That's just a warning. Unless you really want to see like the front of the... Anyway, I was playing Mordhau. None of this matters. I was playing Mordhau with my lovely partners, and we were listening to your conversation with Stardust. And I gotta say, Merrick, that was one of the most cleanest fucking public executions I have ever witnessed in my entire life on your behalf. Also, as another comment, again, I'm just gonna be completely honest here. When you talk to Destiny afterwards, you are way too nice to that motherfucker. You are way too nice. You're so nice to him. He was talking down to you so hard, but I respect it. I really do. I respect your patience.
You know, I guess it's very difficult for me because there's a side of Destiny that I see that I think that he's experienced a level of abuse that we don't really understand. And I don't agree with a lot of his decisions. I do think that when he hits back at people, I think it's very overblown quite a bit of the time. And I do think that when I have to talk about him in public, I do have to be considerate of how he will react to it. But at the same time, I also feel like I can be honest about the fact that I do think that he's very mean-spirited a lot of the time. And I feel that way now because I said that to his face the other night.
Yeah.
I
watched that, yeah.
And so I guess the thing that's difficult for me is that I do believe that a lot of the time he overplays his hand when he responds to people being mean to him. But I don't think that's because he's just innately and inherently a bad person. And, you know, I did really kind of publicly lay out the other night that we do have a relationship that extends beyond Twitter. Now it's not a very deep one, and it's not a very, you know, we didn't long-term date or anything like that. We didn't date. Like, it was nothing like that.
But you've had a connection for some time.
But we had a connection, and I have spoken to him in private, and I just feel that, like, I've seen a very humanized side of him, and I don't think that he's just this evil, awful, Nazi, terrible person that a lot of people see of him, which, I understand the reasons why people think he's just this god awful, especially after, I think he's been very harsh with you, and so I understand why you think that as well, but
we don't even have to touch on it. I'm okay in this particular instance,
sure,
like putting that aside. So
I do think that it is valid to acknowledge the trauma that you have from your interactions with him. I think that he is the way he is because so many people have been evil to him on a level that we can't really understand.
Yeah.
And so it's very hard for me, I think, to outright dismiss him to his face.
Mm-hmm.
And it's very difficult. I don't know. Maybe I'm a pussy. Oh, can I say that on Twitch?
Yes, you can. Of course you can. Yes.
Maybe I'm weak. Maybe I'm naive, but I guess I just still see him as a person who operates under a lot of the same conditions that we all do. I see him as a person with a lot of trauma. Do I think he's kind of a raging asshole in a lot of situations? Yeah. But I also don't know how I would react in a lot of the ways that he does. So it's something that it's very difficult for me to kind of it's very difficult for me to be like so super harsh on him because I just want to believe the best.
Yeah.
And I want to acknowledge that he's a person who's been really, really hurt by people being really, really terrible to him.
Yeah. I will agree with that. I don't think there's a single internet public figure of any type that doesn't experience some level of just genuinely dehumanizing treatment.
Sure.
Like
And
I know
that
that.
doesn't mean-
Yeah. Go ahead.
Well, I'm so sorry.
No, it's fine.
I do want to say that, I don't think that all of his behavior is okay. And I don't think that all of his behavior should be excused either. And I don't want this to come across like me coming onto your show after he has been kind of an asshole to you and me to be like, oh, Demonmama, but he's been so hurt, so you should forgive him for everything. I don't want it to come across that way either. I just personally have a very hard time being very harsh with him.
Yeah. And I don't hold that against you. Like, I don't expect you to come on, ever, to come onto my show and come down conclusively on anything. I have my own conflicts with Destiny and his fucking community. But what I want to say is that, I guess what I was trying to say with this is that, on a personal level, I think you deserve to be treated better. I think you deserve to be treated with way more respect in both of those conversations. It really annoyed me how to be specific with this, there was a portion where you were trying to explain why you cared about the stuff that you were talking about with the Mr. Girl situation. And I think like Destiny literally was just like, I don't care. I don't give a shit about that stuff. I don't know if other people recall that part of the conversation. We kind of dismissed this.
When he talked over me?
Yeah. And he completely shut you down on something that you were trying to explain from your perspective, which I personally think is very important. I think when somebody brings forward a reasoning for why they're doing something, that's a point to listen. And it really frustrated me that he didn't listen to you there. I kind of sat there and was just like, this is just, in my opinion, par for the course. But I guess what I'm trying to say is, without biasing the conversation because of my conflict with Destiny, I do think that you deserve to be treated better in both your Star conversation and in your conversation with Destiny. And I think that people should respect you a lot more. You have been involved in a fuckload of drama, and yet you have always maintained this incredible patience that I respect so much, because I don't possess that level of patience, at least not online. I definitely do in my life. I'm a very, in my day-to-day life, I'm pretty patient with people because I am very attached to people that I have like IRL connections with. Obviously, I think a lot of people are like that. I'm not so much with my internet connections because I just go, I fucking turn my phone off and walk away and go, Jesus Christ, I'm going to play some video games. But your patience, I think, is a virtue, and the way that you engage with people is something I think. I guess maybe this is like, again, lame and sentimental, but it's New Year's. But I just wanted to take an opportunity in public to say that I think that you deserve a lot more credence for your thoroughness and your views and the way that you patiently and compassionately communicate them to other people. I really thought that was great. And you opened up really deeply in the conversation with Star, and I think that was completely disrespected by almost everyone involved, especially the chat. So Chudlogic's chat, I'm going to be coming by, and I have a problem with some of you motherfuckers. So we're going to talk, okay? I'm going to come, and I'm going to be a chat asshole. I'm going to paragraph in chat. Because I saw some of you people when Merrick was like literally opening up about a really serious, very real, very relevant, and very informative situation. A bunch of like, oh, Merrick won't stop talking, doing the same fucking meme that people do to me where they say I talk too much and shit. I hate that shit. And I think you deserve more respect because you did your homework and it really showed in that conversation. Frankly, it was embarrassing for Star, and you can clip this if you want to. I don't care. I think that Star embarrassed herself, and you really showed out that you knew what you were talking about. And not only that, but that you were approaching in a very reasonable light. So there's my spiel.
Thank you. I love you so much.
You're wonderful, Merrick. Genuinely. You're one of the people I truly value most in this space. And yeah, so I stand you that far. So.
You know, I think there's a part of me that really wants to apologize to you because
please don't.
You know,
I haven't.
Well,
please. You don't gotta. You don't gotta. It's fine. Life is
I
crazy.
I don't have to, but I want to because I haven't really been present in chat and I haven't really been present in the streams for a long time, and I think that's because there was a part of me that for a long time has just really felt disconnected. Like, it was very, very good for me for a long time to... Oh, yes! My son. I'm sorry, my cat is screaming at me.
Hi.
Caesar! Good boy.
What a cutie.
You know, there was a time where I think being a part of this community... I'm sorry, I don't know if you can hear him, but he's screaming.
I can. He's so cute.
Caesar.
I love kitties.
Come here.
Hi, buddy. What a cutie.
You want to come up here?
By the way, can I just say I love the design on your lamps. I don't know if that's like intentionally designed that way, but that is the hunter's mark and also very similar to the brand of sacrifice from what's it called? Fucking Bloodborne? No, Bloodborne is the hunter's mark, which is a reference to Berserk. Yes, thank you. My brain is like
no, it's not purposeful. It's just like a mid-century modern design that I thought was really, really aesthetically pleasing.
Oh well, you have good aesthetic taste. You should look up what the hunter's mark and the mark of sacrifice stand for in both of those things, because it looks sick as fuck, and you might be getting cred that you didn't mean to.
Well, I like both. Bloodborne and Berserk, so I'll do that. But no, I think my important point that I was trying to make was that I think there was a really, really solid chunk of time where tuning into your stream was not just good for me mentally, but like really good for me emotionally. And then there was a point after that where I kind of checked out because I think the most important thing to me was like getting through my divorce and really like solidifying my relationship with Aiden. And now I'm really trying to focus on writing scripts and doing studies. But I've sort of checked back into some streams here and there, and I haven't really like been in chat for all of them, but I have watched some, and it's been really nice, but there's a part of me that feels really bad because I really love you so much, and it's not that like I necessarily owe you anything, but it's
you
that
don't owe me anything.
And you've never made me feel that way. But the thing is, like, I love you, and
Merrick, thank
you know, even beyond, like, I'm sorry, I know this might seem a little parasocial because we've only
not,
talked
it's
online,
not.
but the thing is, like,
I assure
I really do value you as a person, and I think you've done a lot to help me shape my thinking for a lot of things, and I've been really, really grateful both to the kind of content you create in your streams, because it's been really entertaining and informative, but also just because you've been such a fucking good friend to me, and I'm so fucking grateful that I met you.
And
This is
I
a-
likewise am
please.
grateful that I met you, because you have been incredibly supportive to me as well, and that's why I say you don't owe me anything. There's no debt of or anything. You are awesome. I believe that you bring value to the spaces that you inhabit. I think you bring positivity to those spaces. I don't have enough praise for you because I think you're a really wonderful person, and it's not parasocial at all. I consider you a friend, and I think pretty much everyone in this room, which currently is just Doe. There's Doe in the background. Doe, say hi to Merrick.
What's up, Merrick?
Hi. Wait, Doe?
Yeah, Doe's here.
Doe.
Yeah, Doe lives
Hi.
with me now.
Hi.
And look,
Your
Faunt's here too.
roommates?
We're more than roommates. Have you seen this thing?
Oh.
Yeah, it's kind of been going for a while, but you know, these kind of things until I can be safe and caring about them, you know, I try not to like put it out in public. But yeah, we're roommates of a type. Yeah, of a very deeply.
We were roommates.
Yeah, they were roommates. Oh my God, they were roommates.
They were just good pals.
Yeah. So yeah. Mwah. But yeah, Doe says hi, and so does Fawn, I assume. Fawn, say hi to Merrick. Yeah, so
Merrick, I'm sorry I didn't reply, but I got your DMs. They were really, really sweet.
I made sure of that, by the way. I'm real good about that. I was the
ones recently.
Oh, recently. Okay, I didn't know about those. I was the DM warden for a while, but yeah, such is life. But seriously, Merrick, thank you so much for coming on. And if there's other topics you want to discuss besides all this stuff, you can stay on as long as you want. You'll always have space on here. And I'm really excited to hear that you're working on stuff. And just know, I just want to say this, like, again, explicitly, like, you should feel no obligation towards my stream at all, or me as a public figure in any way. Like, you're my friend, and I value you as a person. Whether you are in these spaces and participating in streaming or not, I don't care. I just want you to be well and happy, and I genuinely, but on top of that, I do respect the stuff that you do in these spaces. Every conversation I've ever seen you have, has been valuable to me, and I've learned from that. So yeah, you're amazing, and please don't ever feel, if I can alleviate it, you know, by saying it like this, you can clip this and remember it in the future. You don't owe me anything. I just appreciate you continuing fighting, and we have a shared struggle in so many ways. Also, not gonna lie, your pool update photos are actually genuinely super what's the word, like oddly /r/oddly satisfying.
Oddly satisfying.
Fucking amazing. Yeah. Fawn, come on up so that you can be seen. So Fawn has been playing Power Wash Simulator, and I've been like, wait a minute, this reminds me of Merrick's cool photos, and like Fawn has played the shit out of Power Wash Simulator, and so I'm like, this is so sick. This reminds me of those pool photos on the internet. That's me.
Okay, wait, hold on. This is me looking at Power Wash Simulator. 'cause I've
Seriously,
never-
Power Wash Simulator is awesome. Fawn, wait, Fawn, tell Merrick about Power Wash Simulator real quick. Here. I'll put you the headphones on so you can talk to Merrick.
Whoa, hi. Hello. Power Wash Simulator is a cool game because it's you just clean dirt and spray water, and
But you get 100 million different nozzles.
Well, you get different nozzles and upgrade your gear and stuff, and there's like different vehicles and locations that you go to. But it's a very like relaxing game with, if you like the sound of rushing water, that's the game for you. It's got really well done like 3D audio, like, and each nozzle has different like spray noises, and then like when you hit different materials, so like if you spray water or if you spray
wood or something.
Yeah, if you spray wood or metal or concrete, it makes a different sound, and it's very satisfying to clean everything up and get everything edged, and it's
Oh my
it's
gosh.
recommended. If you like cleaning stuff.
Well,
it's good
I
to
mean,
zone out to,
again,
yes.
Merrick does the real deal of Power Wash Simulator.
That's that. Then just do that. That's probably better.
You make actual money if you do it in real life, but if you don't want to do it in real life and don't want to get sweaty in the sun, there is Power Wash Simulator, and it's pretty fun. So,
I love this. Like during the week, I'm like texting my dad. I'm like, "You piece of shit! You gave me 7 pools to go to per day, you fucking asshole!" And then on the weekends, I'm like, "Dad, check this out." I'm sending him a clip of me power washing. He's like, "Oh."
Pressure washers? Listen, okay? The only part I've only ever once in my life have I ever had like my dad owned a pool for a very short period of my life, and the best feeling, the only fun part, in my opinion, of taking care of the pool was getting to use the pressure washer around the pool. That's the best part. It's just going and watching the thing go from like gray, nasty, white, like what's this shit that they use in Florida all over the place. I can't remember what it's called, the material, but it's like kind of like stucco, but it's for the ground. And just watching it go from like gray to pristine white while you go and draw a straight line. Beautiful. Okay? Beautiful.
Well, so the thing that like I feel like that's the thing that clean pools really touches on, right? Is that you take something that's just sort of forlorn and gross and unusable, and you transform it into this thing that's beautiful and that people are envious of, and that is just gorgeous and beautiful, and that's really the thing for me, right? Is that it's that transformation.
Yeah.
Especially because most people don't understand pole chemistry, right? So like I'm
It's hard.
so
It's hard.
fucking excited to talk to people about pole chemistry. So I'll get a homeowner and I'll corner them, right? And I'm like, we're going to talk about cyanuric acid and pH, and we're going to talk about like soda ash and sodium bicarbonate, and we're going to talk about how to raise the alkalinity level. And they're like, please, God, no. And I'm like, no. We have 30 more minutes of conversation about this. And they're like, okay, that's great.
You will learn to care for your pool. Watch. Yeah, well, I mean, here's the thing. There is a truth, like there's so much like that you've touched on there, like that I like to touch on in small ways on my stream too. It's just like, okay, like I know it might seem a little bit like a boomerism, but there's something really cool about taking something in the physical world and making it not just yours, but making it better, and that everybody can go and sit and like you turn a place of stress into a place of serenity, which is cool as fuck.
Exactly. Like I think it's so much more than taking object X that's bad and making object X good.
Exactly.
It's a lot more than that, right? Like it's like you're relieving this sort of stress, you're relieving this sort of tension. You're taking this thing that most people don't really understand, because like if I were to take any random person from your chat and stick them in front of a pool and be like, fix it, they'd be like,
it's
what?
really complicated.
What do you mean? Well, and I think like I didn't even really realize at the beginning that like chemistry and plumbing and electricity, being an electrician are like a part of dealing with this sort of thing. And so yeah, a lot of it's manual labor, but at the end of it all, we all have so much to deal with that's so fucking far above what we can really handle. And yeah, it really does seem like having a pool is a luxury, and so it's all for rich people, but there's also a lot of people that have bought houses that are many, many, many decades old at this point, that also have pools that are many, many, many decades old. And so we also actually have clients that don't even pay for our services anymore, that my father has kind of rolled into the business. Like there's a woman that I really love to take care of because she's in her late 70s, almost 80s, and she doesn't even pay anymore because her husband was a really good client of my father's, and then her husband died. So like now we just still take care of her. And the thing is, she can't bend over, she can't
Yeah.
scrape pools, she can't do the chemistry. So I come by every week completely free of charge, and I make sure that this is taken care of for her, and it's one last thing that she has to worry about. So yeah, do we take care of a lot of rich people? Yeah, we do, but I'm also just taking care of people who, you know, it's really hard to be mad at people who are middle
Yeah.
class because I want everyone to be middle class. So
Yeah,
I'm taking care of all these people who are like, I'm worried about my kids, I'm worried about my mortgage, I'm worried about my family, I'm worried about medication prices, I'm worried about all these things, and I get to take away one more worry for them, and I get to give them one more source that's not on their phones, not in front of a TV, that's just an actual in real life experience with them and their family. And this almost sounds like I'm trying to sell you something, but I'm
I
not,
don't think
because
it
I
does.
really can see beyond the actual just cleaning of the pool for them. I'm building this, like, helping them to build this real experience and to make something beautiful in this world. And I think it's you know, I have definitely had people who hate me be like, oh, she works for a fucking pool cleaning business for fucking rich people. But at the same time, like, this is the thing that we should aspire to for everybody. We should want
Yeah, I think so
everybody
too.
to have this. Like,
I mean,
these
it's one of those
nice
things where like
luxuries.
I don't view it like the way I view stuff like that is like I don't really care like what people's clientele are. Like to me, I think it's cool. At least like the thing that I think about when I see this kind of stuff is like I think it's cool that you found something that's fulfilling, and I think it's cool that you found things in a seemingly mundane task that a seemingly mundane task that many people wouldn't think about, but you found the aspects that make it special. And I think that's a thing that people don't think about very frequently, because I like you, I think something we share is that we've both worked like a lot of different jobs in our lives, a lot of different types of things, a lot of different places. And it is important. Like unfortunately, we do live in a world where like you got to work, you got to do all this shit, but also like there is joy to be had. And there is reasons for why, even if capitalism and capital has fucked up a lot of the relationships that are built in those things, there are tasks that need to be done, and the reason why they need to be done become apparent as you become familiar with the task, and learning that and finding satisfaction in that is like super, super awesome. Like there is something really cool about like, I mean, even something as simple as my first job ever, the first job I ever worked, which was I was bad at, terrible at, was blueberry raking. There is something amazing about the fact that there are people who gather those blueberries. There are people who plant and know everything about the soil for those blueberries. It's like an entire world of art. I don't really want to say art, but like it is an art of a certain type, and they all stack onto each other, and together through mutual effort, we're able to do cool things, even if they're not set up the best way perfectly right now, or if, some, rich people mostly own pools. Not all, by the way. When I was really poor in Maine, we had a shitty standing pool, and we could have benefited from some fucking pool chemistry. That's for sure. Our thing sucked, but we used it in the summer anyway. So like, it was one of those like above ground Costco pool things. Yeah, so I don't know. I think some people maybe overthink like the like class aspects and don't recognize the value that can be gained from like looking at your position the way you're looking at it. Like the good things, the things that you can help, the way that you can alleviate outside of like a class analysis. I don't think class analysis is necessary in every single aspect of the world. So
No, I don't necessarily think it is either, but I mean, I do also understand that I went from, making porn, and using that revenue from the porn to, I think, really focus on pushing a very class conscious message to working for rich people. So I do think that there would be some level of disingenuousness if I didn't say that I do understand the shift there.
Yeah, yeah.
I think it's important for me to note that on some degree. But yeah, I don't know. It's been it's been very interesting. You know, I think I might be trying to come back to streaming for Twitch.
I would love to see that. Twitch though, got to come to YouTube. Here's the secret. Here's a hint. This is a special hint, okay? Listen.
Okay.
Twitch is dropping the ball right now. YouTube has announced a whole bunch of changes. Can't tell you what. A lot of changes to streaming. Get your YouTube channel up and running. We'll get some subs in there. I'm telling you, YouTube streaming, they got a big future. You know, a lot of those, they had like 15 big names switch from Twitch to YouTube. There's a reason for that. YouTube's got some shit baking in the oven. It's not always going to be perfect, but something worth considering.
So that actually does sort of work with the fact that I'm working on my YouTube video essays again. Ooh. That's really what I'm trying to focus on right now. That was something that I thought I really wanted to do for a long time, and I really put it on the back burner just because I think emotionally and mentally I wasn't in a place where I really could do it, but now I am. So I think that like releasing video essays on YouTube and then also deciding to stream on YouTube would probably be really beneficial.
It seems like they're going to be really overhauling how streams engage with the algorithm, which is really good news for those of us who stream a lot. Because right now, the way that YouTube streams play with the algorithm is they basically don't. So you have to rely on your segments. But hopefully we'll see that changes. Now, for you, coming from like doing some scripted videos first, that might not even, like, you might have a literal advantage in that. But I will say, at the very least, consider dual streaming. Because so far, YouTube has been very, very kind to me. And I think the way that they're going with streaming is very promising. And something worth considering at the very least.
Well, so this is your 15,000 subscriber stream.
15,000, that's correct. Well, this is this part 2. Technically, it was Wednesday. Now we've, well, actually, I can check right now. What are we at right now? Let's get the exact studio. Let's see here. Let's take a look. We are currently at 15,090. We've jumped another 100 subs since Wednesday. So almost 100 subs since Wednesday, which is really exciting. We hit a bit of a plateau. We were growing really fast for a while, and then I got hit by some shit. My Twitch went down. A bunch of stupid shit happened. But we did hit 15K before the new year, which was our goal, and that's really exciting. And hopefully we'll see more. Especially because we're getting a little more aggressive with our with how we're doing videos. We're doing a little bit more meme editing and trying some experimental stuff, which should be pretty fun. So we'll see. We'll see. Yeah.
You know, people talk a lot of shit, and I know you know this, but you're so smart, and you're so calm and resilient, and you know so much. I think that's one of the things that I've always thought was really impressive, right? Was just like the really kind of like the breadth and the depth of your knowledge.
Oh, thank you.
And you know, you can tune in for current events takes, you can tune in for like deep dives into history, you can tune in for just sort of your thoughts on various different political and hot button issues. You just know so much, and it's always been really fascinating to me. And I've always thought you were a really, really, really interesting person to listen to because you care so much about the things that you talk about. And
that much is true. I probably care too much about the shit I talk about most of the time.
No. That's really good. That's really good.
Sometimes I feel like I get too involved, but
maybe. No, I think that's one of the things about you that's, I want to say, like, initially off the top of my head, your best selling points, but that even sounds too cynical for the point that I'm trying to make, and that you're so fucking genuine, and you really do care about the things that you talk about, and that does set you apart. Because you know, I always knew there were clout chasers, but like now I know that there are clout chasers, and I know who they are. And I don't, you know, obviously I don't want to sit here and say it, but I know you're not one of them.
Well, thank you. And
you've managed to grow despite that.
I mean, it's been a tough year. I won't lie about that.
know.
I feel frustrated that like I shouldn't. I feel like this really, really weird feeling, because it's like on one hand I'm very excited about reaching 15K. And also I look at like 3 other channels who started after me who have hit numbers way faster with way less actual content being produced, and I know that like they haven't had any hits on their channel like I have or whatever, like but on the other hand, I am so excited about having reached this margin, like this milestone. I should know margin. This milestone. I literally didn't know if it was going to be possible. When I first started streaming, I didn't know if I was going to ever be able to be sustainable. And I am. I can say now with pride that this show is sustainable. I will be able to keep making this show. You know, okay, I can't do another 2021 with the amount of stress, like interpersonal stress from conflicts. I'm going to, like, I don't want to do that this coming year. But other than that, like, I can do this show. I can pay the bills, and I can pay for the stuff that's needed for the show, and the supplies, and the team that I pay for and stuff. And that's really fucking exciting, and I am proud of that. I wish it wasn't so hard, and I hope that maybe, I guess this is like my moonshot goal, is that like maybe my community can launch like other people a little bit easier, because I don't think it should be this hard. Like the amount of value that like a lot of people that are my size and smaller are creating, like they're creating good shit, really good, really informative, really valuable shit, and it's just not getting eyes because of a bunch of random decisions at the top of like these people who are determining these algorithms, and also a handful of people who are very, very motivated in shutting down certain types of voices. And I don't know, I'm rambling a little bit, but I guess I just hope that it would be easier, while at the same time I am very happy for what we have accomplished. So
I think there is sort of like a very important idea that you touched on there, that is, I do want to retain I do want to retain my sort of integrity, but also celebrate my successes.
Yeah.
That was one of the first things you said to me, and I don't really believe that there's any contradictions there.
Yeah.
I think it's really, really, really okay that you look at what you've created and say, wow, despite being clout obsessed, or despite being like not clout obsessed, and despite being not willing to just lean into every day we're going to do drama content, here we are.
Yeah.
We're at 15K. We did it. We hit that. You don't necessarily want to feel this sort of hubris, but I think the fact that you don't want to feel that hubris is really an indicator that you're doing a good job and that you're on the right track, right? Because it's very hard, I think, as a content creator, and this is so far beyond like who you even are as a person too, right? Because there is who you are as a person, but then there's also like those limits are so tested when it comes to you being a content creator in a way that your audience and people who've never been content creators, they simply can't understand, right?
It is hard. It is hard to communicate that sometimes.
Exactly. And
like
as someone who used to be a content creator and who's no longer a content creator, I can speak on your behalf and be like, yeah, that's really fucking difficult. There's so much pressure on you to be like, yeah, you know, I want to be honest. I want to be myself. I don't want to be a sellout. But at the same time, I want people to actually hear what I have to say, not because I want the money, but because I think that I'm saying things in the first place because I have a viewpoint that's important, and because I think I have a point of view that matters, and also because like I would like to feed my dogs next month. I would like to pay my light bill next month.
And it's super hard. I've done this a couple times. When I tend to do like state of the stream shit, I will bring up like I try to be pretty open about how severely difficult it is to make money through Twitch and YouTube. And like my website has been one of the only reasons I've even been able to stay here. And the fact that there are people who made it through without like a website like that just shows like how, I don't know, I guess how, I don't want to say rigged, but how slanted against small creators a lot of these spaces are. And it is difficult. It's fucking really hard. And I don't know. I hope that I do certain things correct. I feel really like, I feel a lot of times like I'm stepping into unknowns very frequently. But at the same time,
I think you're doing such a good job though.
Thank you. I really do appreciate that, because it is hard. It is incredibly hard to tell. And you're one of the people, by the way, that when I talk about like the type of people that I look to get good feedback and to know like, hey, like, do you think that this is like, do you think this trajectory is working? Like, you're one of those people in that group of people. It's like, there's a small group of people that I would consider like trusted colleagues who are people who I think who are able to understand where I'm at and like, who can provide a decent amount of feedback. And you're somebody I've sought out in the past and have received a lot of very useful support and direction. And I think that's really cool. I don't think that it would be possible otherwise. I genuinely believe that. That's something I tell, like, one of the things I tell people, I think it's the number one thing I usually lead when people come to me and say like, what do you recommend? What do you need to do if you're a small content creator? And I always tell people, like, you need to build, like, you need to select, it almost has to be almost calculated. You have to sit there and go, okay, who am I going to actually listen to? Who are going to be my people that you can choose people in your life. Some people might be really critical. I have a really close friend who loves to like give me lots of critique on the show and whatever. It doesn't matter what their like like there's all kinds of variation in there, but you have to have people who can sit down and have a long conversation with you about different things, or who you can sit down and you're going to get like a human perspective on. Because comments on the internet, people tweeting you and DMing you and commenting on your videos, they cannot be a substitute for like people that you trust, people that you have a connection to, being able to give you some type of feedback.
Yeah, you're absolutely correct. Yeah. No, I mean, and this is the thing, really, is like you have to be able to have people you trust. People just say wild shit, like really, really wild shit. And you know, it's something that it's interesting. Someone asked me earlier today. They were like,
"Oh no,
that," and you know, why do you think it's happening? And one of the big things that I really had to tell them was like, I do think that a lot of the political sphere. Oh no.
Oh, sorry. There was a small delay. I think we're caught back up now. You froze for a second, and now I can hear you again, and I can see you again.
Cool. Okay, cool.
Okay, yeah, I think we're good.
Well, and so one of the things that I had to tell them was that, like, I think that this is a sphere where people do make a lot of decisions based not necessarily on policy and not necessarily on what they actually feel about their own politics, but based on like acceptance and, you know, social communities. So
yeah,
you know, I do think you're right in that it's very difficult. It's very, very difficult to like find people that will give you real feedback, because so much is based along you know, separate community lines. But
yeah.
Oh my god, wait. What's the time where you are? Because it's like 3 minutes to midnight where I am.
It's 3 minutes to midnight. Right here where I am, it's 9:47. So.
Oh, it's so early there.
Yeah, it is. We're on the West Coast with sun hangs out here a little bit longer. So.
Okay, wait. So then my next question becomes.
Okay. Yes.
Do you want to talk about what's actually going on in Twitch politics right now? Because I've taken so much of your time.
Oh, yeah, no, totally. You want to talk a little drama? You want to talk a little drama?
Do we want to talk a little drama?
Yeah, let's do it. Let's do the drama. Look, everybody's waking up in chat. All the imps are like, huh, drama? Oh, they're all waking up. But, okay, yes, I do. But real quick, I have to run to the bathroom. So do you want to just entertain the chat for like 5 minutes while I run to the bathroom real quick?
I will. I'm gonna
Okay.
go grab more champagne, but
Okay,
then I
that's
will
great.
be back
That's
to entertain
great
the
then,
chat.
because I'm gonna grab a drink too. So all right, then if you get back before me, you entertain him. If I get back, I'll entertain him.
Okay.
Everyone,
okay.
if you're here and you haven't liked the stream and subscribed to my channel and Merrick's channel, go fucking do it now. All right, I'll be right back.
Bye.
Bye. All right, I'll be right back. 1 second.
Oh my god.
Girls, let's go outside. Outside.
Snuggie mode.
Hello, I've returned. Hi. Did Merrick beat me back or not? I don't know. Nope, Merrick didn't beat me back. I came back faster than Merrick. That's right. Look at me. I'm so quick.
Wait, you're still talking to Merrick?
True?
Merrick.
Wait a minute.
We're about to jump
That's
into the
not
drama.
true.
We're about to do
Hey,
drama.
wait
We've been talking about,
a minute. That's not true.
Oh,
I'm here.
wait, Merrick is back first. Hold on a second. I didn't have a headphones. Merrick was back first. Never
I
mind.
just didn't want my pants on, but I'm here.
Oh, yeah, Vor Buddy, it is Invasion Club. Yes, that is the shirt. It's sick.
Yeah,
Look at it. It's so cute. It's so cute.
Baby mode.
Baby demon with a knife.
Baby mode.
And look, the arms are cute. It's so comfortable. This is like the shittest stuff. I mean, the softest stuff. It's like the softest shit. Okay. All right. So wait, are you gonna turn on your camera again, or do you want to do just voice only for the drama?
I'm sorry. I've been fighting fighting these sweatpants.
Yeah, it's all right. I understand. I've gotten in a few losing battles with pants before. Okay, it's all right.
Yeah. No, I'm winning now. It's fine.
Hell yeah, you got a blanket. Blankets always beat out pants. That's the rule. You can listen. Think about it. What situation can you wear pants in, but you can't wear a blanket? If you wear a blanket, you just tell everyone it's a toga, and you're good. But there are many situations in which you could wear a blanket, but you can't wear pants. Like, for example, if you're having sex, if you have your pants on, you're gonna probably have a bad time. But if you have a blanket on, you're fine.
I love this. Me going into public, wearing a blanket around my waist, not wearing any pants, and being like, "It's fine." Demonmama said this was a toga.
It's a toga,
and like,
yes.
Every bouncer everywhere being like, "Nah, doesn't work that way."
Well, you should tell them to call into the Demonmama call-in stream, and I'll debate them about why they're wrong. Okay?
I'm like, all right, you gotta debate.
I'll debate them.
Woman.
Yeah, I'm gonna debate this this bouncer. Listen, excuse me, that blankets are just togas, okay? You are just being discriminatory towards modern toga wearing, okay?
Yeah,
Everybody
you
has
just hate these
robes.
people.
Yeah.
You're racist.
Exactly, that's what it is. It's transphobic, okay? There we go. Everybody already thinks I'm the blue-haired SJW of the internet, so may as well.
Oh my god, I
All
love
right?
that. I'm like, yeah, wow, that's like really kind of like a pre-Ellis Island white supremacist sort of view, but I
Yeah, it
guess
is.
you do whatever you want.
Yeah, that's what you go
They're like,
ahead.
I don't even know
Sure.
what that means.
I understand. You're discriminating against my Greco-Roman history and heritage. Okay, there you go.
Absolutely incredible.
Oh no! Now people are telling me I've started something that I'm going to regret. Uh-oh. Listen, I don't think I'll regret anything. I have never regretted anything in my life. Definitely.
Yeah,
never.
I would love to see myself as like a Greco. No, never mind. I don't want that. Never mind.
You don't want
I don't want to be a Greeks are actually white people supremacist like advocate.
Ooh.
I don't want to be that.
Don't do it. Don't do it. It's not worth it. It's not worth it.
I feel like that comes with like a Nick Fuentes loving vaporwave crowd, and I want nothing to do with it.
Not worth it. It's not worth it. All right, so you want to talk drama, huh? All right. So I gave a small and brief take on the drama earlier, which was this is the stupidest wave of Twitch politics drama that has ever existed. A bunch of people, in my opinion, doubling down and defending somebody who is about as close to indefensible as you can get, just because they feel like there is $150 in gifted subs to be won from it. And I find it pathetic and sad. And I think you were completely correct. The way that you elucidated like the problems with Mr. Girl's view on consent and how he advocates and discusses consent, I think are 100% on point from my experience. I think there's a whole lot to be said about his conversation with Vaush, which was fucked up and disgusting and infuriating, and also really stupid, and I don't think should be taken seriously. And honestly, if I'm completely honest, I don't think anybody actually thinks he's funny. I just think this is all spite, personally. So.
Well, so this is something that I was thinking about earlier. This idea that like that joke was super funny.
It wasn't. Like, was it really funny? I don't think it was funny. I don't think it was even like slightly funny, but even if it was like slightly funny, was it worth it? Like, I think that's such a cope answer. Oh, it's funny. It's just a joke, bro. But it's like, come on, like, I don't know. Like, anybody else would be like, that's just a shit-ass joke, right? Or, like, if one person laughed at it or a couple people laughed at it, like, oh, I thought it was kind of funny. But no, instead it's people, like, doubling down and being, no, it's fucking funny, dude. It's dead. Oh, it's so funny. I would make that joke. And I'm just like, okay, come on. Like, let's be real here. Can we be real here? By the way, thank you, Rapti, for the 20 gifted tier 1 subs. Holy shit, thank you so much. Holy fuck, Rapti. Thank you. Yeah, I don't know. Does that, like, I don't know. Like, this is one of those things where, like, if somebody made, like, a fucking edgy joke out of context or whatever and it got clipped, that would be one thing. But we're not talking about just an edgy joke. We're talking about a guy makes a really weird, really fucking awkward and uncomfortable and offensive joke. And then also, if you look into what he's actually advocating for is also fucked up. And the shit he said in the past is fucked up. This just seems like a clear-cut situation that is only a situation because a couple of people are really spite-motivated and want to try and stick it to Vaush or something.
So this is kind of the thing that I was thinking about. Is like, you know, because Stardust really pressed me on it. And I was like, man, was that funny? And the thing is, I just don't think that it was funny.
I don't think it was either.
Because the whole thing she brought up was like, oh, you can't laugh at, oh, I've fallen and I can't get up jokes. And, well, yeah, of course you can. Like, there's a time and a place where all kinds of things are funny. And this just sort of comes back to, like, trying to pen me as this sort of SJW that's like, you can't make rape jokes, you can't make dark jokes, you can't make any sort of jokes about anything serious. And it's very, very, very surreal to me to have this sort of attitude pinned to me. After I think like over a year of people talking about like what a racist, horrible, evil piece of shit devil I am.
Yeah.
So it is very funny on one level to be pinned as an SJW, but I think on another level it's like, yeah, there is maybe a world where you could make jokes about and I think another thing she brought up was like, you know, first person perspective in dark jokes. Like there is a world where you can make jokes about being assaulted as even as a child, and I've made them. Like, because I was assaulted and like raped and groomed as a child, and like I've made those jokes. Like those are funny coming from me because I've experienced that and I have the background in which to talk about like the funniness that comes from that. But I think it's like not funny when it's just like some random dude who's already talked about how he's attracted to children being like, what color do you think their panties were? When Vaush is like, hey, I'm uncomfortable with you. You know what I mean? So it's like that there's this context element to it that's like totally overlooked, and I don't know.
Yeah, I think that's kind of like
weird.
There's a couple of ways that I approach like the joke discourse. So first of all, I think in this particular case, like breaking out the like, oh, can you make dark jokes is like, in my opinion, a bad faith thing. We all know that there is room and a place for like dark jokes or whatever. But like, this wasn't just a joke. This was a joke that was made in an argument where the person was advocating for these things, where a person was advocating, not in what I would consider to be a very irresponsible fashion, in favor of defending not just people who experience attraction, but people who act on that, and downplaying the danger of those actions. So like, it is a contextual thing. It is really weird. Like, I don't know, like if there was a presidential debate, right? And like one of the candidates joked about nuking another country, that would immediately cause an international diplomatic disaster, because the context of such a thing is totally inappropriate. If you're at like a fucking roast of a person, a friend or whatever, or a colleague, and you make a joke about pedophilia or whatever, that could be one thing. But this wasn't a roast. This was a legitimate like political debate where people were arguing their actual positions, and then he decides to throw in a joke about an underage girl's underwear. That is, to me, very awkward. Now, that in of itself isn't some sort of unforgivable act, obviously. I think people bomb jokes and make stupid statements and aren't necessarily bad people. But when you also go look at his work and you see, wait, this is a refrain. There is a constant downplaying of victims, of the side of victims. He downplays the suffering. He downplays the danger. And this is a consistent thing. I think that's an easy thing. And also, what's to be gained? What really is to be gained? I don't buy all the people who say, oh, he's a refreshing voice or whatever. I don't buy it. I don't buy it at all. And in fact, if you listen very closely to some of the videos that some people have done defending their platforming of this guy, they will simultaneously say that, one, he's a refreshing voice, and two, he actually isn't saying anything new and there's 100 other people just like him. So which one is it? Is it that he's a special voice? Or is it that he's that there's just 100 other people who are going to do the same thing and it doesn't matter? Interesting. I am on your side on this, like 100%. I think this guy's a dumbass. I think people are, this is one of the most obvious examples of irresponsible platforming that I've seen recently. And yeah, I don't really think it's about deplatforming the guy necessarily, like you said. I think it's more about just like, how are you engaging with this person? And half of the people, more than half of the people involved in this, have been engaging by just giving this guy a literal open space to say whatever he fucking wants without any pushback. That's the fucked part. It's not even about whether he gets to go on a show at all. I don't know. Does that make sense?
Well, you know, no, of course it does. But see, the thing that was very frustrating for me was like when I was having this discussion with Star, it was like, you know, I said, look, I'm not making the argument that we should completely deplatform him off the internet.
Yeah.
That was never the argument I was trying to make. The argument I was trying to make was that, like, we as lefty and liberal Twitch don't need to bow down and, like, roll out the red carpet and give him a media tour. And I feel like
agree.
it's a very different thing between being like, hey, we don't need to all be like, here is all of our access to everything, and, like, you can't be online, period. And I don't think that it's difficult to understand the distinction between these two things. So it's very, like, frustrating for me to see them conflated.
I mean, I think it's a deliberate thing, right? Because if they can conflate you as some kind of cancel culture, screeching banshee, blue-haired SJW, whatever, then they can just write off what you're saying. And that's the key, right? Is that like the goal is to put you in a position where people see you that way, so that they don't have to listen at all. But in truth, there's like a huge difference between saying, like, don't you feel like everybody's welcoming this guy with really open arms, really unduly, and that might be a bad thing, versus like, yeah, this guy should be locked in prison forever. Like these are there's a huge spectrum of things you can do in between then, you know, but people pretend like you're just, I mean, this was something that frustrated me, was when Star kept alleging you of like trying to do some sort of deplatforming campaign, when you literally opened the conversation by saying you don't think he necessarily needs to be banned off of all platforms, but that you don't think that people have been doing their homework with somebody who has a very loud negative buzz around them, which I think we do have a responsibility to do. I mean, I'm smaller than any of the people involved in this drama, and I try to do my due diligence. I remember one time I didn't do my due diligence, and it really made me fucking feel bad. And I don't know. I don't think it's that much to ask to be like, hey, maybe just like if you hear about the pedophile guy going around, maybe see if there's a reason for why people are saying that before you like invite this guy onto 3 different shows, you know?
I know. I think you're completely correct. Oh my gosh, there are so many fireworks going off right now. I love you so much. It looks like you're having a very good time right now.
I am. I'm enjoying
so
a little bit of the tangy. Yeah.
I love you. I'm gonna log
Ditch.
off.
Head out. Go have fun. This is such a silly topic. Go have fun. Okay.
Okay. I love you.
Much love. Seriously, Merrick, you're wonderful, and I hope you have a wonderful New Year, and Merry Impmas as well. Okay.
Thank you. I hope you continue to grow. You really do deserve it.
I'll do my best. And if I don't, then I promise I'll be causing shit elsewhere and you'll hear about it, okay?
Okay, good.
Good night,
So
Merrick.
good night, babe.
Bye.
Bye.
Mwah. Wow, I love Merrick so much. Merrick is so great. Merrick is so great. Okay, that was a great conversation. That was a really fucking good one. Hold on, give me a moment, okay? Probably a little left. Maybe not. It's hard to tell. Yeah, there's a lot of fireworks starting to go off. We're on hour 7. I'm going to go a bit longer. I'm going to go as long as I can. Okay? On Sunday, listen up, everybody. Imps, listen the fuck up. On Sunday, I will not be streaming on my website. However, I will be appearing on a fundraiser for an ongoing strike. Okay? I will be retweeting information about this. On Sunday, if you want to see me play some goofy Gartic phone, maybe Amogus and some other silly games, it is going to be a strike fundraiser. So there's an opportunity to seriously do some real good. But we're going to go a little longer here until I get too tired. I am getting a little bit, my voice is getting a little tired because we're on hour 7. However, I would like to continue. I would like to continue for a bit longer. Okay? So with all that said, remember, Sunday, strike fundraiser, fun stream. I won't be streaming on my website, but I'll send out an announcement and you all can go support the strike fund. That'll be very fun. An opportunity to learn some shit about labor organizing, stuff that even I am not that good at. but I'm going to participate anyway. Running trains tonight, person after person, plowing right through it. Yeah, I'm doing my best. I'm doing my fucking best. I'm doing my goddamn best. I am getting a little tired. I mean, you know, I've been fucking streaming a lot this week. But nonetheless, let us continue. Let's bring the next person in. Can we get the next person in? Let's get the next one in. Let's get the next one in. Come on. Next. Another one. Another one.
Hello.
Hello, Mixed Dizzy.
Let me turn
pronouns?
my camera on. I have a baby.
Pronouns? Do you have pronouns?
Let's go with they, just because it'll be easier.
Oh, okay. I mean, if you want to.
I don't want to give you the full pronoun rundown.
Oh, do you have like 40? Do you have like 40?
I have
pronouns?
yes, I have complicated pronoun opinions.
Oh, I see.
And I have a cat.
It's fine. All right. You're allowed to have complicated pronoun opinions, and you're also allowed to say that you can be a they.
more
they
interesting
for,
to
a they
things
for
to talk about.
convenience. I'm sure you do. You know, it's funny.
I have.
Your reputation precedes your appearance on camera here, because I have listened into you go toe to toe with a number of different content creators, and I sure hope you're not angry at me tonight. But if you are, let's do it.
No, I'm the only person I have to be angry at night is covered in fur and behind this curtain because he ate these fucking ornaments I was making.
No, kitties aren't supposed to eat those. Or
no,
it's a pompo. It's a pompo ornament.
This one has to be baked. I was able to recreate this one pretty easily because pompos, you make a ball and then you make dents.
Yeah.
Do a little cut.
It's
little
so
cut
perfect.
here and a little cut there, and then you add the mouth and eyes.
Look at the pompos just fucking blowing up in chat right now.
This one,
incredible.
this one was much harder, and I was out of red clay, so I had to mix a bunch of old clay together to make it work, and it was all really hard because I haven't touched this clay in like fucking 6 years.
Oh my god!
So I had to get like Vaseline. I've got like Vaseline on a spoon that I was kneading into like really really old clay. My mom was like, "Don't put the clay in the Vaseline jar." I'm like, I just put it. So I put it on a spoon.
Listen, Vaseline's like $5. Whatever, you know, put it in the Vaseline jar. Whatever.
So I just had to soften the clay, and then it gets covered in hair because I live with these things.
With fuzzballs? Yeah, I live with a couple fuzzballs as well. Lots of hair all over the house. And not all of it is my head hair either, from me malding on stream all the time.
Oh my god. Okay,
Yoda
so
is a
I
shedder,
have,
believe it or not.
I have stories, I can tell you.
All right,
They're
hit
not,
me with the stories.
They're not anything particularly useful or enlightening or fuck this cat.
Oh
Cat!
no, the kitty killed your camera. Oh no, the kitty killed the camera.
Stop stepping on the look at this.
Kitty, oh the little bell. What a good bell. All right, hit me with your
She's
stories.
a Christmas jingle bell on her. So I know where she is causing trouble.
Very wise idea. Always keep track of your cats.
Eat.
It's okay. You're good. You're good.
If I take the tablet off, she can't step on it and make things function that I don't want to happen. Okay, so I have similar experiences in the whole religious fundamentalist stuff.
Yeah.
And I spent 9 months in Alabama at a ministry school that I don't particularly want to name. I
Don't
can
feel
if
like
I
you
want
gotta.
to. Just
Yeah, I
like
feel
it's in the past, and it was a time, and I have interesting stories.
I can imagine.
Okay, so it was kind of like college, but a little bit older of a time and worse and rural in Alabama and living in houses in like a dying town of 6,000 people that was hanging on because of actually the ministry school was kind of bringing people to the town. And so
That's how it works
bought
sometimes,
up,
yeah.
they bought up like an old grocery store and the it was a roller rink that was next to it, and people in the town were mad. They're like, "Oh, the ministry school's coming and it's bought up all this. It's like the buildings were abandoned." Like, these are not the problems with the ministry school. There's other problems with the ministry school. Like, I bet you don't care that they're homophobic. I bet you're just mad that they bought up the skating rink. Anyway, we lived in a house in a neighborhood behind the ministry school, and then like out and down the street was another house, and that was where the boys' dormitory was. And that was really it was like, oh, I have a lot of internalized sexism towards women. Women are real people too. I'm not that got me over my I'm not like other girls phase.
Yeah. I can imagine.
But when we got there, every year they had a water war. And so people would attack each other with squirt guns, and everybody was really, really stressed about it because the houses were not off limits.
Whoa,
what do you
dark.
want?
That's dark. That's truly
Cat,
dark.
what do you want?
That's like if you made zombies versus humans like indoors as well. That's horrible.
And so the house was all really, really stressed. We were all settling in, just getting to know each other, warming up to each other, figuring out our shit after all arriving in this tiny town in Alabama.
Yeah.
And I was stressed out because I had a lot of special things that I cared about, stuff that I had gotten nicely set up. I had my camera, no, it was a computer. I did have a camera. I had a camera. I had my phone. My roommate was stressed because she was afraid her phone was going to get wet. And we were told, after like 2 days of seriously stressing out that they weren't going to come and hit our house, that the house that we lived in, since nobody in there was involved in the war or threatening war, that they were just going to leave us alone, which we were really relieved about. So we all calmed down, and my one housemate made dinner. She made like stuffed acorn squash. Okay. It was like the best damn thing ever. And we were all sitting down at the table with the stuffed squash, and she brought out the stuffed squash, and we were eating, and my roommate was in her pajamas, and she didn't have a bra on, and so we were all just like gathered around the table chilling, but we neglected to lock the door, and we're sitting there when all of a sudden we hear the front door knob turning, and it's like, oh shit. And before anybody could get up to lock the door flings open, and there's like 3 guys standing there with water guns. Why the fuck am I holding the pepper? And they all start shooting water at us. And I was terrified for the entire week that it was going to happen. And then once it was happening, I was so mad. I was angry.
That's infuriating.
Because it was like, Miriam spent all evening to put this meal together, and Sam is in her pajamas with no bra, and we're sitting and chilling, and my stuff is here, my computer is here, and you are not just gonna come into our house and squirt water everywhere. And so while my housemates started screaming, I marched up to the one guy who was in the entrance, and he was spraying water in my face, and I yelled at him, and I grabbed his gun, and I ripped the gun out of his hand, and I shoved him out the door. I think I drop kicked him, and he fell over the railing.
Deserved.
He fell over the railing into a bush. And I just began screaming and shoving, and they all ran, and I just stood there while they fled into the yard, screaming at the top of my lungs, dripping wet, screaming, "You should be ashamed of yourselves! You should all be ashamed of yourselves!"
Jesus. I mean, they should be, to be honest.
And they all felt like shit afterward, because they were like, oh, That's the house where the one girl lives, and she's like terrified, and she's been crying because she misses her mom, and this is her first time away from home, and we need to leave that house alone. But they've mixed up which house I lived in.
No, this is horrible. This is why you don't do this. Is exactly why, if you're going to have icebreaker activities or bonding activities or squirt wars or balloon wars or humans versus zombies, there has to be, the indoors have to be offline, otherwise it becomes total war and people will actually kill each other.
The house across the street had gone inside when they were when things were chilled off, and poured water in their shoes and filled their shoes with water, so they were mad and they wanted revenge.
Yeah, see? This is how it goes.
It was like, fuck you guys. I didn't want any part of this. We didn't do anything. We were eating fucking acorn squash with veggies stuffed inside. We had none of this water war business. And all the boys were like, they knew I was mad and they felt like shit.
Oh no.
But honestly, they were all terrified of me after that, which was great.
Good. They should be. They fucking should be.
I got mad at one of them because I lived with two of my housemates were disabled, and one of my housemates, she had some trouble moving with movement on one side of her body after a brain surgery.
Okay.
And she also startled really easily, and she was coming into the building one day, and I was sitting at the information desk. I could see out and she couldn't see in because it was light outside and it was darker inside. And one of the guys knew that she scared easily, so he snuck up by the door.
This is just sounding cruel.
To scare her, and she came in and he jumped out at her and she spooked and she screamed. I think she might have dropped her stuff, and I was so angry that I hurtled over the information desk and I said, "Aaron, I'm going to kill you!"
I mean, I don't know.
And
These sound
ran
like
for
rational
his life.
responses. Good. Again, strike terror into the hearts of those cruel Christians.
This is the same housemate who freaked out over the roach. The story that I told one of the call-ins before, it was the roach story where the roach ran around the kitchen.
Yeah, the roach story, yeah.
She was terrified of the roach, and I was like, I don't want her to scare from the roach.
People should have known. They should have seen it
roaches,
coming.
Our house was our kitchen floor was a mess because it came in right off the carport. So it was just everywhere. Yeah. I've had a lot of like, oh my god, being transmasculine is like weird because you're like, oh, I want the dudes to respect me, but oh my god, they're pieces of shit. I remember this was when I was a teen, before I was an adult. I went to ministry school as an adult, but like 2 years earlier than that, I was at a summer camp, and they had a blob. They had one of those big blobs, like the big blow up things that you float on the lake, and then you people bounce.
I'm talking about. Yeah, the bouncy things.
Yeah. So they had a blob, and like I'm not very big. Like I weigh like 125 something at the moment.
Okay, so you're tiny, is what you mean.
I'm very small, but I was like 105 at the time. I was even smaller.
Holy shit! Okay.
So
I could snap you in half with my hand.
Yeah. Except you'd have a hard time because I would give you hell before that.
Well, I'm sure you would. I'm not. This is not accounting for any fighting spirit. Okay.
Not accounting for piss and vinegar and pure spite.
Yeah, gumption. We don't want to rule out the gumption.
But everybody was like, "Oh, you need to do the blob. It's so fun." And so people would do the blob, and they would go really, really high. And the smaller you were, the higher you would go. Also, depending on how heavy the person was who jumped on the other end of the blob. And so I finally was like, okay, I'll try it. We had a guy. His last name was Bigger. Like, unironically, he was a big guy. His last name was Bigger, so we just called him Bigger.
All right.
I was like, okay, Figure, will you blob me so I can go fly in the lake? He was like, sure. He's like, you're small. You should go pretty high. I was like, yeah.
Line said
I think
moments before disaster.
they were like, people were saying, oh, somebody needs to do this specific position because you'll flip, and they were trying to trick me into doing that specific position. I'm like, no, I'm not gonna do this fucking position. I don't want to do a flip. I just want to do one blob just to have the experience under my belt and be done. I don't like swimming. And so I climb out onto the blob and I have my life vest and I'm sitting there and they're like, oh, you're gonna do the position. You're like, no, shut up. And he's like, to count to 10. I'm like, 10? That's a lot. Why 10? He's just like, count to 10. So I started counting and I counted I remember specifically I counted in Spanish. And so I was like, uno, dos, tres. And then before I could get the next number out, I was all of a sudden up in the sky, just whoo. And I looked down, and the lake was very small. It was way down.
Yeah, you go high.
I was like,
yeah.
oh my god. Wow, this is like an out-of-body experience. And next thing I know,
right,
I was in the lake. And I was like, oh, there goes the light. It's leaving. Oh, goodbye, world.
But you made it. You survived. You survived it. Now you know. Now you know that
I had a life
if you ever
vest
battle
on.
a slime, if you ever battle a large floating hydrophobic slime, you will at least survive long enough to see yourself get eaten by the slime, right? That's what you've concluded, right?
Like,
Well,
I was very glad I didn't do it without a life vest because I've almost drowned before. I don't swim very well. I don't float. That's the thing. It's like I do not float. People have been trying to teach me to swim all of my life. I'm like, I can swim. I know how to swim. I can't float. So I'll drown if I run out of stamina.
It's hard to float, It's hard to float. And I will say, as a bigger person, I have an advantage to floating because being chunky means you float better, believe it or not.
This is why at zoos they put water moats around the chimpanzee exhibits because they're all muscle, no fat, and they just sink like rocks. They can't swim.
Like a rock. Exactly, precisely. Yeah. The secret is you got to fill your lungs up nice and big with air, and then fucking spread out. You want that surface area. That's the secret. Surface area is the secret.
All arms, skinny arms, tiny chest.
But
lungs.
That also means you need less surface area. Do not be a chimpanzee. Do not sink. It's all about surface area. Look, Elak Kaval is shouting in chat because Elak is like a fucking sick-ass swimmer, and I know what the fuck I'm talking about. You want to float? You spread the fuck out, fill the fuck up out of your lungs, and you'll be good. Yeah, Elak is like fucking literally. You want to know fucking swim shit? Look at that. He's a fucking swim instructor. Anyway.
Good for you.
Mixed Dizzy, I believe that next time you will be able to float. Okay? I believe it. Thank you so much for coming on. Seriously.
Bye, chat.
Bye. Good night. Thank you. And Merry Impmas and Happy New Year.
Happy Impmas. Merry Impmas. Merry Impier. Impy New Year.
Impy.
Something.
Night.
Oh, wait. Can I shout out my, Can I shout out my, I have Instagram if somebody wants to follow art. I promise I'll post more art there, actually.
Do it!
Legitimately.
Drop it into chat. Seriously.
Yes.
Drop it in the chat.
If you want to do my art follow, I'll link it in chat. Bye!
Bye! Alright, that was a fun conversation. Okay, hold on. I am getting news. I'm getting... Apparently Vaush is drunk off his fucking ass right now. I'm going to go check in, and I'm going to see how drunk off of his ass Vaush actually... Apparently, he's fucking blitzed. Oh, fuck! Wait a minute! Twitch, I love you. Twitch, come over to the website. I'm turning off the Twitch stream. I'm turning it off. I love you all, but I can't do it anymore. I need to... This is too much. This is too funny. There's only 33 of you. I know you're really nice and whatever, but just consider not watching on Twitch in the future, okay? Sound good? All right. Love y'all on Twitch. Come to the website, Demonmama.com. You can keep watching. See ya. Bada boop. Twitch is done. Twitch is fucking done. All right, there we go. Now we don't got to worry about Twitch no more. Okay? George Washington, 1984. Yeah, shut the fuck up. I got to see this. Let's go to the fancy v.gg. How blitzed is Vaush? Let's find out. I can say slurs. Faggot, tranny, cracker. Fuck you. Let's find out.
Ad revenue.
Oh,
just
no.
from the views would just pay for it. It's like every view gives me another couple grains of salt to pour onto the ground of the Safeway. To the ground. They're like, hey, dude, that's all the salt.
Oh, no.
By then, I've already moved on to another place.
Oh,
to
my.
get the salt.
Oh, my
What about Demonmama? No, I can't. I'm too drunk to talk. I can't talk. I can't talk to Demonmama. I can't talk to Demonmama. I'm too drunk. I can't talk to people. I'm not talking to people. And I was like, no, I'm not talking. I can't. I'm too drunk. I'm too drunk. Oh, Demon. No, I'm too drunk. I can't. Also, I know you live my time zone. It's not. It's an hour and a half. I can.
It is. You got a bit of time.
Talk to you when it's New Year's.
Yeah, well, there we go.
It's not even New Year's. It's New Year's Eve. This
it
isn't
is New Year's
even
Eve.
real time.
It's not real.
It's
time.
not
It's true.
even
Animal time.
real. It's not. Well, time isn't real in general. You know, the greats.
There we go.
The greatest Twitch streamers say
He's a full bottle down. Oh my
that
fucking god.
Time isn't real.
Come on, I'm getting the animals up in here. Come on up.
The duration at which
We're all
we
watching together.
perceive
This
time is
This is amazing.
unique
Get in here. Here.
interpersonal phenomena that we experience simply because our brain processes it at the speed that it does.
This is amazing.
Time is like a computer loading bar, except the loading bar only experiences time at the rate that the loading bar moves. You're like, damn, that loading bar is moving slow. That loading bar can move immediately, but it doesn't. That's what your brain is like.
Oh my god.
You can question mark me if you want. I'm right. I'm right. You're wrong. I'm right.
We're behind.
We're behind.
You're dumb.
Yeah.
Stupid.
We're slow. We're going
dumbass.
too slow. Vaush, we need to
You're
catch up
dumb.
with you. We need to catch up with Vaush. We're not.
Everyone laugh at the Omega lol at the dumb.
No, I'm not Omega lolling. I'm gonna give.
Dumb.
I'm gonna
dumb,
give a
dumb,
Pepe
dumb,
hug. Pepe love.
Yes.
Wait, is it Pepe hug?
Dumb.
Peepo hug?
Dum,
Peepo
dum,
hug. That's the one. It's Impo. It's Impo love in mine.
Yeah.
Oh, look. See, I give love.
Yeah.
We give love.
Love
What
you
are we
so
doing?
much.
We love.
Okay.
Here. Watch this.
It would
Here.
be.
Here. You guys send this. Somebody clip this and send it to Vaush. Okay. All three of us. Ready? Come on. We can even use Vaush's real name. Okay. Ian. Happy New Year's.
Happy New
Happy New
Year.
Year's. Look at wait, you're not on Twitch, so we can say this. All the faggot animals. We like you. We love you. There, clip it up and send it over. There you go. Clip it up and send it over. Let's see if we can get him to watch it, okay? Come on. This is
What
going to
do
be the
you-
best react
you
ever.
fool.
Get that clip over there.
Fool.
I know you can do
you
it.
think I would ever distract
Spam that
myself
clip, you fuckers.
from the fight for the working class with your goofball.
If he reacts to this, it will be the greatest
goober
moment in history,
shit.
and you know it.
No. Oh, now the Discord.
Wait,
now
but there's
the
the
Discord messages.
Somebody has this. Somebody
Now I
has
see
it.
them.
Fucking
Oh,
clip
yeah.
it. The
Oh,
YouTube clipper. YouTube clipping, you fools. Oh my god.
You're all so clever. Oh
Where
my
did all the
God,
clippers
you're all
go?
so
You're
fucking
failing me
gay.
in my moment of need.
You know what? You fucking horny horners.
Horny
My
horners.
nudes are public. You
My
can't
nudes are public.
fucking. You can't intimidate me. I already won. I'm
True!
not anymore. I will not drink water. No.
Oh, please.
I'm going back to the only Discord window that matters. My own Discord. The drama posting account. That is the only.
This is amazing. What a moment.
Thing that matters.
He's gonna lose his platforms? No, he's not.
So I can learn.
He's
when
on
I'm being
YouTube. YouTube doesn't
But
care.
I'm
You
always
can say
being
anything.
canceled.
I could literally,
Not
if
that
I
it
wanted to,
matters.
and I don't because
You
I'm
know,
not racist, but I could
they-
literally scream the N-word
meme
into the
was
camera
right.
and I would not get banned on YouTube.
Cyberbullying.
Do you know how
only
crazy
is
YouTube
real when you see it happen.
Come on, somebody get that
That's the
fucking
only
clip.
time it really happens. If you don't see it happen,
These people,
it's
these
not
imps
real.
are failing. They're all drunker
If
than
you
Vaush.
simply wear
You know how to clip on
sunglasses
YouTube.
while
Get that
browsing
fucking
Twitter,
clip. Wait, somebody got it.
we
got it.
can't see as much on dark.
Get it over there.
mode.
Get it to
And
Vaush,
it's
you
like,
you fools.
well,
Take it from Gayfesh. Get
it's
it
like
to Vaush.
half the bullying. It like blocks
Go!
half the bullying.
Go!
That's not even bullying. You can't bully me. It's not even bullying. You fucking. I'm gonna bully. You're like throwing tin cans at a fortress. You fucking animals.
Will you refill this thing?
Bully.
I'm inspired by
spitting
Vaush's
into the
inebriation.
ocean. What are you gonna do to me?
I'll
You have any idea my fucking capacity for
Doe does not
abuse?
like booms. Imagine
What
that.
are you all thinking? What is this?
Hey, all three of us. Ready? Come on.
Is this gay? Hold
It's
on.
gay. Hey, It's all three of gay. us, Here we
Hold
go.
on. As an
Hey, all three of us.
extremely homophobic individual.
Oh yeah. Oh my god, I really hope
Hold
there's
on.
no. Oh, I thought
got
that was
blow
me.
my nose,
Oh my god.
'cause I'm allergic to
I
gay.
got scared for a moment that there was gonna be like an old clip of me shitting on
Alright.
like this kind of stuff. Oh, that would have been so shitty. I mean, I've had a completely different view on it. I don't know.
He's struggling.
There's this new wave of.
He's got his own videos
What the fuck is this? Why was there noise? What the fuck? Oh, it's the other clip.
This
Why would
might
that
be one of the
autoplay?
greatest
Oh my
maximalism
god,
moments
that
in
was
Demon Mama
scary.
stream history.
I thought that was death coming for me for a second. Okay. All right, here we go.
Oh my fucking yeah! It's us. We're on. Ready? Come on, come on. We can even use Vaush's real name. Okay. Ian, Happy New Year's. Happy New Year's. Look at wait, you're not on Twitch, so we can say this. All the faggot animals, we like you. We love you. There, clip it up and send it over. There you go.
I was right. It's gay. That's me. It's gay. That was
Yeah,
gay.
it's gay.
No,
You
I
know
needed
it.
to blow my nose.
You know
or
it.
My sinuses would have exploded from the allergic reaction. This is good. Happy New Year's, fucking gays. It's
The
always
best way for
gays
things
now.
to have gone.
When I was in high school, you all didn't fucking exist. Gay people.
We did. We
existed
were in hiding.
in campy characters on the shows.
10:30, dude. You're so
And
fucked.
the shows. And in San Francisco, everyone just sucked their dicks. Okay? But in real life, they weren't there. But now they're everywhere.
True.
All of the gays.
We're crawling everywhere.
I don't even know what it must be like to be in high school these days. You be fucking
cool.
Your freshman year, and people are like, "Hello, sir. Would you, would you like to sample a platter of girl or boy? What are you talking about? That's not real.
Yes. Yes.
It's happening so quickly, but now everything's so fucking gay. There are
It's okay,
straight
Vaush.
people out
It's okay.
How do you
Guess
even
what?
understand?
You could be horse gender if you want to.
They're not even. They exist.
You could be
I
sober
went
gender
to
if
the
you
gun
want to.
shop recently. I buy guns.
Hi,
have
Celine.
Gotta buy so many guns. I've gotta have I single-handedly.
Yeah, you gotta protect us. You gotta
I wanna
fight for
own
us.
so many guns that if there's ever an earthquake, the accidental discharges shoots out bullets in every direction like an AOE ability, and I'm fucking.
Vaush is
MOBA.
still fucking
I
funny
want-
as shit,
I
even when
want-
he's sloshed.
I want so many
Just
guns.
let it be known,
that,
okay?
That the fucking local police have a special like I want the list. I want to be on the list, okay? And I went to the gun place. And I don't
Just
go
got on the
outside
list
that
right
much,
now,
man.
by the
But
way.
they're so heterosexual.
Congratulations,
Oh my God.
you made the list.
And they're all conservatives. I hear them with their COVID conspiracy theories. And they talk about Biden. And I listen to them talk. And I have to play along. But I always play along like a cheeky little, like the faggot I am. I play a little cheeky breaky, little cheeky break. They're like, hey, what do you want to buy a little gun? And I'm like, yeah, in case it ever gets all Red Dawn up in here. And in their brains, they're like, in case the communists invade. But in my brain, it's like, yeah, in case I'm the communist. But I'm just me being cheeky, just
Poggers!
another faggot.
Revolutionary
That's called
arc
being
Vaush.
the kid. Brain.
I'm joining the Red Scare on the side of the Reds. We are scary.
Galley. Happy New Year, Galley. Everyone hug Galley.
True,
Galley's
hug Galley.
my real life friend. Not like you stupid fucking fake people who give me money. Galley was a real friend.
Holy fuck, Vermin!
I was rich and famous. Galley actually likes me. Galley tolerates my autism.
Oh, don't be
Would
sad.
you
No sad,
clap
Vaush.
like seals. You know, Galley tolerated my tism before it was even content.
No one tolerates it.
You guys,
You're celebrated for your tism.
You're
okay?
like, oh, Vaush.
Yeah,
is
your tism is what makes us
tisming.
love you.
Oh, what good content.
All of the neurodivergent
I love
weirdos
this
out there like
content
me
in
and
my
all
feed.
these animals,
Galley dealt
that's
with
what we
that.
like. We like the
Face
tism.
to face.
Bring it.
Interpersonally.
Scoop it on.
To their face.
He's speaking
interpersonally. Yeah, Galley was there when the cringe was unfunny. I have refined my cringe to a razor point for you guys, okay? My cringe is content impeccable, all right? I could go to stage with my cringe, okay? My cringe, all right? I have froze the turd and sharpened it into an arrow's head.
Damn,
okay?
look at all those
But back
Vaush
then,
donations.
It was just poop.
All right. You're right. I gotta do
It
my
was just
duty.
poop.
I gotta do my duty.
You actually
I can't have fun.
understood February 2016 the fucking house party? Yeah, I met Galley at a house party of Vermin's. This is before Vermin and I dated. We're not dating anymore. We've been single for 8 months. Isn't that crazy? You all don't even pay attention. Shoo!
True, they
I'd
don't pay
greet
attention.
you, but you're interrupting a story with your arrival.
Oh.
Shut up, Shoo.
Love you.
All right, everyone. You're right. Many people have indeed been waiting. That was one of the funniest things I've ever seen. Holy fuck. Yes, by the way, if Vaush will decide to call in, we're no longer on Twitch. We are only on YouTube right now. This is a YouTube exclusive. That's right. All of you who are watching right now are catching an exclusive YouTube. And if you want to have more cool things like this, fucking subscribe to my goddamn channel. Like and tell your friends about the fucking Demonmama channel, because this is the place where, among a couple of other places, there's a lot of fun shit happening. Okay? All right. Let's get the next caller in here. All right, next caller. Next caller comes in. Come on in, next caller. Next caller. Let's bring the next caller in. Let's do it. Pagana.Maxima. Welcome. And greetings. Can you hear me? I can't hear you, so I don't know what's going on there. You might need to reset your mic or something. Still can't hear you. Try here. Let's try this. Hello?
Hello?
Ah, now I can hear you.
Oh shit. Alright. That's cool.
All right. What are your pronouns?
I was super anxious, but then I saw drunk as fuck Vaush, and now I'm not. So
Don't be anxious.
It's all good now.
It's all chill here. What are your pronouns?
She, her, It's and 1 1s.
All right. All right. Excellent. Welcome to the show. What would you like to talk about?
Oh, Merry Impmas. So I wanted
Merry
to talk
Impmas, indeed.
about anti-theism on the left.
Okay.
Hello?
Hit me with
Okay.
it. Yeah.
Anti-theism on the left. So I think it's a really serious problem. So I'm a polytheist personally. So in sort of normal hegemonic Christian spaces, I always get like a lot of shit, like, oh, you're a Satan worshiper, all that kind of stuff, right?
They think everybody's a Satan worshiper. Yeah.
Yeah, totally.
It's true. They do.
And then when I go into like leftist spaces and I'm ever explicit about religious belief, I instantly get shit on from all the new atheist types.
Yeah.
And so I think it's like a big problem that religious minorities face. They're kind of stuck in between right-wing Christian fascism and then left-wing hyper-atheism.
Yeah. I think it's a really hard to resolve issue. It's something that you've probably heard me talk about on this stream a couple times. Maybe I don't know how long you've been listening, but
yeah.
Excuse me. I've changed my position on this. I used to be a lot more of the anti-theist type because of how severe my experiences with religion over and over and over again were, and I've since changed my position a little bit. I still think there's a lot of valid critiques of religion. I understand why a lot of people oh my god, thank you. Well, everyone, I'm just gonna enjoy a quick drink here. Thank you very much, Doe, for delivering the absinthe. Thank you. Wish me the luck. We'll see if we can get more slosh than Vaush. I don't think it'll happen. I have a very high tolerance.
That's
anyway,
a noble goal.
So yeah, I think it's very difficult because I think a lot of people have very valid reasons for having problems with religion. However, I think people need to overcome it. And I think there are better conversations we can have that don't fall back on sort of chauvinistic arguments, which is a problem within New Atheism. New Atheism was a very good response to Christianity and very little else. Maybe a couple of types of like particularly aggressive types of Islam, you could use some of the same arguments from the New Atheism stuff. But they did a really bad job addressing a lot of the world's religions, and they didn't. Their arguments don't work well when you're not going up against the sort of hyper-imperialistic, hyper-hierarchical religion that Christianity and a couple of like the more orthodox style Abrahamic faiths are, the fundamentalist Abrahamic faiths. Yeah, I think it's really difficult, and I really wish that people would stop being so fucking cringe about it. Because at the end of the day, like, you don't have to be a dick. Just because, like, you think, like, I don't know. I think sometimes when people open up about their religious experiences or their religious beliefs, especially ones that come from, like, non-Christian backgrounds, there's, like, this intrinsic response of, like, immediately putting on the fedora. People just hop in and they're just like, ah, yeah, all religion is stupid. But they don't actually understand what the structural differences are between a religion like Christianity and a religion like animistic religions or pagan religions or Buddhist religions or Taoist sects, which Taoism is like a totally different conceptualization of religion. And I don't know. Yeah, I just wish people would stop being cringe and learn a little bit about like other religions. Maybe take some time to learn about it. I think people have had fuckloads of run-ins with Christianity and they become very jaded to all sorts of spiritual belief without recognizing that the shape and outcome of all kinds of religious belief, there's huge variance within that. There's like a massive variance in the way that these types of religions function. They're not all the same. So yeah, I guess that's my takeaway.
Yeah, because like I've gotten into conversations with atheists and they'll throw out all of their standard like Christian arguments, like anti creationist arguments, and I'm like, I don't believe any of that shit. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Yeah, I think it's just a failure of.
But yeah, and
it's
so
like
I
an
think,
exposure problem, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, definitely. And I think the more I've been in like the pagan movement, I feel like the left is like ceding fundamental ground. Because like super anti-science, like crystal healer types and like super racist Nazi pagans, like they get like leeway because standard non-political pagans don't really want to poke the bee's nest.
Right.
But there is like a lot of space for a leftist kind of alt religion movement to like push back where there really isn't right now.
Mm-hmm. And I think that is growing, and I think that it will fill voids. And if these people, if these staunch and principled anti-theists and atheists are as serious about opposing religion as they say they are, which I don't think most of them are. I think some of them just kind of like to seem like the I'm enlightened by my own intelligence,
totally.
Fedora tipping, katana wielding kind of thing. But I think that if they were that serious, then they would actually take the time to learn other religions and discover how to discuss and combat those religions. But again, I think they're a lot of times just they just have like exposure syndrome to Christianity, and so that's all they think about religion. They don't recognize that there are completely fundamentally different perceptions of or conceptualizations of spirituality and religion out there that function totally differently to how religion unfolded in the United States or in the UK or whatever. So yeah.
Yeah, but I think it's going to become a bigger problem.
I think it will.
Because the spiritual but not religious like demographic is, I think, the fastest growing religious demographic in the United States.
That makes sense.
So like that hole is just going to get bigger and bigger over time.
Yeah, I agree with you. This is part of the reason why I personally have challenged my own views on it and further developed my arguments. Even though I'm not religious, I haven't become religious or anything like that. I don't expect that I will. Maybe, who knows? You never know. I guess if something changes your mind on that front, but like without any sort of expectation of that, I've recognized that like, hey, actually, this is like something. This is this does not have to be entangled in this particular way. We need to be able to talk about religion in a much more informed and worldly manner than the new atheists would push. Because I kind of hate the term new atheist, but at the same time, it does kind of fit, and it is true. There is a overfixation on responding to Christianity. There is this weird thing that happens where a lot of the new atheist types will basically act like every other religion is exactly like Christianity when they're not. They're not structured like Christianity. They don't even conceptualize faith like Christianity does. They don't conceptualize a commitment to the religion the same way that Christianity does. They're completely different structures. And I really wish that people would take the time to realize that. I don't know if they will. We'll see. But I'm gonna certainly advocate for people to think about it that way. So.
Yeah, I definitely think you have like some of the best takes on the religious issues.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I mean, I've thought about it a lot.
So
it's been something that's preoccupied a huge chunk of my life. So yeah.
Yeah, I get that. So I guess that's that on the anti-theism topic. I had I wanted to talk about like psychedelics and stuff.
Okay,
so I didn't know if you've ever had like experience with that type of thing.
I have, but I don't tend to. I don't know. I don't really like to talk about it too much on air because of the TOS restrictions. But yeah. Yeah, I have. I think they should be legalized, decriminalized all over the country. Yeah, very much so. Yeah.
Yeah, I totally agree with that because I view it, and this is probably not like the standard view of most people, but I think that they're a fantastic tool of community building and kind of just like conversational expansion.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I'm a bit of a psychonaut, as I'm sure everyone in my chat understands. I like to experience of, I actually used to be very terrified of like altered states of consciousness when I was younger. But then I realized that basically most of life is a string of altered states of consciousness, with or without drugs of any type. I tend to think there's a lot of value to come from it. I think that people should be careful and responsible, obviously. Please, for the love of God, talk to some people and reach out to others, people who've been there before, who've done stuff like that, obviously. But I also think that, like, America is, like, laughably prudish about all kinds of drugs, natural and unnatural, and it does limit us. I think that the sort of certain drugs can help you or can give you an opportunity to rethink your perception of the world in a way that I think is very valuable, and I think can be very I think can not just be fun, but can also be like therapeutic, maybe would be the way to put it. But it can be cathartic. It can help you work through a lot of things, and it can open your mind to thinking about things in a different way. I know that's certainly true for me. I talk relatively frequently on here about how I enjoy weed. Weed for me, cannabis plays very nicely with my ADHD and affords me the ability to think about things in a way that is different than the way my brain usually works. And that has been just life-saving, to be able to sort of step out of my usual, like, constantly rushing, constantly attention-changing mindset and step into a different type of or a slightly different brain chemistry. I don't know. I think it's a complicated topic to talk about because of the politics involved. But with that said, just keep in mind that it's only a complicated topic because of the politics involved. There are literally generations of people who know what the fuck they're talking about, who recognize that, like, these drugs aren't, like, the vast majority of drugs. There are some that are very dangerous and very addictive and things like that, but the vast majority are not like that at all. And I think people should chill the fuck out a little bit. So, yeah.
Yeah, and I think the wrinkle that kind of makes the conversation kind of put into a sad place is that for so long, those types of substances were championed by a fairly leftist movement. But in recent decades, you have, like, DMT right now is most heavily associated with Joe fucking Rogan, who is a transphobe Neanderthal. Yeah. So I think that's, like, a really sad state of affairs.
It's definitely something I've thought about, about how I want to talk about that kind of stuff on my stream, because I do think it's an important thing. I think drug legalization is one of the most important, or drug decriminalization, whichever method you approach. The idea is more or less the same. But I think that destigmatizing all, like, fuckloads of drugs is so important. It is so fucking important. Like, I don't think people realize that, like, I'm not just saying this because I like getting stoned, which I do. I'm very open about that. But, like, the reason I say this is because, like, when people don't have access to cannabis, which is a very, very cheap, easy to grow, very low side effect painkiller, they turn to opioids, which are addictive, extremely harsh on your system, and will kill you, literally kill you. So I think that there is a massive public health issue that comes from banning minor things like weed, which is even the people who fearmonger about it and think that it makes you sleepy or whatever, or unambitious or whatever other bullshit they say. What they don't tell you is that they're pushing people who are suffering, not just people who do it recreationally, but people who are genuinely need this shit to live a life of a quality life. They're pushing those people into opioids. They're pushing those people into self-harm in many cases. So I think it's a more serious issue than a lot of people give it credit.
Definitely. And recently, actually, like, Republican governors and stuff have jumped on, like, the fentanyl issue to, like, distract from COVID. It's actually, like, really slimy shit. Like, I think it was like the governor of Arkansas, or the governor of Texas, who's, like, totally clueless on COVID, started talking about how fentanyl and not COVID is, like, the biggest killer of youth. And it's like, but COVID is the biggest mass death event in American history. So, like,
yeah, isn't that ridiculous? Honestly, pardon me. Speaking of weed, not COVID. No, but honestly, the I don't know. There's all kinds of cynically weaponized things, and honestly, I don't know. It's an unfortunate state of affairs. I think that like the rift between the average person and institutions like the police right now is widening for very good reason. Specifically for things like this, for the way that like harmless things are turned into or issues that are statistically inconsequential are blown up into these like demonic overarching issues by them, and then the actual thing that's doing incredible amounts of harm that we can show on paper is doing incredible amounts of harm is completely ignored. And I think that is I don't know, I guess the thing I say frequently on stream, we have a very interesting couple of years coming up, and I think that's going to be true on multiple fronts. So yes.
Yeah, definitely. And also the thing with the fentanyl issue is that the people that are starting to weaponize it now against COVID, their solution is to throw people in prison instead of helping them overcome an addiction that will kill them. It's throwing them in prison and fucking their entire life.
Which it doesn't work. It doesn't work. It doesn't work in any way. The only thing it does is uphold a certain type of society. That is what that does. It doesn't help you. You're not safer because drug addicts get thrown in prison. It doesn't help drug addicts because they're in prison, which is fucking horrible and only makes you worse. Nobody benefits. The only people who benefit are people who are invested in keeping the world in a certain hierarchy. That's the only people who benefit. So,
yeah.
Pagana.Maxima, thank you so much for coming on. Did you have any like last minute memes you wanted to do before we move on to the next caller? Because I do have to bring other people in.
Yeah, oh yeah, totally, I get that. Just one final meme for all the imps, okay? Like the fucking inscription streams. Do it.
True!
It's the best game of the year with a 5-star caliber voice actress fucking playing all the parts. Gotta like it. 500 every fucking stream.
For sure. We're going to be we're going to be resuming our process through inscription. However, if you have not kept up with the inscription streams, they are being posted on the channel and they have low view counts because a lot of you watch them live and other people don't know what they are. But if you're listening now, Pagana.Maxima is correct in saying you should watch them and press the like button and leave a comment. Thank you.
They're really good.
They're really fucking good. I do voice acting. I do voice acting for characters.
She's good at the game.
And I'm good at the game. We break the game. It's crazy. I'm telling you, it's good shit. Anyway,
I
thank
lost
you very
my
much.
shit in that first episode.
Wasn't it fucking sick? The first episode was such a baller episode. Fuck, it was so good. Anyway, thank you for watching that, and thank you for shouting out my inscription streams. That means the world to me. Seriously.
Of course.
That's like a little more artsy shit that I do.
Thank you
I
for
wanna do
making
more
it.
stuff like that. Of course, I'm gonna do more. I promise.
Yes. All right. Thank you so much for having me on.
Absolutely. Thank you for coming on, and have a wonderful, wonderful New Year's, and happy Impmas.
You too. Happy
Bye.
Impmas. Bye.
All right. Okay, everybody. That was fucking sick. Was that not a sick-ass conversation? Wow. Talking with that with that one was great. Listen, I think 1-1's pronouns are sick as fuck. I've considered that. You want to know? Oh, wait. Wait, where's the... Can we do this without getting copyrighted? I bet we can. What are they called? Hold on. I'm going to remember this. Hold on. What are they called? The Hanar. Let's see if they've got Hanar dialogue. Let's take a break for 1 second. The Hanar diplomat.
Commander Shepard, John Dumbao, Special Tactics and Recon. I've got intel suggesting that high-level Hanar officials may be indoctrinated.
That's a damning accusation. What have you got?
Evidence of an Alliance Black Ops team raiding a Batarian research station.
Where's the
Batarians were
Hanar
studied-
dialogue? Here we go.
We obtained information.
Here we go.
Regards the works of the Enkindlers in despair.
It seems this one has been apprehended, but confinement is irrelevant. The work of the Enkindlers cannot be stopped.
Why are you trying to help the Reapers?
We obtained information regarding the Enkindlers from classified sources.
The Enkindlers. You mean the Protheans?
Yes. As you are aware, Commander Shepard, the Protheans eventually became the Collectors, and the Collectors served the Reapers.
You have got to be
Yeah, he normally says, okay, so the Hanar, they use this one, and we only. Those are the only pronouns they use. It's very, very interesting. And they're really cool. Thank you. Happy New Year. Galley! Hi! Wait a minute. Why haven't I given you a fancy name? Hold on, Galley, let me give you a fancy name. Galley gets a fancy name. Fancy name. Fancy name. Galley gets a fancy name. Here we go. Fancy name. Happy New Year, Galley! Thank you for coming by.
Mountain timers. Yay, mountain timers.
Do we have a more group style? Do they have a more group style consciousness? Are they colony creatures? They are. They have. They can. If I remember correctly, they can share emotions with each other, which is really fucking cool. Here we go. There you are.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Testing fancy name. All right. Next caller. Let's bring in the next caller. Come on, next caller comes in. Next caller. I want to get through the list because I'm getting sleepy. Next caller. Hello, Aztec.
Hello. How
Aztec
are you?
Tunes. I am great. Pronouns.
She, her.
All right.
Good,
Excellent
nice and
pronouns.
simple, short and sweet.
Excellent pronouns. I respect them greatly. All right.
All right.
Aztec, welcome to the show. For those who don't know, Aztec has written some fucking incredible music for this channel. Welcome to the show. We're happy to have
I
you.
do.
Merry
I
Impmas.
Merry Impmas to you. I am so excited. I think this is the third call-in stream I've
I
made
think this
now.
is, yeah, if I recall correctly, the third. Yep.
Alrighty. Well, I wanted to ask you a little bit about some advice.
Okay.
From one, I think it's fair to say, a professional streamer to one potential streamer or future streamer.
Ooh. All right. All right. I'm intrigued.
So, my little I guess my little elevator pitch.
Okay.
I've been talking to some other people about it. Is I'm planning to do a very music focused thing. That's kind of my wheelhouse. So,
I mean, good idea. You're skilled as fuck.
But I want to do something a little different. If you look through like the music tag on Twitch, see a lot of people, they're just kind of like chilling, talking to chat, play some tunes, make some music every once in a while, which is all well and good. Definitely plan to do that kind of stuff, but I want to take a different spin to this kind of thing. How does it sound to you?
Sounds cool already. I'm intrigued. I think I know where you're going with this.
So a lot of people, I got kind of inspired to do this specifically by Abby Shapiro.
Oh my God, Abby Shapiro?
Because
Wait a
my
minute.
God, that clip, that one
the
clip
cum
that
anthem.
went around.
You're talking about the cum anthem.
Yes,
Yeah.
the cum anthem on
My
Twitter that went
husband
viral.
impregnated me, and I'm in a line of genetics that
Right.
goes back to the
Just
beginning of time. That one?
The absolute conservative work, exactly. The absolute atrocity,
It was
like
bad.
the absolute like just war crime against everyone's eardrums that was. Like I had to give my 2 cents on it,
Yeah.
and the whole time I was just thinking, I was like, God damn, I wish I had a platform just to go over and break down why this is so bad.
All
Because
right,
I think
are you ready?
because
Wait,
everyone
wait.
knows
Hold
it's
on,
bad.
hold on. All right, listen. Are you ready? Are you ready for my first piece of advice?
All right.
Go make that video, okay? Right now. Like, after you're done, after we're done talking, go to
Yeah.
bed, wake up, make that fucking video, okay? And if you make that video and you send that to me, we'll watch it on stream. And I guarantee you it's going to be a fucking Poggers video. And you're going to feel super inspired to do another video. Okay? Seriously. When you get a perfect little idea like that, you got to grab it and just fucking make it. That is the first piece of advice I would give to anybody who wants to be an aspiring content creator or whatever stupid bullshit they call us these days.
Yeah.
If you want to if you want people to see your funny, cool shit, you got to take an idea like that and jump the fuck on it and make it before you get too tired. That's how you got to do it. Okay?
Yeah. Yeah, no, I love it. And okay, so I'm seeing in chat, Return to Snowmonk. She is classically trained. I looked this up because I was so intrigued by how bad this was. She's not just classically trained. She has 2 different music degrees, performance music degrees in opera from, I believe, USC and the Manhattan School of Music.
Oh, no.
Both very prestigious programs.
Doesn't that
incredibly
just make you doom out? Doesn't that just make you go, oh God, none of it means anything?
And just... And it's not just that one thing was bad. I even listened to some of her other stuff, and it's a consistent trend. Like some of her other stuff, her pure opera stuff. Yeah.
Aztec Tunes, I don't mean to interrupt you. I don't want to be like mean or rude, but right now I can tell people are already into this, and you're about to spoil your whole video. Don't do it. Right now, here's what you do. Okay, ready? Listen to this. You just gave them the sick-ass teaser for what you're going to talk about in your video. Pitch it. Tell them your channel right now, okay?
All right. Well, the soon-to-be-coming... it already exists, but I don't have anything posted yet. The soon-to-be-coming Aztec Tunes YouTube channel, as well as I'm planning right now to stream on Twitch. So that is the future plan.
Okay, Twitch. All right, sick. So Aztec Tunes Twitch, right? You're going to go make that right after this, right?
It is already made. I just have nothing on it.
Okay, go follow Aztec Tunes. Watch this space. Okay, Aztec Tunes on Twitch, twitch.tv/Aztec Tunes, right? That's it, right? All right, there you go. Go follow that. Imps, this is another opportunity to raid with love. It's the fucking holidays. You hear what I'm saying? Go follow that shit.
So, yeah, exactly. If you're looking for a not just a musician, but a specifically lefty musician's perspective on a whole bunch of different stuff. I'm planning to talk not just about music, but also I believe my own perspective and education in music has shaped a lot of my beliefs on gender and even racism and a lot of other stuff, because music connects to everything. Like everything in culture, it connects to everything and so because of that, you get into it starts to what's the term? Like it starts to splinter into sociology and history and all that good stuff that we all and so much analysis that all us lefties love to talk about. So that's kind of the general elevator pitch for what I'm planning to do.
I think you're gonna have a couple followers. So
yeah, from everyone I've talked to and everyone that's gotten me going, they seem to be intrigued. So it seems like it'll be a lot of fun.
So, well, hey, I'm gonna be real. I gotta wrap this stream because I'm hitting my exhaustion point. But it was fucking awesome getting to talk with you. I think people are gonna go check out the channel, aren't you, imps? I'm not threatening you. Fucking not Christmas? Fucking New Year's Eve threat. Okay, you motherfuckers. Be cool. Check out cool stuff. You're bored? Are you bored of all the bullshit out there? Fucking check out new stuff. Go hang around. Seriously. Go check out Aztec Tunes, okay? I'm serious. One more or cut it here? Nah, I gotta go to bed. I gotta fucking go to bed. Anyway. Aztec Tune, thank you so much for coming on. Apologies for cutting things a little short. But thank you for giving your pitch, huh?
It's all good. I had some other things, but it's fine. I understand if you're tired. So
I'm genuinely gonna try to do call-in streams more frequently. I don't really want to do them as goals anymore. I want to do them more regularly. So we'll have more opportunities to talk in the future.
Alrighty then.
All right.
Well, sounds like a plan.
All right. Well, have a wonderful night and a Merry Impmas and a Happy New Year.
You as well. All right. Good night.
Good night. All right. everybody, listen up. Tonight's stream has been fantastic. I did as much as I could. It took a long time, but I need to go to bed. I can't do any more calls, okay? However, remember, on Sunday, I will be streaming to support a strike fund. Here's the cool thing about strike funds. They don't take a whole lot of money to fund. So, if we can get some people, if we got a couple people with a few extra bucks who can throw some money into that strike fund, we might just help some people kick their boss's ass, okay? And that's pretty fucking cool. So, on Sunday, I will see you for that. Keep an eye on my fucking Discord. Discord.gg/Demonmama. Okay? All right? Merry Impmas and a Happy New Year. Mwah. Good night.
Impmas. Happy New Year. Happy New Year.